at the top. Lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me, call me, call me. I'm here on the road chasing my dream because I know one can chase it for me. Oh lo lo la di mango molo, gamolo. Oro cotto e di shumolo, shumolo. Everyone feel legit, come on, not to find anybody, no money I want. Not to hear what the people they talk. I should kill it, it's a life I know I know, get another one. I go take and do it and I love. Waiting your love, I'll be waiting I love, waiting I love. I go to and with all my heart, Coco no be vodka, Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know they waste time, Mr. Money Ginger. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo. It's everyone, befere.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? Good to see you again. Good to be here. Tell me if my system is acting a bit funny. I'm downloading some heavy file, which I think is sweating the drive of the system, but hopefully that will be done in a couple of minutes. Let me know if you can't hear me. Indicate that in the comment section. So good day to see you. Good to be here. And how are you? So how are you? Another day, another session. Good to see you, Flash Mankind. So another day, another session. So this session, not dissimilar to the previous ones, the protocol still remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you come in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. So if you have been watching this platform for any length of time and your subscription button is showing red, then you've not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So if you have been watching for, even if this is the first time that you're watching us and your subscription button is showing red, you have not fulfilled all righteousness yet. So I know you'll be saying, oh, I'll do it later, I'll do it later. So that later has to be now because we've deferred it long enough. So click on like and click on subscribe. So let that reflect in the figures as we continue with the session. So click on like, click on subscribe. And then, of course, your invitation to come and join us, your ticket to ride. Your ticket to ride the One Man Went to Mo train is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it pops you into a studio space. And then as soon as I finish delivering the talking points, then I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. So it's nothing complex, nothing complicated. It's just, you know how I sort of see this platform. And this had been the concept from the moment that I started the platform. So the concept from the moment that I started the platform is like an oak-padded gentleman's club. If you see, actually, I'm not quite sure where it is now. if you see, where is the logo? Where is the logo? I'm not sure who's taking my logo down. But usually there'll be a logo floating at the top there. Sorry, I have to find it. Right, so there it is. I'm not quite sure who removed that. So you can see that logo floating at the top right of the screen. So that is representative somewhat of the concept. So it's like I said, when I started the platform, my concept, my idea was like an oak padded, you know what an oak padded gentleman's club is? You know those gentleman's club that you see is padded in oak wood and then burnished brown, and then with all these button chairs there, you know all those velvet button chairs. So that's the concept. So it's like that. When I started the platform, that was the concept. It's like an oak padded gentleman's club where we, at the end of the day, gather to kick back over a glass of brandy or two. You can see the glasses of brandy at the top of the screen, and then we put the world to right by bantering back and forth. So that's the concept, really. So like a gentleman's club, but then of course everybody welcome. So a gentleman's club, a loose term, of course, because everybody is welcome, ladies and gentlemen. But so that's the concept. So I've lost my train of thought now, but yeah, click on like and click on subscribe is what all that long essay was all about. So just do that and then you make me happy. So click on like, click on subscribe. And if we've not heard you ever before, we would like to hear from you. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard as well. And then your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the comment section. I'll invite you to avail yourself of that. So do all those. Now, we as a platform, we have not spent that much time on that Chicago State University narrative that seems to have been, that seems to still be consuming the headlines. So we as a platform, we've not, it's such a ludicrous storyline, so we've never really paid it any mind, but perhaps we'll pay it a bit of mind today. Just to take a pause with that Chicago State University storyline and have a cursory look to see why the Ipobians are doing backflips and banging their heads against the wall. So we find out exactly why the Ipobians are banging their heads against the wall. So now, a lot of the Chicago State University up for play in this session. Why Chicago State University should not release my academic records to Atiku. So this is Tinubu now. So yes, we skirted around this topic over the course of several sessions. We've skirted around or skated around this topic over the course of several sessions. And what will sort of loosely seem to conclude somewhat is that Tinubu has no obligation to release any of his sensitive personal information to its political enemies. Whether those information are damn, because there is nobody's information, including you listening to me now, there is nobody's information on this planet that if you unpick it with a fine-tooth comb, you would not find something that is not quite, as it should be. So if you look deeply and long enough into anybody, you will always find some gremlins there, including you and I. That's why people are guarded about their personal information, and Tinubu no different. A public figure or not is still an individual and is still protected by the laws of privacy. Donald Trump did not release his academic records in the United States, and he covered as much of his privacy as he could, as Tinubu should as well. You can't weaponize your opponent in order for them to attack you. He still has another election to run in 2027. So why should he give them the ammunition to attack him? So why Chicago State University should not release my academic records to Atiku? So that is the Luther from Lagos making that headline. So that headline is attributed to Tinubu. But is he, So I'll just leave it there because that prefixes the next headline. So that prefixes the next headline. So this headline now, why Chicago State University should not release my academic records to Atiku, and this headline is attributed to Tinubu, or is he? So O is E. So that lines up very nicely the segue to the next headline. Who is Amoda Shangodele? Man reveals what he found after searching Tinubu's record in the United States data. So there it is, right there. So so now I was saying earlier that we deliberately chose not to spend that much time in the Chicago State University or no Chicago State University. And one of the reasons why we chose not to spend that time is sort of this sort of headline you have on the screen right here. So, who is Amoda Shogodele? Man reveals what he found after searching Tinubu's record in the United States data. So, when you see that sort of headline, you immediately want to dismiss the entire conversational space as a total of a nonsense. So, because there's a sense of deja vu, there's a sense of deja vu to what is going on here. We've been there before and not that long ago. You know, he's buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. He's buried in a car park in Cuba. He was Yusuf al-Sudani, and then Yusuf al-Sudani died, and then he was then replaced by Danladi something. That was the storyline of the Buhari administration, and this now is the transmission, the carryover of that storyline. It's just a madness, really, isn't it? And that is why people of serious mind don't pay it any heed. It's just a nonsensical people. And even if you disregard it as nonsense by nonsensical people, as soon as you come into that conversational space, which we have now entered, you've already been captured by it. So you're now in the mud, rolling around with them. And this is where we are now. Who is Amoda Shangodele? Man reveals what he found after searching Tinubu's record in the United States of America. So in the United States database, I should say. So that doesn't really mean anything. Whatever this guy finds, it doesn't add or remove from anything, because what is going on with the Ipobian obedience space is not any search for anything. It's just chaos and anarchy just for its own sake. That's all it is. That is the entirety of the totality of it. It's just chaos and anarchy just for its own sake. You know, just continue to sling the mud, and when you slung the mud for long enough, wherever you are slinging the mud to or at, wherever you are slinging the mud to or whatever you are slinging the mud at, if you sling that mud enough, that thing or place is then totally covered in mud. So it's just mud slinging. They don't really, they don't care about anything other than just the anarchy and the chaos. But there's a method to the madness. But there's a method to the madness, or is there? Who is Amoda Shango Adele? Man reveals what he found after searching Tinubu's record in the United States database. So quite what the man found, we'll find out shortly. Quite what the man found, we'll find out shortly. So now, Chicago State University told us that Tinubu, he was admitted, attended, and graduated with distinction. Chicago State University, sorry, let me have a sip of water. You see, the something has come off this, so I'm having to, let me just take the cap off, and then this is it. I do have several of these, but this was the one that was ready to hand. Right. Chicago State University had already told us that Tinubu was admitted, attended, graduated with distinction from that institution. So now, if you want to verify his credentials, you go to the institution where he claims he got those credentials from. And those and that institution, more than anyone else, that is the only place, that institution, more than anyone or any other place, are best positioned, and more to it, are the only people positioned to tell you if he did indeed attend and finish this course. So if I said I went to If I said I went to Abakaliki welding apprenticeship institution, and you say I did not go to Abakaliki welding apprenticeship institution, and I insist, the only referee, the only umpire that can put a lie or truth to that narrative is about Abakaliki Welding Institution. So now, if Abakaliki Welding Institution then come out and tell you that, yes, I did attend and I went through their apprenticeship course, so that conversation ends there for any person of reason and anybody of a sane mind. But like I said, it's chaos and anarchy just for its own sake. So the Chicago State University verifies, of course, we all know that Tinubu attended, and graduated from that institution. And to further nail it down, to put the bow on the ribbon, another Tinubu Chicago University classmate testifies in the United States court. So there it is. So another one of his classmates almost certainly has come out now to say, yes, he was in my class indeed, but that doesn't satisfy anything. They will just go after the guy and start to insult him, go to his LinkedIn. You know what they'll do, because they're not interested in anything other than just the anarchy and the chaos. It's just about muscling with the Ipobians and the obedience. So the Ipobians, I said the Ipobians and the obedience as though there was any distinction or distinguishing chasm between the two. So the Ipobians that have now transmuted into the obedience, soon to make their way back to IPOB, as we all know. So soon to make their way back to IPOB. Before I bring you the next headline, let me sorry, Tony, yes, Tony, if people have cause to ban you on the platform again, I'm not sure that I will unban, because I've told you often enough that we just don't like, uncivilized language here. You know that. But before I go to the next headline, there is something dark and sinister going on in the underbelly of the Nigerian space. So the Ipobian and the Ipobian obedience, for reasons of having lost that election, they are determined somewhat to burn the country down one way or the other. Firstly, they would like to grind it to a halt. That they would like to do. And really, if they had the fullness of their will, they will burn the country down. So we've seen it play out. We saw how they tried to leverage the Mohbad space, but how civilized people beat them back. So another space that they've been trying to leverage, which is an allied association of the political party that they straddled into this space that they find them. It's convoluted, but when I bring you the next headline, it will all tie together. So they're trying to straddle now a space that allies with the political party that they've used to bring themselves into this play that they're in now. So they're trying to straddle that space in order to create anarchy. So let me remove the ambiguity by bringing you the headline. NLC, TUC, to ground activities nationwide from October the 3rd. So NLC, of course, Nigerian Labour Congress, and TUC, Transport Union or something or the other. Let me just make sure I got that right. Yes, Trade Union Congress, not transport. So the NLC, Nigeria Labour Congress, and the TUC, Trade Union Congress. So those two spaces, especially the NLC, they are allied. They are allied to the Labour Party. So they're a satellite wing. They are part of the wider Labour Party family, and the Labour Party, being the space being straddled by the obedient Peter Obi, they've been trying to use the Labour Congress to grind the country to a halt. They tried it a few times a few weeks ago, and it looks as though that play is still very much in play. NLCTUC to grind activities nationwide from October the 3rd. So, like I said, they will do any and everything to bring the country to a standstill and really, ideally, to burn the country down. This is what they want, and I think we all know that. In the back recesses of all of our minds, we know that that's what they want. But of course, they don't have their equity. All right, let me take you on to the next headline. Something totally. Yes, let me take you on to the next headline. Something totally away from politics, but nevertheless, not less disturbing. So we're back to the Mohbad space, and Naira Marley now speaks. I am returning to Nigeria to clear myself over Mohbad. So this is Naira Marley now, who has broken cover to speak to that space. So Naira Marley breaks cover to speak to that space, but what does he have to say? We'll find out in the fullness of. So we find out in the fullness of, and then we find this out in the fullness of, only to land on this now, our last and final story. Don't worry, rescue is underway. Don't worry, rescue is underway. So we had the Tucano jets, so it's now been padded out with Cayuse or Cayuse, whatever this is. Federal government boost army capacity. Let me actually bring it from this space, from the Tribune. Insecurity. Tinubu approves purchase of 12 Cayuse attack helicopters. So now the only really way to secure that country is to overwhelm and impose on that space with superior might and firepower. And I think that the Nigerian space is now building up to that capacity now. So they have the Tucano jets, well, along with jets that they already have. They are now bringing out this now new fleet of more aircraft, attack aircrafts and whatnot. So with now Nigeria being almost fully kitted out, the excuse for these people running rampage, and the other day we were also doing a story about all these what's it called? All these things. What's it called again? All these drones that are coming in from Turkey. So with Nigeria almost now fully kitted out, the excuses not to be able to put a stop to all of this once and for all is now wearing thin. So yes, insecurity. Tinubu approves purchase of 12 Cayuse attack helicopters. So that certainly sounds like good news for you and I. I think for all of everything that divides us, every one of us wants the insecurity in the country to come to an end. So those are the storylines that we'll be contending with. So plenty of room still on the studio. If anybody wants to hop on. Let me repost the hyperlink again, or if you can send the hyperlink there, let me send it. Yeah. So still plenty of space on the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. But lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on the thing to buy your host cups of coffee. Let me play you a couple of I've only now come up with this one now, so I think you probably like it. So let me play you a couple of musical intermissions, and then we'll come back to the readout. So let's go first to the music. Yeah, lost in music.
Lonely at the top, lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know one can chase it for me. Everyone's legit, come on, now they find anybody, no money, I want it. Now they hear what the people they talk. I should kill it, it's a life I know, I know, get another one. I go take and do what then I love. Waiting your love, I'll be waiting I love. Waiting I love, I go to and with all my heart. Go no be vodka, Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know they waste time, Mr. Money Ginger.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku koniru agweche may death have nothing to do with us. So let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. With this. Why Chicago State University should not release my academic records to article Tinubu. President Bola Tinubu on Monday intensified his legal efforts to block the Chicago State University from releasing his academic records to his rival presidential candidate during the last election, Atiku Abubakar, after obtaining a reprieve from the District Court of Northern Illinois, Eastern Division, with the court temporarily suspending its 20th September order, compelling the university to release the documents to Atiku. Mr. Tinubu has now filed a more detailed objection, seeking to convince the court to reverse the order outright. Tinubu's application, filed by his New York-based lawyer, Oluwole Afolabi, is anchored on two broad reasons. So even in the United States, his lawyer is still very much a Nigerian. First is that his academic records in issue are not useful in Nigerian courts, as claimed by Atiku, because the Nigerian election proceedings and the Nigerian courts have explicitly been unreceptive to the discovery. Tinubu's second reason is that Atiku's request is unduly intrusive because it allows the applicant, Atiku, to conduct a fishing expedition into intravenous private, confidential and protected academic records. So, you know, I am actually minded to send a request to Imo State University to request Peter Obi's academic details as well. So if we're looking for the academic details of people, why are we not writing to Imo State University for Peter Obi's academic details too? Did he not study philosophy there or something? Spent 11 years, if anybody recalls rightly. He urged the court to set aside the previous order, saying his political opponents had previously used his illegally obtained academic records to attack him. The unlawful release of documents previously allowed intravenous opponents to sow confusion and spread conspiracy theory, Tinubu's objection reads in part. It added that Atiku's application was not anything more than opposition research on a political opponent, and that is the totality of it. Because I'm not quite sure if it can still be presented as evidence in court, because I think all the evidence are already collected and locked in. Right. Sorry. Where was I? Right. Right. Atiku had set off the legal battle with an application filed on the 2nd of August requesting the court to order Chicago State University to release Mr. Tinubu's academic records to him. The former Nigerian vice president requested the documents in the hope of using them at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja to challenge the authenticity of the certificate presented by Mr. Tinubu to Nigeria's electoral body INEC for the 2023 election. So, you see, what Atiku is looking for is not so much to verify if Tinubu attended and graduated from that university or not. I think that's already established. I think what he wants are all of the Tinubu files that school has. So from those files, because of course those files will include his admission criteria, how he got into the university, if he did an adult conversion, or if he submitted some credentials, and then they can through that start to pick back onto the pick a fault. And if they are able to pick a fault, then they can use that fault to nullify his credentials. So it's a real fishing expedition, just as Tinubu said. So if they want to see the transcript of his performance at that university, then they can have that, of course, but they cannot have his personal details. The former Nigerian vice president requested the documents in the hope of using them at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja to challenge the authenticity of the certificate presented by Mr. Tinubu to Nigeria's electoral body INEC for the 2023 election. He argued that amongst other things, a second Chicago State University diploma has since emerged, dated June the 27th, 1979, that bears the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but also presents with a different font, punctuation, seal, and signatures than the 22nd of June 1979 diploma, amongst other alleged discrepancies. So now, so I'm not quite sure. Let me give you this paragraph again, because when I tell you that the totality of all of this is nonsensical, then this paragraph more than anything highlights that. He argued that, amongst other things, a second Chicago State University diploma has since emerged, dated June the 27th, 1979, that bears the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but also presents with a different font, punctuation, seal, and signatures than the June 22nd, 1979 diploma, amongst other alleged discrepancies. So now, the font, the punctuation, the seal, and the signatures, so those have no meaning. So whatever discrepancy that they may have or have not seen in however many sets of diplomas that they are claiming Tinubu has presented, so whatever punctuation, seal, signature, or font that may be sort of bedazzling their minds, so that bedazzlement it should really stop when the university tells you that this is exactly what happened. So forget the font now, forget the punctuation, forget the diploma. Did he attend to the school? Is the question, isn't it? It's not the font, is it Alpha Roman or something or the other? It's not the seal. All of that don't matter. Did he attend the institution? Is really what all of everything is asking. And then if he attended the institution, then everything ends there. And the only person that can verify or deny have already verified. Go and verify the man from Oka, the lumping, I don't want to call him a lumping element, but that's what he used to say, the guy from Oka. So yes, he argued that amongst other things, a second Chicago State University diploma has emerged, dated the 27th of June 1979, that bears the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but also presents with a different font, punctuation, seal, and signatures than the June 22nd, 1979 diploma, amongst other alleged discrepancies. Atiku told the United States court that he wanted to authenticate these documents, whether a Chicago State University diploma in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, dated the 22nd of June 1979, that was submitted to INEC before the Nigerian presidential election in February 2023, is genuine or was forged. On the 19th of September, a magistrate court, on the 19th of September, a magistrate judge of the court, Jeffrey Gilbert, ordered the university to release the requested documents to Atiku within 2 days. Tinubu's legal team swiftly approached a district judge of the court to suspend the order to enable them file a more elaborate challenge against it. An emergency hearing on the 21st of September, at an emergency hearing on the 21st of September, the district judge, Nancy Maldonado, agreed to delay the order compelling the Chicago State University to release the academic documents of President Tinubu. Following the approval, Mr. Tinubu, through his legal team, filed his objection on Monday. In the objection filed on Monday, Mr. Tinubu's legal team argued that the magistrate judge granted Atiku's application, even though the applicant was barred from attempting to use the discovery in the foreign proceedings. That conclusion should be rejected because the discovery cannot be for use in the foreign proceedings due to the decision of the Nigerian Election Court, and that decision shows that Nigerian court would not be receptive to the discovery sought by the application. The magistrate gave no weight to the decision of the Nigerian Election Court, which is authoritative proof of the unreceptivity of the foreign court to the discovery sought, the objection reads in part. It added that the possibility that the Nigerian Supreme Court, where Atiku proceeded to challenge the decision of the Presidential Election Petition Court, may accept the document was a mere speculation and not an indication that foreign courts might consider the discovery. In order to plank in the let me have a sip of water. In the other plank of objection, Mr. Tinubu's team argued that whilst Mr. Atiku's case at the Nigerian court only touched on a CSU diploma, the magistrate court erroneously concluded to issue an order for the release of other educational documents. They said the court erroneously held that a foray into other documents was permissible because intervener also submitted other educational documents in a related proceedings in Nigeria. The objection added, the magistrate erred in requiring compliance with two subpoenas that go far beyond the narrow issue of the diploma submitted to INEC, and finding that the educational record protection were overcome by applicants' investigatory interest. The magistrate, so it goes on and on. Let me see if it doesn't go. Yes. Let me give you the fullness of this. Let me just give you all of it, but let me speed through it though. In the other plank of the objection, Mr. Tinubu's team argued that whilst Mr. Atiku's case at the Nigerian court only touched on a CSU diploma, the magistrate judge erroneously concluded to issue an order for the release of other educational documents. They said the court erroneously held that a foray into other documents was permissible because intervener also submitted other educational documents in a related proceeding. In Nigeria, the objection added, the magistrate erred in requiring compliance with two subpoenas that go far beyond the narrow issue of the diploma submitted to INEC, and finding that the education record protections were overcome by applicants' investigatory interest. The magistrate determined that the applicant's interest outweighed the privacy interest because the intervener put the diploma at issue by submitting it to INEC. The magistrate also concluded, so essentially what this paragraph means is that the privacy law that protects Tinubu's academic records or records in the United States, that privacy law has been set aside by virtue of the fact that Tinubu presented those credentials. So if he presented those credentials into a public space, he cannot then hide the interrogation of those credentials behind privacy laws. So by virtue of submitting his credentials to INEC, that then supersedes or sets aside the privacy interest. The magistrate also concluded the applicant's interests were stronger as to other educational documents submitted in related proceedings. This second conclusion is clearly erroneous because the other documents are not at issue in the electoral challenge, and discovery for related proceedings is merely another way of describing a fishing expedition. So now I think this is the paragraph that has got the obedience space bent out of shape, and they are doing cartwheel. They are doing a somersault off the back of this paragraph. You can see, you go to all of their spaces, they are doing a wild dance around their campfire over this next sub-headline. I will suffer harm if CSU releases my documents to Atiku. So that's been the headline in all of the obedience space, and they are cannibalizing over that. Mr. Tinubu argued that he stood to suffer harm in allowing discovery on issues and documents outside the diploma because his records were illegally obtained previously and have been utilized to attack him. He added, obtaining more documents via a subpoena, particularly ones that are not part of the INEC submission by intervener. So the intervener is Tinubu, of course, is both improper and nonsensical. The unlawful release of documents previously allowed intervener's opponents to sow confusion and spread conspiracy theories. Applicants should not be permitted to conduct discovery on the discovery illegally obtained by applicants' allies and interveners' political opponents. So let's just unbundle this space because this is somewhat convoluted. So let's break it down somewhat. So now, there's been some leaked private details of Tinubu, which may or may not be innocent enough, but off the back of those leaked private information, they've built up all manners of narrative. Is he a woman or is he a man? Is he even from this planet or is he from Mars? So, you know, all of those things that they are feeding fat on. So what this is now saying, it says the unlawful release of documents previously allowed interveners' opponents to sow confusion and spread conspiracy theories. So that conspiracy theories along the lines of that narrative, is it Bobrisky that they are trying to say Tinubu is Bobrisky, male in the afternoon, female at night, that sort of thing that they do. And then it says applicants should not be permitted to conduct discovery on the discovery illegally obtained. So what they're saying is that off the back of what was illegally obtained, you cannot then use that information of illegality to then request that the court let you go on a fishing expedition into this guy's private matters. Applicants should not be permitted to conduct discovery on the discovery illegally obtained by applicants' allies. So applicants' allies is the Obedient and Peter Obi, of course, and their Pobians, and intervenous political opponents. Discovery on discovery is rarely, so that's RARELY, rarely appropriate, and certainly not appropriate when the sole issue applicant identified in the intervenous submission of his diploma to INEC. Nor does the fact that the intervenous educational record, nor does the fact that intervenous educational records have been spread into court records justify discovery. Section 1782 does not authorize fishing expeditions to satisfy curiosity or resolve public controversy. So a fishing expedition, so they have to contain within what was submitted, essentially, is what he's saying. I am vindicated. So who has been vindicated? In conclusion, Mr. Tinubu said the Chicago State University had already been established. Sorry, let me take that again. In conclusion, Mr. Tinubu said the Chicago State University had already been established as the most critical by stating he was awarded the degree, as he stated. This point is irrelevant to applicant because he's not seeking anything more than opposition research on a political opponent. The magistrate judge clearly erred in granting the application for discovery and concluding that Chicago State University must respond to the document and disposition subpoenas. He urged the court to set aside the conclusion of the magistrate judge and reverse his order because the information sought cannot be used and therefore is not for use in the foreign proceedings. So I think it's all embedded there. If the information that article is seeking from Tinubu's personal records at Chicago State University, if this information cannot be used at the Supreme Court phase of this election, if it cannot be tendered, then it doesn't serve any purpose. So it's opposition research, as they're saying. Article had in its application argued that, amongst other things, a second Chicago State University diploma has since emerged, dated June the 27th, 1979, that bears the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but also presents with a different font, punctuation, seal, and signature than the June 22nd, 1979 diploma, amongst other alleged discrepancies. Article told the U.S. court that he wanted to authenticate these documents, whether a Chicago State University diploma in the name of Bola Ahmed Tinubu dated the 22nd of June 1979 that was submitted to INEC before the Nigerian presidential election in February is genuine or forged. Article added that under Nigerian law, the submission of a fraudulent document to INEC would have disqualified President Tinubu from participating in the election. So, if he would have this, anyway, we have to see where this lands, though, because these are nuanced and interesting spaces. It's a fishing expedition, but then how far do you have to dig into somebody's past before you find dirt, and how far? Because you have to dig a little bit far into my past before you find dirt, but I'm not quite sure how far back, and I don't really have any major gremlins. But I suspect that for every single one of us, if people dig and put a microscope on your life enough, they will find those gremlins. Article added that under Nigerian law, the submission of a fraudulent document to INEC would have disqualified President Tinubu from participating in the election. When Atiku filed this application in the United States District Court on the 2nd of August, his petition challenging the presidential election was pending before the Nigerian Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. Therefore, Atiku said his application in the United States Court was to obtain discovery that will support his petition in the Nigerian Court of Appeal. Even this will suggest that that phase, even this, I'm not seeing the comment section light up in super chat. By the way, am I rankling the obedience? Is that what it is? If anybody wants to super chat, feel free to do that. It says, even this somewhat nullifies this suit. Even this paragraph somewhat nullifies any reasons why any court should grant that appeal. Listen to this again. It says, when Atiku filed its application in the United States District Court on the 2nd of August, now listen to this. This tells you it's not so much statute bad, but the pertinence and relevance of it, the use and purpose of it, is already time past. His petition. So when Atiku filed his application in the United States District Court on the 2nd of August, now this is the part that is salient. His petition challenging presidential election was pending before the Nigerian Presidential Election Petition Tribunal. So that was the phase. It was this phase here that that whatever it is that it discovered from Chicago State University would have come into play. So after this phase, I'm not quite sure that they can submit additional evidence to the Supreme Court, but then maybe I'll take corrections on that. Therefore, Atiku said his application in the United States Court to obtain discoveries that will support his petitions in the Nigerian Court of Appeal. Our court document shows that a day after Atiku's application was filed, President Tinubu filed a motion to join in the suit. The court granted the motion to intervene on the 7th of August. So there it is. So the unraveling or not, or the legitimizing or unraveling of the Nigerian presidency lies in some satellite state, some satellite university in some backwater states in the United States. So that's it. But a gift that keeps on giving, the obedient and the Tinubu narrative. Who is Amoda Shongo Dele? A man reveals what he found after searching Tinubu's records in the United States data. So hopefully this resolves, especially this one. But like I said, nobody is interested in any resolution in the IPOBIAN space. Their whole narrative is just mudslinging. But let's go to this. A Nigerian Twitter user at Rene Rodrigue says he has investigated the viral allegation that President Bola Tinubu bears the name Yekini Amode Shongodele or Shongole, I don't know, but some ludicrous name, whilst residing in the United States. At Rene Rodrigue was reacting to a claim that the president was convicted in the United States under the said name. To verify the, and I think this is easily done by anybody in the United States, by the way, so you don't even have to take this guy's findings. You can just do it easily. Probably cost you no more than $50. To verify the allegations against President Tinubu, at Rene Rodrigue 1147, to give him the fullness of, said he searched the United States database. He stated that his findings revealed that the name Yekini Amoda Shongodele did not appear in the United States data. It's unbelievable. So this is it. So I searched the entire United States database and could not find the name Yekini Amoda Shogodele or even Amoda Shogodele. But guess what? So what's the words that we're guessing? So it says, you keep deceiving your followers. I don't blame you. They are ignorant, so it is easy. I searched the entire United States database and could not find the name Yekini Amoda Shogodele or even Amoda Shogodele. But guess what? I searched the name Bola Tinubu and it came out clearly. So there is the guy backing and 14 with the usual obedience space. Tinubu spent 5 years in the United. So I think this was what inspired that guy to go and do the search. So this is a Jackson Uday, a notorious troll on the Twitter space. I think is this not the guy that's been arrested by Fashola? I wonder. Somebody correct me on that. Tinubu spent 5 years in United States jail for narcotics, credit card fraud. Additional information has revealed that Bola Tinubu spent a combined 5 years in the United States jail as Yekini Amoda Shogodele for the 2 times he went in for narcotics crimes and credit card frauds in the late 60s. So, like I said, it's just mudslinging. That's just, and this is Jubrila Sudani, isn't it? So that's the because we know these people so well and fairly predictable. They have a set pattern and a set pattern. We saw it under Buhari. We saw it we've seen it as far back as Obafemi Awolowo. So it's not an unknown quantity and there's no new dynamism to it. Just some ludicrous and outlandish, completely away with the fairest pronouncement, and they start to regurgitate it and churn it. We. And this is what they do. Accompanied by screenshots, he reveals that the name Bola Ahmed Tinubu was found in the United States database with a clean slate and no criminal records. So this is the guy that actually did the investigation. So I was going to say we should wait for Jackson Uday to present his own proof, but that would have no meaning because these people, they are very adept at Photoshop and whatnot. I tried to name Bola Ahmed Tinubu and it came out clearly, even showing his spouse as Remi Tinubu, no single crime record on the report. CSU certificate battle, Tinubu files fresh appeal against Atiku. So yeah, I think we've read that sufficient enough. So we've read that sufficient enough. But to round up that Tinubu space, not that this will round up anything, because of course, you know, like I said, these people, they don't let the truth get in the way of a good storyline. So they don't let the truth. The only sad thing is that actual real people are responding to it. So now you are all in that space now. So let's go on to this. Another Tinubu Chicago University classmate testifies in the United States court. The ongoing legal tussle between President Bola Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar over his Chicago State University academic records has taken a new twist after a self-acclaimed classmate of the former Lagos State Governor Olajide Adeniji swore to an oath that he knew him. Adeniji testified in a United States District Court that he knows and contested against Tinubu as president of Accounting Society Club at the Department of Business Admin and Accounting in the same alma mater. So, it's quite a thing. Not only did Tinubu claim he went to that university, he's also claiming that he was the president of the accounting club. So that would be an outlandish claim to make unless it's actually true. But then, of course, like I said, it's not really about truth. It's about mudslinging, isn't it? Adeniji testified in a United States District Court that he knows and contested against Tinubu as president of Accounting Society Club at the Department of Business Administration and Accounting in the same alma mater. The development is coming 2 weeks after a public affairs analyst, Durojaye Ogunsanya, also claimed to be a cosmate to the Nigerian president. Ogunsanya, who featured on TVC's popular breakfast show This Morning, testified that they both graduated from the Department of Accounting and Business Administration in 1979 at the same university. In the oath taken on September the 23rd at the District of Illinois Court in Chicago, Adeniji swore to an affidavit that he was familiar with the same Tinubu, who is the current president of Nigeria. His affidavit reads, I, Olajide Adeniji, after having been first duly sworn upon oath, do hereby state that I am over 21 years of age, that I have personal knowledge of the facts stated herein, and could competently testify thereto if called upon to do so. I attended Chicago State University, Chicago, Illinois, from 1977 to 1979, when I graduated with a degree in business administration and accounting in 1979. I am familiar with Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is now president of Nigeria. I was a student at Chicago State University from 1977 to 1979, and Bola Tinubu and I were in the same course of study. I also ran in a closely contested race against Bola Tinubu for the leadership of the Accounting Society Club of the Department of Business Administration and Accounting. I also recognize and know the person who I attended the Chicago State University with, Bola A. Tinubu, is the same person who is now president of Nigeria. Pursuant to 28 USC, so some legal whatever it is clause, I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Atiku had secured an application, yes. So that gives us then details that we already know. So let me now speed through what is left of it. I'm not quite sure if we have people in there. Hopefully we do have people to take on these topics. Let me speed through what is left of it. So the obedience space not giving up at all. NLC, TUC to ground activities nationwide from October the 3rd. The Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress have resolved to ground activities nationwide from October the 3rd, 2023, following what the Labour Union tagged as the failure of government to successfully implement policies to alleviate the sufferings of Nigerians following the removal of subsidy on premium petrol spirit. Correspondents exclusively gather. Correspondents report that the NLC National President, Joe Ajiaro, during a virtual National Executive Council meeting, which held on Zoom Tuesday, told members of the NEC that a meeting was held with the officials of the TUC to deliberate on ways forward. Ajiaro noted that it was resolved that the two centers work together to make their stance known to government. A source who was present at the meeting noted that some members of the NLC initially objected to the development of the NLC working together with the TUC. So I'm not going to go too deeply into that, but essentially they want to go on strike, indefinite strike nationwide. So that's the obedience space they're propelling down. Let me go swiftly on to this. So this now not politics, but nevertheless equally as egregious. Equally egregious, I am returning to Nigeria to clear my name over Mohbad, Naira Marley. Popular Nigerian artist Naira Marley on Tuesday stated, let's do that again. Popular Nigerian artist Naira Marley on Tuesday stated that he is making plans to return to the country to help the ongoing inquiry over the death of his former signee, something or the other, aka Mohbad. He said this in an official statement by his management team via his Twitter handle. Naira Marley acknowledged the recent accusation of cultism and drug dealing that has been associated with his record label since Mohbad's death. The statement reads, "In the last few days, there has been a lot of onslaught on my person and reputation globally over the death of my former signee. All manners of stories has been woven against me in respect of his untimely death. I have not only been in shock over the death of the deceased, whom I considered to be my brother and member of our music family, but over the various lies spread and threats against me. Before I proceed further, let me say that as it is traumatic for a lot of people to bear the reality of Ileri's death. So it is for me, he should say, but to me, he said, may his gentle soul continue to rest in peace, and may God grant his family the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss." Naira Marley claimed that he had nothing to do with Mohbad's death, stating, "Permit me to categorically state that I have no hand in the death of Ileri Oluwa, either directly or indirectly. It is not unusual in the industry, just like in several other industries, to have family friction even amongst blood relatives. Truly, we had our own share of misunderstandings whilst working together, but the disagreement between us was never to the extent being painted by some hirelings. It never degenerated to the extent of wishing each other death. Even at that, we were resolving our business disputes legally before he passed. I have chosen not to say anything since. I have chosen not to say anything since. I have chosen not to say anything since due to being distraught over his death, and in order not to jeopardize the investigation being carried out by the government agencies. In addition, I have been out of the country since the 31st of August 2023, and I am yet to return. In light of the police investigation, I am making arrangements to return to the country to assist the investigation and give my version of events. I am fully cooperating with the police team, and I certainly have no reason to be a fugitive when I have no hand in his death. I am certain that the culprit behind his death has a vendetta against me." So this is quite an unfortunate statement. Actually, this is an unfortunate statement. It says It says that I am certain that the culprit behind his death has a vendetta against me. So in that statement, he's already conceding that the guy did not die of an unfortunate experimentation with whatever psychedelia that he was experimenting with. He's actually conceding that the guy was actually assisted to his death. But he's also attributing then that whoever assisted that guy to his death actually did that to spite him. So this is quite a loaded statement, and he will certainly have to discuss this with the police. I am certain that the culprit behind his death has a vendetta against me and are fueling public opinions to have me lynched for reasons unknown to them. In due time, the circumstances surrounding Mohbad's death will be unveiled, and the world will know the truth. This kind of scenario of attempting to set someone up is not novel in the industry, as other great musicians have experienced the same and came out better and stronger. Mine will not be an exception, as I am innocent of the accusations. So I suspect that they've probably given him materials for his next however many albums, 10 albums. Certainly, after matters died down, this guy now, he will profit from these accusations and Mohbad's death. Mohbad left the label in September 2022. The label accepted his departure. Malian Music did not stop or interfere with his career or releases since, and he has been with one RPM. Legal efforts were made to reconcile his concerns regarding the work we had done together. So copyright issues are back and forth through the lawyers. He further decried allegations of drug dealing, stating, "The rumors regarding the label being a drug cartel are untrue. I am not a drug lord." I wonder if he was a drug lord, he will go on Twitter to announce that, yes, I am a drug lord. Of course, he will say that. Not to say that he is or not, but it's just a waste of the effort to say that, because, of course, if you were, you will say you're not. He further decried allegations of drug dealing, stating, "The rumors regarding the label being a drug cartel are untrue. I am not a drug lord. Neither do I, Mali, belong to any cult or fraternity. I am dedicated to proving my innocence, and I am cooperating with the authorities to clear my name with sufficient evidence. I would like to clearly state that I have never fought or attacked Mohbad." So we also saw that clip of how Mohbad was being beaten up, and there was even a clip of him going around saying that if he passes away, then it's directly attributable to Naira Marley. That would have been a few weeks ago, and he died shortly after. I would like to say clearly that I have never fought or attacked Mohbad. For the avoidance of doubt, I have never instructed anyone, friend, known associate, or fans to attack, bully, or harass Mohbad. With regards to the talent on the label, none of our artists ever fought or mistreated Mohbad. I share my deepest condolences to the family. Let's be mindful as we seek justice to focus on supporting the police and authorities with relevant information and evidence surrounding his death so that those responsible will be apprehended. I am positive that at the end of the day, the truth will prevail and I will be exonerated. So that's Naira Marley now. I think it's probably in the UK somewhere, almost certainly, because he's a London boy, isn't he? My lawyers are already in touch with the police and government agencies and will support in every way necessary. Without that, I will honor his memory and promise to do right by him and his family. So that's to say he will be dropping the legal suits challenging whatever copyright. So let me give you this now last snapshot, and then hopefully a conversation can take place. So if you want to come join, then come join now. So I've not yet checked the room, but the last time I checked, I think only one or two persons there. FG boost army capacity with Cayuse attack helicopter. So Nigeria is really tooling up militarily. The Nigerian army said the federal government has approved the acquisition of the initial 12 MD 530F Cayuse attack helicopters that will actualize its operations to tackle security challenges bedeviling the country. Brigadier General Onyema Nwachukwu, Director of Army Public Relations, said in a statement that the acquisition of the new attack helicopters is part of ongoing efforts by the federal government to boost the operational capacities of Army aviation to appropriately respond to contemporary and emerging security threats. According to him, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja, made the disclosure whilst declaring open the Nigerian Army Aviation Maiden Seminar, blah, 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 blah. According to him, the seminar with the theme enhancing the capacity of the Nigerian Army Aviation towards achieving constitutional responsibilities in a joint environment is in line with the command's philosophy of transforming the Nigerian. So it goes on and on. Nigeria acquires new kit. essentially what that tells us. So Nigeria acquires new kits, essentially what that tells us. So to take on matters, we've got Ajan Lekoko. To keep things ticketable, we have Thomas in the house. Just Emeka is just here. And we have Ekene in the space as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let me repost the link for anyone else that wants to pop in. So good to have you, gentlemen. Was there a clip that I wanted to play? There was a clip. Let me play this clip. It's only 2 minutes, and then after the clip, you pick it up and make a. But let me play the clip.
Day 5 of the interactive session between the Senate Committee on Finance and Revenue Generating Agencies continued today. The lawmakers are seeking to meet up with the over 11 trillion naira 2023 budget deficit. The chairman of the Committee on Finance reacts to lingering ASU strike as well as possible solution to avert future occurrence.
How do we explain to the whole world for a university system that generates average of about 15 to 16 billion naira a year? That 16 billion naira is being spent. And aside that, the federal government will still go ahead and pay their salaries, pay their recurrent, and also pay the capital of those institutions. And at the end of the day, the lecturers will go on strikes. And also, it is high time for federal government to stop the funding of university to the extent of salaries or recurrent expenditures. I think the Nigerian students should start asking questions. How do you spend the money generated by this institution?
The lawmakers expressed displeasure with the Registrar of the National Board for Arabic and Islamic Studies, Mohammed Abdullahi, over non-remittance of over 300 million naira revenue generated to the Consolidated Revenue Fund.
Who are able to pay 30 million naira out of this 410. To conduct an exams in a year, they are saying they have spent 380 something million, and we are here to collect another budget from the federal government. Haven't contributed just 35 million. And if they ask for their budget there, they'll be telling me in the region of 10 to 20 billion naira.
5,963 members of staff arranging for one examination in a year and being paid 8.5 billion and now generating only 410, out of which you remit only 35 million. There is a need to look deeper into what this is about.
The committee resolved to set up an ad hoc committee to investigate activities of the institution.
All right. So Emeka kicks it off, but let me sing Emeka in only because I'm obsessed with this clip. I've been looping this all day, so let me loop it with you as well, and then Emeka pick it up from there.
Lonely at the top, lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my money, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Come me. I share on the road chasing my dream because I know one can chase it for me. Oh lo lo la di mango molo, come on, orokoto idishomolo, shamolo. Everyone's legit, come on, not to find anybody, no money I want. Not to hear what the people they talk. It's the life I know, I know, get another one. I go take and do it and I love. Waiting your love, I'll be waiting I love. Waiting I love, I go to and with all my heart. Go no be vodka, Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know they waste time, Mr. Money Ginger.
Emeka, what Nigerian music is actually doing is a real wonder what's going on. Have you been following that music space? You know, when Asake came to, I never even knew who Asake was until, because I ended my music with Fela Kuti. But when the guy came to the O2, he shut it down. There are very few artists in the world that can do that. A real marvel. Are you following that space, Emeka?
Oh, yeah. You know, I also play in the entertainment sector, so I'm very in tune with it. You understand? And it's just the beginning, right? If you watch clearly, our movies is also trying to break grounds. Jagu Jagu, I don't know if you've seen the movie on Netflix.
Yeah, no, I saw
There's
it.
also the
You know that movie? I wasn't impressed. It didn't impress me for all the hype. But I carry on. It wasn't as good as King of Boys, certainly. But I carry on.
yeah, it wasn't as good as King of Boys, but again, I think it made more money than King of Boys,
Mm.
right? And it shows the growth and the demand for our entertainment. Especially the world is aching to hear from Africa, and I would be honest with you, over time it's going to get better. The problem is the distribution streams. That's the Netflix, the Apple TV, the Disney Plus, and the other, like that's Amazon Prime. They are yet to really pour in as much money as they do in other, especially like in South Africa, right? They are yet to pour in more money into our own entertainment content. But once that money begins to flow in properly, you'll see our content begin to get better, especially with the CGI, the VX, and special effects. But I'm impressed. Our music industry is really doing great wonders, leaps and bounds, and I'm glad and proud of our music ambassadors who are in the forefront spreading the music gospel across
And
every corners of the world.
I'm even more delighted that it rankles the Ghanaians. So another one for them to crow and cry over. Another one for the Ghanaians to crow and cry over.
No,
You
they can't
know.
do without our entertainment industry because they don't have a choice. You understand? It's like, we are like the Chinese when it comes to music.
You know the Cameroonians, they are now banning Nigerian music on their, you know, I will colonize them one way or the other. But
Yeah, but that's the sad thing, right? They can't help it. It's not like they're banning it on from the radio stations and the DJs or the party. But again, YouTube is still everywhere, right? Spotify is everywhere. So these guys still log in and they still enjoy it. And there's nothing you can do. Ghanaians, they did it and it didn't work. You can't stop it because the sound is different. The sound is unique. The sound is enticing. What they need to do is to collaborate and see how that synergy so that they can also reap out from it. That's what South Africa is also doing with us, and we are doing with South Africa with the what's the name of this their music? A piano. I'm a piano. Yeah, that's their sound. So they are taking some of our own vibes, and we're taking some of their own vibes, and we are blending it together to make a very successful fusion for Africa. We are representing African very well in terms of the entertainment space.
well, all right, somebody that might not be representing Nigeria for too much longer. Chicago State University should not release my academic records to article Tinubu. So now, for all of the reasons that he listed, they are all because they described it as a fishing expedition, and even the space that they were looking to use it, which is at the tribunal space, that space has already gone. But then, of course, it serves as armory for 2027. So what are you then making then of Tinubu trying to block his records from our man, from Adamawa?
I think the president has every right to block his personal records, especially when it comes to his academic records, if he doesn't want the entire world to know, right? He's not saying block everything entirely. He's like, if you want my certificate, give him my certificate, but the other PIIs, personal information, please leave it out. He's entitled to do that, right? Because I think I was discussing on social media about it. Once you have a sensitive details, date of birth, and the rest, some mischievous people would want to go ahead to do something, even though they don't want to do anything. But you can't trust people. You are distributing your information to over 1.0, how many billion people in the world, right? It's crazy, yes. And you hear excuses like, "Oh, he's a public person." Okay, but the public person says, "I don't want my private information to be outside." So why don't you respect his wish? Why are you going through that rigor to want to get that information? And again, just like we've been telling people, especially those who are ignorant of what is going on. You know, they are on not just fishing expedition; they are chasing shadows and ghosts. Um, it's
Emeka, the counter argument is that since he submitted these documents as part of his documentations to INEC, and some anomalies were discovered on these documents, that opens that portal for them to make that request. So
no,
him submitting it, yeah.
the petitioners can do whatever they want to do. But the sad thing about this is that to what end, right? Article wanted to use it for his petition, right? But he didn't come out. He didn't come out. The result or the transcript didn't come out early, and they are still debating on it. And now his case is in the Supreme Court. Is all a waste. Even when you are saying 2027, would that still suffice? It's not going to suffice anymore. By then, the president has solidified his base. He's currently working on it at the moment. So if you are coming to be talking about certificate in 2027, I think you must be smoking Omo detergent. So you have to strategize on how to take power from him. So that's why I say they keep chasing shadows and keep chasing ghosts rather than doing what an opposition party should be doing, reposition themselves, because again, Atiku has a bigger fight to win, which is not this. Because once the Supreme Court rules by the last week of October, uh, Wike is saying he's going to call NEC to expel him and expel some of the ESCOs for putting the party in disrepute. So Wike is coming for the supremacy of PDP to take over the party. So Atiku's fight is bigger. He should be looking at the future rather than chasing ghosts and shadows. When you say this, some people will be the next thing they say, "Oh, what are you saying? What nonsense? Oh, this is wicked. You are demonic. You are satanic. You are part of the devil. You are the devil incarnate."
Emeka, what to make of the narrative is that what to make of the narrative that Atiku that from this pursuit that Atiku is because 2023 is gone, so I don't think anybody. But this narrative actually suggests that Atiku is arming himself up for 2027, which might well indicate that he still intends to run, because this reads more like weaponizing for elections to come.
I don't think so, if you ask me. The reason why, because it is very, very difficult, number one, to take power from an incumbent. And then this is the right time to bring up any scandals that you want to bring up. Since it didn't work in 2023, it's never going to work in 2027. It's still news. So how do you want to keep beating up the drum for 4 years? To keep people excited. A lot of events are going to overtake that situation. A lot of new things. Probably there's even the possibility that the president will do something so significant enough and so great enough that whatever you are saying is not going to ring a bell. And again, Atiku, for me, I consider Atiku to be very experienced politically to be doing this. You understand? Because they know their petition is so weak, they could not try to show election malpractices and fraud. The article polling unit agents who came as expert witness were saying everything went well within their polling unit, and they signed and things were, when your star witnesses are testifying against you for the respondents, it means you're making a mockery out of yourself. And all this, what's some I'm not saying people can't do what they want to do. You can do it, but what's the priority? We said that yesterday. What's the outcome? What outcome are you looking for? What do you tend to achieve? Initially, he wanted to use the transcript to prove something at the petition, right? Tribunal, at the election tribunal, rather. But the election tribunal has come and gone. Now it's in the Supreme Court. It's been appealed. You're not going to introduce any fresh evidence there. You're not coming with anything new. You're not, even as a matter of fact, you're not introducing any witness. You only have 15 minutes to explain yourself, and everything is all written, and you submit it to the Supreme Court judges who will go and study the errors of the law that you are pointing out. And if the laws were applicable, were applied right properly by the Court of Appeal judges, and if the law was not done, then they're like, okay, no problem. I think the tribunal judges didn't do the right thing. But with what they did, the tribunal judges for over 13 hours, they took their time. They were very meticulous. they cross their eyes and they dot their T's, and
You,
they
you,
did
you
an
know, you,
awesome job.
you know, Emeka, it's unfathomable that judgment will be overturned. It's beyond them. It was so thorough and so detailed. It would take them. It's not. They're not. Nobody's going to overturn that something with some A4 sheet from Chicago State University. Certainly not.
Yeah, you are extremely right about it. Legal experts and those who are not speaking from the bottom of their asses, or who are just trying to play to the gallery, already know that that judgment cannot be overturned because it was very well done. That's a lot of luminaries in the country, legal experts, practicing lawyers, professionals, politicians, those who do not have a dog in the fight came out and they said that judgment was the best judgment ever had in the history of the country. After I listened to that judgment
In fact,
for 13 hours,
Emeka, so one of them actually. I'll look for the name of the guy. It said it was a seminal judgment in common law. So common law is not restricted to Nigeria. It's across all of the
exactly
British Empire
the British
space.
colonies, yes,
Yes.
the British
So
colonies
yes, it said it was a
not
gold standard judgment in
it,
common law.
I'm telling not only did they even go through the common law applicable to all British colonies, they even went to the United States case laws. They went to the United States. They quoted some laws, some case laws in the United States. Quoted the United States House of Senate. Recommended books. They did an awesome job. I was just wow. That was what I was saying. After it ended, I was like, I have never seen this kind of judgment. I've been privileged enough to read some verdict notes from the courthouse. You know, when you want to know how your case will go. But that was awesome. And 786. Even when you listen to it, you're like, oh my God, these guys they blew the roof. They were like all eyes on the judiciary. They were like Tupac, and they say all eyes on us now. Let's now teach you guys the law. Let's educate you guys on the law. Let's reorientate you guys on the law. Let's let you guys know what the law is. And let's give you guys a spanking because you came with a very weak petition and you should know better. The judges were really, really out for them, and they were like, you should know better. You call yourself senior advocate of Nigeria, and you should know better. These are the errors you made when you were filing your petition. I think one of them, Ugo, who is from the South. He came out and he said, you say INEC is biased, but the same INEC in the Southeast, when you were getting all those results that we are not even tagging with the polling units that you have, the INEC wasn't biased on those ones. He went analytical. The different judges were like different spices, right? Some were like non-chicken cube. This one was crayfish seasoning. The other one was pepper. That's the female judge. I've forgotten her name. She was pepper because she peppered them very well.
But one of them was barbecue sauce. One of them was barbecue sauce.
Barbecue was Jack. That was good. Then the lead judge was, that was coconut milk seasoning. So he wrapped everything off for them and delivered it to them very hard. And obedience were in their camp were all crying and wailing and blowing hot.
All right.
I enjoyed their tears.
No, we had fun. You should have been here that day. It was mock. It was laughs galore. But
I don't know why I didn't turn up that day.
Yeah. Let me take you to one more space and a very brief commentary on this. I want to take the conversation around very, very quickly. So we do that 7 minutes that we do because as the room continues to populate, so that everybody documents their voice. But in my opening phase, I was saying what we're seeing essentially from the Ipobian obedience space is essentially mud slinging. And they say you sling enough mud, some of it will stick. But if you sling sufficient enough mud, that space will be covered in mud. So we're going from the sublime to the ridiculous. It's now been established that Tinubu is in fact not Yekini Amoda, Shogo Dele. So what are you then making of that? It's away with the fairies. What are you making of this narrative? Some guy actually, are you aware of the Yekini Amoda
Yeah,
Are we
that's
aware of this?
some rumors that have been spreading on the social media space, right? I think started with the Ghanaian refugee, spreading that rumor. I think he said something today. There are some things you read and you just shake your head and like, do people actually believe this? And it's shocking to find out that millions of Nigerians actually believe this story. And then you wonder, am I actually living with natural human beings, or am I living with aliens that
Is
would?
there an undertone of the Nnamdi Kanu with this Kenya mother? This is Jubrila Sudan,
Oh,
isn't it?
it's
It's
the
a
same thing. You
revisitation.
understand? When Jubri of Sudan came up, I was like, oh, I think
Yeah.
initially I thought, oh, you're just trying to take a dig. All this satire that comes up in like
Mm,
Comedy
mm.
Central, or you're just trying to, make light of something or just crack a joke. So I didn't take too much. I didn't take that very seriously. I just, when I was laughing, I was like, I know people don't believe this. But I find it very strange that people truly, truly believe that Buhari was actually substituted, and he's Buhari is Jubri from Sudan, and then again coming with their mother, they are like, man, this is for real. We do have aliens living with us, because this joke is way, way overblown. So there are specific things I don't take serious. When I look at it, like this is a huge joke, and I turn, and then again you find out these people giving credence to the Ghanaian refugee, right? And you're wondering, if this guy is this intelligent and is throwing this stuff to you, why would you guys believe the nonsense coming out from his mouth or from his pen? You guys need to you can do better, right? You can really do better. Like today, I was trying to explain the reason why we're having this huge devaluation of the naira, which, according to Rewan, who was on channels today, who said our naira is actually overvalued by 23%, and he's very right. I did the calculation. I like,
You
yes,
you
that's
mean
true.
you mean you mean you mean still or it was it still is overvalued or it
Yes,
was
it's still
overvalued?
overvalued. Yes, our
Even
naira is still
even even
overvalued
at
by
the, even
23%.
even at even at 1,000 to a dollar.
Yes, it's no. He is not using the black market rate, because the black market rate is artificial in the sense that
Okay. So is the black market rate actually the true value of it? Is it
no, the
saying
black market rate
the
is not
yeah
the true. The
the
black market
CBN
rate,
window? Yeah.
yeah, that's it. The black market rate is not the true value of the naira. Yes, it is what can be obtained currently now due to scarcity and a huge demand for the naira, because the supply side has not been addressed properly, right? But to get the truth, what he's saying that at the I&E window, yes, the value of the naira is going at 764 roughly. The last time I checked, 764. That it is still overvalued at 23%. It should be around 800 and something naira. That if the supply chain is well addressed and all those bottleneck restrictions are off, that then there's a huge surge of supply surge in of naira of dollars, that will address the demand side
You you,
of it,
you
because there
know
will, there will be adequate flow of dollars. So the 1,000, no, that's not the true value, but it's because one, the BDC cannot participate in the I&E market, and we cannot, due to the debt that we have, the forward contracts, the restrictions that we have. Those are the bottleneck that is addressing the demand, the supply side, and restricting the free flow of dollars to come into the country.
Emeka, the international big financial spaces, and this is going back about round about the time that Tinubu said he was removing the arbitrage, or they said we shouldn't even say arbitrage, that he was going to free float it. They said the naira will ultimately settle for around the 700 uh, to early mid 700 to the dollar. So that's where the value is. But wrap it up in a couple more sentences, then I'll spin it round. But I'm coming back to you on Naira Marley, Dave Umahi, Simon Ipa has been making noise against. Still a lot to talk about, but round it up. Let me spin it round so everybody gets a say. Then we
So
open it up. Yeah.
thank you, Woman. So on the FX side of things, right? Yeah, yes, it should settle if these restrictions are out, because the more the supply, the less. the demand, and because then we now have more money and less demand, and that it will finally settle within the 700 mark. But at the moment, the naira is still overvalued, and it needs to go devalue the more to like 800 or 830 naira. And then we are already in the inbound month, so we're about to hit the festive periods, right? So if these restrictions and these bottlenecks are not addressed, I see the black market rate to be going for 1,500 by Christmas. So, and that
Yeah,
will cause
yeah,
us an
but
upward.
it will pull back by
Oh, most
February, March.
definitely. With
Yeah.
with the works, the CBN Governor just got sworn in today. Fantastic guy. A lot of things. I love the way the senator for Edo North, Oshomole, addressed the concern. I love what Oshomole said to him. You can't just be a work on the park, right? Just like that. But the CBN Governor currently knows that he has an enormous work to do. He has to address a lot of concern. Also, the finance minister also understands the enormous challenges, and I believe they are aware. These guys are not jokers on the streets. These guys are well-seasoned professionals, and they've been in this business for quite a long while. They understand the situation and the challenges ahead of them, and they are willing to pull up their sleeves and wear their boots and get into the field as quick as possible to address this concern. Or else, if the president fails on this, nothing else will ever stick. If the president fails with his economic policies, we are done. So, I know it's a carryover from the Buhari administration, but again, the president requested for the job, and he's gotten the job. He has to get the solutions that we need. So I'll wrap up with this. We have to hope for Nigeria and pray for Nigeria. I call on my brothers from the other divide. We are still brothers. We are still sisters. We are one family. We cannot wish the president bad. To do that is to kill our country. By then, we would not have something to call home. Despite the fact many of us might be in the diaspora, we still have family ties back home. We still have family members back home. We need to pray for the success of this president. Nobody is going to take him away. Let's be serious. Let's be adults in the room now. We let him succeed so that we can call Nigeria home, and we can all be proud
right.
of our country. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, Emeka. I'll loop round back to you, but for people on the screen, it's going to be about 5-7 minutes monologue. So try and be as succinct as you can, and then after that, it's just so that a lot of people complain that they wait, and they don't get to speak. So I want to make sure that everybody has some sort of a say, and then we'll open up the space to the usual back and forth. So up next, the man of the day, the man of the hour, the James Bond, not James Bond, though, the James Bond, the man with the golden gun, Adanle Koko. So Adanle Koko, you're up next. So now this Tinubu narrative, it's just going from the sublime to the ridiculous, and we've heard of scraping the bottom of the barrel. But these guys now, they're almost digging through the planet into another space. It's like a twilight zone. Or what are you making of it? His name is Amoda Shogodele Yekini. He was a female who now transmuted into Tinubu and this, that, and the other. So what are you making of Chicago State University, Tinubu trying to block his personal details, and Atiku breathing fire? Adanle Koko.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Amoda Adedele, and all this thing they are talking about. Only them know. We don't know. And whoever that have that fact, concrete fact, to tell us that it was Amoda Adedele and not Tinubu, should point it out. But the guy that was saying it, according to the report you read, was he trying to mock them, or what was he trying? Because in that article, he said that when he searched for Amoda Adedele on looking for, whether that name exists on American system, or whether that name have committed an criminal offense before, he didn't see nothing. But when he used the name Bola Tinubu, everything came out clean, that he never had any criminal record or something like that. So I don't know if he was trying to mock people that have been saying that
No. It's a Twitter battle. There's a notorious guy on Twitter called Jackson O'Day. It may well be the one that Fashola had picked up. I have to double check that. But he put out this. He says Tinubu spent 5 years in U.S. jail for narcotics credit card fraud. Additional information has revealed that Bola Tinubu spent a combined 5 years in a U.S. jail as Yekini Amoda Shogodele for the 2 times he went in for narcotics crime and credit card fraud. So he put that out so that now this guy he now felt the need to counter back. SM, it says you keep deceiving your followers. I don't blame you. They are ignorant, so it's easy. I searched the entire US database and could not find the name Yekini Amoda Shongodele or even Amoda Shongodele. But guess what? I searched the name Bola Tinubu and it came out clearly. So that's the back and forth there. So he was responding then to the usual obedient misinformation. Yeah.
Okay. So who should we go with? We have to go with the guy that searched for the name Amoda Shogodele and they couldn't find it. Other than the other one that was lying to his followers and gullible people. Well, one man is becoming too. I don't even know how to describe it. But let's just leave them alone. Let them continue to chase their own shadow. The university release a statement, not once, not twice, that this guy, finished his, first degree their university, and he was the president of the student in that department, and I don't know what else they want. An article that is asking for his record, going to court to do this. I think he knew he could not get anything.
Was Tinubu right to block because is essentially a redactation, isn't it? You know, when they release some documents and then they blank out some of it in black, they black out some of it. So he's asking for somewhat of a redactation, isn't he? So he doesn't want his personal details to be part of whatever is released. So if they want his transcripts of his performance at the university, they can get that, but not details personal and germane to him. And he's calling it official. So what are you making of Tinubu trying to block this article request?
Well, he have the right to do that for the sake of his privacy. Every one of us will do the same thing too, because our privacy is so dear to us, and we wouldn't like it to be released to the public. Though some people will say, "Oh, he's a public figure. He's this, he's that, and this." Yeah, he's a public figure, but does he have that right under the law? To fight for his privacy. Yes, he have the right, except if the law court say no, and rule otherwise. So, but as a citizen, whether private or in a public position, he have the right to to protect his personal information. So we have to wait for the court to decide it. I think you said the court. What did the court? What was the court? Did the court rule or what?
There was a magistrate. There was a magistrate court that ordered that the University of Chicago release Tinubu's academic information and other documents. But Tinubu's lawyers, they said within 2 days, but Tinubu's lawyers are very quickly moved to apply for a stay of execution until they present a more expansive reasons for that not to be the case. So a judgment in favor of Atiku, but held in abeyance by a counter plea by the Tinubu team.
Well, yeah, Tinubu team have done the right thing that they should do for their client. Let's see what the upper court are going to do. But Atiku is doing all of this with intention to embarrass him. That is what he's trying to do. If anything should come out of him, of what he's asking for from the court, he is not going to be. It's not admissible at the Supreme Court. The ongoing, what do you call it? This petition, election petition. It's not gonna. It's not. It's not admissible. It's not gonna help him in anything to support his prayer. But what he's trying to achieve is just to let's see as much as possible. I can, put some question mark over this guy, that he's not a clean person. He's not straightforward with Nigeria. He's not the right person that we should have in the position of president. That is what he's trying to achieve. He just want to embarrass him. And it's a matter of time. Yes, they are embarrassing him. Some people are happy that have been embarrassed. But, it will fiddle away. It's just a matter. If the Supreme Court affirm that Tinubu, wins the election, that will close the matter completely. It will come to an end. It will come to an end. So if the Supreme Court affirm its victory, it will come to an end. Nobody will hear all this jamboree again. It's a jamboree time. So, but that's the way I see it. I don't think that anything will come out of it. But he's fighting for his privacy, and he have the right as a citizen, whether in a public place or private place, to protect his personal data. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, Ajale Popo, whole situation. I'll loop round very quickly back to you. Still plenty matters to go to. Dave Umahi has been speaking on this as well, and I'd like your thoughts on it. But like I said, I want to sweep through the room so that everybody gets to speak. So I'll go Baba, I'll go to Niger, Ovie, then Kenneth. So Baba Yaro first, opening remarks.
Yeah, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. Good evening to you all, folks, on the panel. On the side of the comment section, I salute you all, starting from the Ace, Alexander, to Oga, Ola, Chioma, Ike Ogiame, and a host of others. I've not seen Easy today, and I hope you show up later. Please like, share, and subscribe to this show. By all means, click the button to register your presence for like, and then share and subscribe much later during the space of this show. Yes, thank you, one man. I'm ready.
Yes, we were just talking about Tinubu, but really, as we are talking about Tinubu, a lot of people will want to correct you to say that we should actually be talking about Amoda, Shongodele, something or the other. So I'm trying to ignore this particular space for as long as I could, but it keeps recurring in the space. Somebody has actually gone to make the effort to dig. The name doesn't exist anywhere in the United States, of course, but like I said, I've not yet known the obedience space to let the truth or fact get in the way of a good story. So what are you then making then of this reincarnation of Jubril at Subrani as Yekini Amoda? Sean Godele. What are you making of that storyline?
You see, these people we are dealing with, I think they are, Shoyinka called them fascists. I think they are much more than that right now. I will refer to them as anarchists. And this is what we are going to contend with for the next 4 years. Because after this certificate...
Do you think they can maintain that energy for 4 years? Or as soon as the Supreme Court tells them to... Because it will still boil down to a core essence, but I cannot see how they can maintain that for a solid 4 years. Just screaming and squealing for 4 years.
Woman panelists, after the Supreme Court judgment, they will rear back as if they were not expecting it. Give them 3 days thereafter, they will come back with something. They have a fertile mind to manufacture mischief. So that is the dramas we are going to enter for the next 4 years. They will continue manufacturing something just so to console themselves. And I don't know why they are doing that. I mean, the essence of this is Chicago State University thing. It amazes me. Let me put it succinctly. Now, Atiku paying school fees. When he go there, ask, he wants his record. What kind of insult is that? Did he go to the University of Chicago?
Yes. No, but it's a reasonable request, we have to say.
It is not. It is not, one man. You can ask for my confirmation of whether I attended that school. In your intro, you said it about a school of organizing in the East or something like that. As far as the issue here is, did this guy attend? This university said yes, and he graduated. That is all you need.
Yes, it should have ended there.
It should have ended there because, wait, we all, mercifully enough, thankfully enough, we all went to school. And there are a lot of dean professors that didn't like our faces. Do you know what they wrote in our files? Oh, he comes to class drunk, or he's smelling on pee. You don't even know.
You read my records.
Say what?
I said, have you read my records? He comes to class drunk. But carry on.
No, this is what happened. So you want me to allow you that kind of thing, which was done in bias then? Maybe the guy just didn't like my face. Then you now take that and run with it. No, hell no, it's not going to happen. You didn't pay my school fees. Why do you want my records? It's sufficient. And if they are saying it's a transgender, I mean, that is the even most ridiculous thing. And this, when I hear people, educated people spew this kind of thing out as if they didn't attend school. I mean, tell me, the 2 years or 4 years you spend in university for your first degree, there you fill several forms. You go before a board, you go before your dean, you have problem, you have to see head of department. And that era, we only have 2 gender, male or female. And most of the form then, you have to tick 1 space. So, I mean, the yearbook in America in American institutions, they are very, 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 very important to each school. It's there in the yearbook. I don't understand these people. But one thing I want to tell you, one man, this government, I'm so glad that they will meet their match after the Supreme Court judgment. Look, these people they are dealing with and the Baptists, they are as cool and at home in the Dorchester in London, or the Ritz Cafe in Paris, or Harrisburg in New York, as they are comfortable in Jankara Market, in Sangros Market, in the Butero Market, eating amala and obeapula. So let them bring it on, whatever they want. We have a country to govern. We have an economy to repair. and they are going after frivolities, nonsense. What is wrong with them? I don't know. They're just in their own space. It reminds me of the 60s, the flower children. Well, when we're doing all this, what is it called? Hippie culture, free love. That is what it reminds me of, because they are in their own space. I mean, they tickle themselves silly. I don't know. At times I just wonder when I hear some of them speak. I just look, because in my quiet moment, particularly in the weekend, I just scroll around on YouTube. YouTube is the only space I go, and I just listen. Pick some. I listen. I start to look at their faces, look at their body language, and you don't want to know the questions I ask myself. Honestly, you don't want to know the question I ask myself about these people. I'm done.
All right, Baba. Let me take you to one more space, and then I'll loop around to you. Go to Tunaija, Ovie, then Ekene, then Thomas, etc. I am returning to Nigeria just to get it out of that ridiculous space a little bit. It was a more from the ridiculous to the ludicrous. Let's go there. I am returning to Nigeria to clear myself over Mohbad, Naira Marley. So Naira Marley now necessarily has to make that journey, and he has to make this statement. So what are you making of the association of Naira Marley's name with the death of this guy? So yeah, take it from there. What are you making of Naira Marley and his association with Mohbad?
You see, the story is so wide about what happened in this boy's young man situation, and the more you listen to it, the more you get really confused. So you need to really take a rake, kind of spread the whole thing and look at it properly, because when it comes to music, the way these modern vibe makers, I think they adopt the streets space and make it fashionable and make the odious cool. And just like what there's a price to pay for this, for this. Even in America here, I mean, this is still unraveling the story. When you think street is cool, street is not cool. Street is dangerous. And substance use, I mean, is the worst thing that can happen to any young man. Because once you try it, reversing yourself is very, very difficult. It's a sad thing that he lost his life in he's not even started life. At 27, he's not started. It's just in shadow of success. And this record label, I mean, the thing is, why? I mean, we saw Sony Music, we saw Polygram, EMI, and all the rest in the 60s, 70s, up to the 80s. Our artists, it's been there. Our artists were cheated, Decca, everything. It has always been there. They cheat the artists. The artists don't enjoy their works. Even the big artists like Sonny Ade, they all suffered it. I think it's only Ebenezer Obey that, I mean, is lucky, because when MKO bought Decca up, he took care of him properly. When they are upcoming, they sign anything. Some of them don't even sign contracts. They just flow. All they want is just to blow. And when you blow, your eye becomes open. And a lot of people will be poaching you. That is where the problem comes. People will be dangling money, millions in your nose, that you leave that space and come to me. I will take care of you. It's a lie. It's the same story. Whatever happened is that first money you took. That will be the end. Even in America, what they do, they sign you up. They give you a Rolex, a big car, a house. They kind of do a lot of PR, and then it happens, success happens, and then you want your royalty. Then they will start telling you all the expensive they've made. That house you think is yours, that car you think is yours, that Rolex watch you think is yours. They will start making deductions and everything. Maybe you end up.
Adjourning Coco, or is this Baba? Can I interject? Just like I
Please
don't
go
want to
ahead,
stop.
Baomi.
Okay, now I have an idea of the music business. Is not an easy business, especially if you're an investor, right? The one thing we need to know about, and it's applicable everywhere, is human nature. People to manage people is very, very difficult. That's why most of the contracts are very strenuous and strict. You need to be, how will I put it? A man without conscience to be in the music business. Or else people would take you for a ride. Like this artist, many of them just, many of them chase fame rather than the business side of things. And again, they do make a lot of huge investment outlays. And to recover that money, you are not in the business to be a philanthropist, right? Let's be honest. Like you are bringing someone out and you're putting in your funds into this person because you want to reap things out. You need to make a profit. And even those you go to the Don Jazzies, is done everywhere. I'm grateful you mentioned some very long-standing music label like the Sony. Decca is no more anymore. EMI and the rest. The contract is very strenuous and down to the T. So the reason why is that if you don't do that, you'll get your hands burnt. It's a business that is not for the chicken-minded individuals. It's not. It's like a pimp and prostitute. That's the relationship I can give to it. So a pimp will always be very, very strict with the ladies, right? So that he can get his money. If you don't do that, you return back to the village. So many times I don't blame the record labels, and at the same time, because the contracts are so really tight, yeah, I would not also want to blame the artists too.
All right. Bring it home in a couple more sentences, Baba, and then I'll go on to. I'll acknowledge Baba's super chat, and then go on to Niger.
Yeah, maybe at times it takes such tragedy to bring sanity into an industry, and it has to be this young man Mubad. I think an artist deserves all he can get from his intellectual property. And with that industry has to be, you have to handle your artist with a human face, milk of kindness. That is what you have to do, because you sign him to 4 or 5 years contract and maybe to give you 5 albums, one in a year or twice a year. I mean, that's sufficient enough, rather than maybe enslave such artists. Maybe with this boy's death, maybe he's a sacrificial person for the industry. Maybe things will change. There'll be legislation in place. The House of Rep today, I mean, for 1 minute, they observe 1 minute silence, and they are watching what is happening in Lagos State about his case. Maybe some kind of legislation will come up to rule that industry. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put. I think it's the depth of it's the richness of the depth of your voice and the expansiveness of your knowledge. This is what the audience. I get a lot of DMs about a lot of the contributors, and I get a lot about almost as much as I get about Ajanle Koko, but not quite. And people just delight in the sound of your voice. Another voice that people delight in for another voice that people delight in for different reasons. To Niger, he's up next. But as the debate for about 80s music carries on, Babatis chimes in. Top 5 Nigeria albums of the 70s. Lija Do Sisters, and this is a conversation that we'll bring up in the other half, so I'll be saving all these super chats. Top 5 Nigerian albums of the 70s. Lija Do Sisters, Horizon Unlimited, 1978. Orlando Julius Disco, High Life, Sonny Okosun, Fire in Soweto, Fela Kuti Zombie, and Haruna Ishola. Oriki Social Club. You forgot Osita Osadabe.
Oroki
I've not yet.
Social Club.
Yes.
You are saying Oroki Social Club.
Oroki Social Club.
In
Yes, but you
Oshogbo.
forgot. You forgot on Sunday Wendy. Yes. I don't think you can. I don't think you can document highlight music without on Sunday Wendy. And where is Oliver the Cook? Oliver, I used to love Oliver.
Club.
Yes, People's Club.
That list is not correct. You cannot make that list with that Jita boys or Peter Wifo. That's so flat on the 60s.
Exactly. No, Mami Water. If you see
Mami Water. How can you do that?
The list is inexhaustible. It's wide. It's wide.
We are going to open up that space momentarily. But well done, Babati. So
where did Babati put Rofo fight?
Yes, you see, this is the thing. That debate certainly to start soon. But a different debate from Tunaija, who joins us. So Tunaija, I suspect that it is the fighter jets bought by Tinubu that excites you, or is it? Tunaija, a real delight.
Yeah, greetings, one man. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, clearly. So where do you want us to start? Want me to start? I mean?
Well, you being you, we can only really start from here. Federal government boosts army capacity with Cayuse attack helicopters. So just a clutch of 12 helicopters, fighter helicopters bought by the Nigerian state to pad out already that fleet of Tucano jets, and more of this to come. So Nigeria tooling up in the direction that you've always wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm happy to see every improvement in our security, and obviously personnel is my biggest concern. And no matter how much they buy all this stuff, America has far more advanced one yet. They have more than 10 times the number of soldiers we do. So that is a problem on our side. And because we are of less advanced technology, we should be even hiring more people to make up for the technology that they have, and that's what other nations do. But that said, I welcome any improvement in our capacity to enforce security in our own land, isn't it? So I welcome that.
Sorry, just on that personnel thing, you still have the floor, but that personnel thing that you said, it put me in mind of Obama's debate with Nick Romney just as far back as those days. So let me play you this quickly, and then you react to it as you continue with having the floor. But listen to this. It's not about personnel, it's about kids, as Obama explained.
Say you want a bigger military, you want a bigger Navy. You don't want to cut defense spending. What I want to ask you, we're talking about financial problems in this country. Where are you going to get the money?
Well, let's come back and talk about the military, but all the way through. First of all, I'm going through from the very beginning. We're going to cut about 5% of the discretionary budget, excluding military. That's number one.
But can you do this without driving us deeper?
The good news is I'll be happy to have you take a look. Come on our website. You'll look at how we get to a balanced budget within 8 to 10 years. We do it by reducing spending in a whole series of programs. By the way, number one I get rid of is Obamacare. There are a number of things that sound good, but frankly, we just can't afford them. And that one doesn't sound good, and it's not affordable. So I get rid of that one from day one. To the extent humanly possible, we get that out. We take program after program that we don't absolutely have to have, and we get rid of them. Number two, we take some programs that we are going to keep, like Medicaid, which is a program for the poor. We take that healthcare program for the poor, and we give it to the states to run, because states run these programs more efficiently.
Sorry, it's about a couple of minutes, but there's a particular point I wanted to land on. When it lands on that point, I'll pause it.
As a governor, I thought, please give me this program.
Can he do that?
I can run this more efficiently than the federal government, and states, by the way, are proving it. States like Arizona, Rhode Island have taken these Medicaid dollars, have shown they can run these programs more cost effectively. So I want to do those two things. It gets us to a balanced budget with 8 to 10 years. But the military, let's get back to the military though.
Well, Governor Romney's called for $5 trillion of tax cuts that he says he's going to pay for by closing deductions. Now, the math doesn't work, but he continues to claim that he's going to do it. He then wants to spend another $2 trillion on military spending that our military is not asking for. Now, keep in mind that our military spending has gone up every single year that I've been in office. We spend more on our military than the next 10 countries combined. China, Russia, France, the United Kingdom, you name it. Next 10. And what I did was work with our Joint Chiefs of Staff to think about what are we going to need in the future to make sure that we are safe. And that's the budget that we've put forward. But what you can't do is spend $2 trillion in additional military spending that the military is not asking for, $5 trillion on tax cuts. You say that you're going to pay for it by closing loopholes and deductions without naming what those loopholes and deductions are. And then somehow you're also going to deal with the deficit that we've already got. The math simply doesn't work. But when it comes to our military, what we have to think about is not, just budgets. We've got to think about capabilities. We need to be thinking about cybersecurity. We need to be thinking about space. That's exactly what our budget does, but it's driven by strategy. It's not driven by politics. It's not driven by members of Congress and what they would like to see. It's driven by what are we going to need to keep the American people safe. That's exactly what our budget does. And it also then allows us to reduce our deficit, which is a significant national security concern, because we've got to make sure that our economy is strong at home so that we can project military power overseas.
Bob, I'm pleased that I've balanced budgets. I was in the world of business for 25 years. If you didn't balance your budget, you went out of business. I went to the Olympics that was out of balance, and we got it on balance and made a success there. I had the chance to be governor of state. 4 years in a row, Democrats and Republicans came together to balance the budget. We cut taxes 19 times, balanced our budget. The president hasn't balanced the budget yet. I expect to have said they needed 313 ships to carry out. Acceptable to me. I want to make sure that we have the ship 47. We've changed conflicts at once. Now, responsibility of the president, which is the combination of the budget cuts that the president and less secure.
Bob, I just need to comment on this. First of all, the sequester is not something that I proposed. It's something that Congress has proposed. It will not happen. The budget that we're talking about is not reducing our military spending. It's maintaining it. But I think Governor Romney maybe hasn't spent enough time looking at how our military works. You mentioned the Navy, for example, and that we have fewer ships than we did in 1916. Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets because the nature of our military has changed. We have these things called air.
All right, so that's where I wanted him to land. That we also had fewer horses and bayonets. So that's the point I wanted to push at you tonight. It's not boots on the ground; it's sophisticated weaponry.
That is not what he is saying. That is in the context. You always have to take context into account of a military that is exceedingly large already. They are the largest, as this in Obama noted too, and they are already 10 times, like I said, their manpower 10 times more than that of ours. That's what he's talking about. We are not even close. Defense spending, we are not even near. Sri Lanka spends more than us. Brazil, similar sized country, spends way more than us on defense. So if you don't have a security posture that defends your country, you wonder why we are unstable. Everybody can tell us what to do. You know, our leaders are just like house boys for all these elites. And this is what sometimes I wonder why our people just keep talking about our leaders being very powerful. What kind of power is that? If I was from any of these European countries, I would just look at the African leaders. Even the most powerful sub-Saharan African leader is like a child to them. What is power? They don't have power. Because they've never decided to stand their people up and say, you know what, you need to stand up for yourselves. What Obama was talking about there was in the context of a military that is already exceedingly larger than all other militaries in the world. And the guy was still arguing to increase it. How crazy is that? And yet when I say we should increase ours, that is exceedingly low, below most countries, even Singapore that is made up about 5 million in population, our defense spending is lower than theirs. And some people say I'm crying I'm shouting that we should just defend our about the military.
All right, let me not hold you to that space, because I know if I hold you to that space, you could give us a 10-hour TED talk. So not a 10-hour TED talk. Let me take you to Tinubu and his contractor with Atiku Abubakar, wanting to redact somewhat elements of its records in Chicago State University, or ideally not have it released at all. So can you see justification for Tinubu trying to block access to his academic records?
I see little justification. You can maybe want to justify ness of keen information, or maybe something private to other people, but I don't think the medical record is there. It's just your school records, and probably most of the records that are in there are already available to the public. So I don't understand. As a matter of fact, I don't even understand why he's blocking it out. I don't see, like me now, I don't see any reason I will block anything my, let's say, the university I attended here wants to release. Why? What is there to block? Most of the information is already public knowledge. So you should be asking, why does he want to block it? What is so private that is in schools? You all attended universities. What is in your school record that you want to block? What? You tell me. I don't know.
I don't think he especially wants to block his academic record for Chicago State University, but I think he wants to block his personal details that are also on file.
But the details are already public knowledge. As a president, you have almost all your details there. That is it. That is what the critical question people should be asking. Most of those details are already public knowledge, including his dual nationality and all of them. So what is in his school record that he doesn't want to be made public? And we don't seem to understand the public service some of what these people are doing, even if most of them are just, chasing the wrong the wrong stuff. But in reality, some might land on something. It may not stop him from being president now, but it may stop him from being the next president in 7 years' time, in 4 years' time, I mean. That's what people don't understand. And this is why when people just say, oh, he's going to be there for 8 years and then his crown and let's all bow before him. You don't understand politics then. If you have seen political cycles, you can understand that you will see that sometimes when a political party seems invisible, that's when they fall. That's what people don't understand. And why
we have an immediate example. We had the PDP, which once upon a time was the biggest, largest political party in Africa, and they said they will rule Nigeria for 100 years. But
yeah, exactly. People are even wondering whether they're going to survive. That is the thing. If you see political, do you know the Conservative Party that is in the UK right now? The election that they first came into office in 2008, people thought if they didn't make it to power, then they are done for forever. And they just held on to power for almost 16 years now. This is the nature of politics. Don't underestimate your opponents. And this is what maybe Atiku is trying to prove here. Because about 2 weeks ago, or just last week, PDP members came on screen and they were on TV complaining that it looks like APC want to turn the country to a one-party state and they are fighting against it. Maybe this is one of the things they are doing. Because maybe the Supreme Court may go ahead and say, okay, Tinubu is the president, but if he's found to have done something that is illegal, he wouldn't be able to run the next time in 2027. He wouldn't be able to run. So that's the problem. That's what people don't understand, why Atiku is going for this. And why is he blocking it? I don't know. Because we all attended universities. I don't see what's in the university record that you don't want people to know when you've already filled so many forms running for public office. In Nigeria, they actually take more details from you than any university will take from you. In Nigeria, they literally take your fingerprint just to even get a mobile phone. So what else? I don't know what is hiding there. So that is a critical question people should be asking. What is the issue? They should just release it. Release it. Let's see what. And I don't think anything that is in there will remove him from office necessarily. What they are worried about is the next time. That's what they are. Maybe he will be paralyzed with some of the stuff that might come out from there, may embarrass him significantly as a political leader for the next 4 years. Maybe that's what he's trying to prevent. It's not about, I don't think it's about this time in office, except they are worried that because they said in exceptional circumstances, the Supreme Court could accept this in evidence in exceptional cases. Maybe that's what they are worried about. But other than that, I don't see what the big deal is. Release the information and let everybody move on to their own merry way. The obedience. See, one thing I keep saying about telling people, what do you want obedience to do? You want them to end up on the street? Let them, if they want to shout on the online, let them shout. That is, just as people say this election is one of the best one, you can also argue that this is the best opposition ever, because they are behaving themselves by insulting people online rather than insulting people on the street and shouting at people, fighting people on the street and causing mayhem on the streets of Nigeria. They are behaving the best too. So let's leave them.
You know, I have to agree with that, because apart from the over exuberance and the embellishment and the screeching and squealing like banshees on heat, what the obedience are doing is actually what that's the only opposition space, and the government of the day, their feet has to be held to the coal. No, you cannot. And the job of the opposition is to water down and diminish what the government in situation is doing. So they have to rubbish. So they're not doing it. It's just their wildness and their.
Why can't they imitate Shuaibu? Shuaibu that came up with 10-point questionnaire. Why can't they emulate him and come up with something like that, rather than just stay back and start abusing people like some people in the comment section?
Sorry, who is Shuaibu? Who is Shuaibu?
The PDP spokesperson.
The PDP guy that came with the 10 big lies from Tinubu yesterday.
It's true. Like what you guys said. It's high time they have to lecture the obedient. Mostly those that are hiding in the guise of obedience that is causing havoc. It's not doing anybody good. It's not doing the actual people who want to critique the government good. You know? But there's no party without opposition. That will destroy PDP. At one time, PDP was controlled about 30 states, or 34 states in Nigeria. And only 30 states in Nigeria, they have almost 100 senators, almost 300 House of Rep. Then in the House of the House of Assembly, they have 24 over 24. Depend on the House member you have. And that will destroy them from inside out. You cannot have a single party in a democracy. That will destroy PDP. And that's what we are seeing again, the pattern. And when people try to start saying this will destroy APC, people will start screaming. And people start saying, no. But obedience is doing us more harm. We that want to criticize the government right now. And they should talk to them.
We don't know that. I think results will matter in the end. I think Tinubu's government itself, at this stage, they perform terribly in terms of the welfare of the Nigerian state, even in security, in the economy, name it. And I'm really be surprised that someone that is supposed to be into economics somewhat was actually arguing that the Nigerian currency should depreciate by 20% further. It's like, what kind of stuff? If you understand about economics,
that was Bismarck real one.
Yeah, if you understand about economics, you know you have some control over how much your currency depreciates.
No, to Nigeria, I think he misspoke there, because I think he himself said about between 750 and 800 that it will find its level at that. I think he just he mixed words there. That's the mistake he made.
No, he's saying that they are arguing that the currency is still overvalued by 20%. That in other words, it should depreciate by 20%. This is further, as if what it is now is not bad enough.
No, but
these are the kind of people that
argue. When you go to the black market, you're having it at 1,976.
1,900. See, okay. Then what happened from just
976? Then in the I&E market, you're having it at 764, right? So if the restriction is being taken off, and then with the influx of dollars coming into the country with huge volume, so those who were unable to participate cannot participate in the
participate in what? Ritual money lending? What are you talking about? See, hold on. This is kind of voodoo maths that come into our economy to destroy our countries. Hold on. Let me speak, please. I think this you see, I'm not even an economics. This is common sense. Look at what he just said. He's saying that we should just let foreign currencies determine the value or how our economy is run and how stable our economy is. This is what he just said. Because how can you say, okay, let's just leave it so that everything floats? Which means somebody can create high demand in Nigeria and destroy the Nigerian economy.
That's what's happening now. People are throttling.
And this is why it's good for the government to control it. Hold on now. This is why it's good for the government to control it. But before, many of us come here to say, oh, no. Let the government not control it. The Chinese government...
It's an intervention. Even America intervened in their currency. So it's
They
not
all
wrong
do, but they will tell our Nigerian government not to, and some of our fellow Nigerians will be arguing for that.
There is no
you don't leave it to run away from you.
No,
that's dangerous.
Yeah,
That's what is
way.
already happening now, because he just came in, let it go. You saw how the international people are very, very happy about it, but Nigerians are groaning. If you leave it to go as it, when he said, he acknowledged himself, it's going to go to 1,500. Where are we going to be then?
Yeah, hold on, to Nigeria. If the value of the Nigerian naira to the because the standard of people they it weighs against the dollar. If the value of the Nigerian naira is X amount to the dollar, should they not establish its true value? Should the naira not establish its true value? Is that not what should happen?
You only have the luxury of looking for true value. And even then, most nations don't do it. The only time you have that luxury, if you have an exporting economy. If you start looking for true value right now, what you're going to get is foreign speculation can destroy your economy if they choose to do. It's like opening the floodgates. Let all of them come in and destroy my economy, please. Because your people are not going to be able to purchase anything. Sooner or later, things will be so expensive, and we are importing so much. Will be so expensive, people cannot afford it, and your people will go crazy. They will attack the government, and there will be upheaval. You are inviting anarchy. Even China controls its economy. Even China controls its exchange rate. America controls their exchange rate. Why should Nigeria not control their own?
To Nigeria, exportation is a long-term plan, right? It's not so you have long-term, mid-term, and short-term. The short-term now is to avoid what is going on. We are in a mess economically. We're in a huge mess.
To Nigeria, I think they want to impress the West. Is that what they're trying to do?
That is the thing, that they are giving their fellow foreigners a lot of money to speculate on our economy and give them control over the domestic
they are not
environment.
Impressing the West. As a matter of fact,
you know it.
We need them, and we are owing them.
Oh my God, we need them.
We need them now. We're in a mess. What they are doing, like we discussed yesterday.
Tell me what we need them. We need them for.
We need them now. We're in a huge mess. The government has been doing a wonderful job in managing our expectation. That was, if you listen to what Rwani said, he didn't want. Yes, they are managing our expectation. Rwani was talking about transparency. The government cannot be as transparent as Rwani would say. If they say that, there would be chaos. We're in a bad state.
I think what you are doing now.
Hold on. It's meant to be a monologue. So to Niger, take that space back, bring it home, and then maybe one more topic, and then we go to OBA.
I think this is a very, very important topic, whereby I think this is when conditioning somehow trumps education, whereby our people forget what their education is meant to enable them to do, which is think out of the box. Don't think with the narrative that they paint for you. Because clearly, this is why they went after China when they accused China of currency manipulation. China said, you know what, you people have been doing it forever. How can you tell me of economy? I have to protect my economy. China was deliberately weakening its currency because China does a lot of export. So because they are going to gain from it. But how can you go and depreciate a country's currency when you are not exporting? You are damaging your country. China willingly did it because they are doing a lot of export, but Nigerian government is doing the opposite to damage our own economy. Who does that? And that is the block that the former government was putting in place, which is crazy to say. They are making Tinubu Buhari to look like a genius now. How crazy is that? That he put in that block.
You impoverish your people to look good.
But it's not impoverishing them. Exactly. You can't impoverish and destabilize. Not if it was only impoverishing, I will even be less exercised by this. It's also destabilizing the country. This is dangerous game they are playing. If this carries on, like Emeka was talking about, that to get to around 1,500, there is going to be problems in the country. If you think Ghana they are protesting right now,
what do you suggest?
Will be more serious.
You think we should keep the two windows that Emefiele introduced?
Guess
400
what?
and something to 700
Guess what?
and something.
They've already done it. This is the stupid thing. Why did they move it in the first place? Because they're already doing it now again. They already begin to plug it because they know this thing is gonna go out of control.
Just like fuel subsidy, they went and did fuel subsidy without having any plan in place. Now they're already giving subsidy again.
No,
What kind of you don't know
that's
that?
not true.
I don't.
That's not what's
There is
happening.
subsidy already
You
happening now.
You just talk about intervention.
But what you are
So they
saying
can't
now is
allow
not
the
true.
fuel price to run away. I mean, that will cause chaos in the country. So they have to intervene. Don't forget we have
That's my point. They don't do
three
it
months.
without a plan.
Yes.
Don't do it without a plan.
Sorry, Baba.
That's my point.
They intervened 166 trillion. That was what they're talking about.
Where did you get that trillion? Where did you get that?
It's on paper, it's on everywhere, it's on media. What they
You believe everything you read in the media?
Hold on, that's
come
fake.
on.
Hold on, that's fake news. Because those figures quoted in the papers that they interviewed with the 160 something billion in July.
That can be true.
That's even more than Buhari paid, I think, in his whole 4 years in our.
Exactly.
I don't know how. I don't know how much.
We don't know how much. Yes, it was quite.
Based on the exchange rate, they have to. They don't have a
I need
choice.
to correct this impression, right? You know, we're in a public space so that we don't begin to disseminate information that is not true. Now, during the Emefiele period, we had 3 rates. We had the CVN official rate, we had the parallel rate, and we had the black market rate. Now, what happened when Emefiele was arrested was they abolished CBN rates, and now everybody has to go to the IRA window. That is now technically the official rate. That is actually the only rate that the Nigerian government alone understands and recognizes. Now, the black market rate, which is under the street, right? You cannot access the I&E market because you need high volume. So just like myself, Tunanja, or yourself, you want dollars, you have to go and meet your local Malam or your BDC. So what they are looking at now is to expand the I&E window to see how to incorporate the BDC. The I&E window is the official window to trade FX, any kind of FX. Please, we need to correct
Why
that
are you
impression.
just describing stuff as if that is you are
It's
describing
not
process when you should be describing the
where
strategy? The strategy is wrong. That is
this
what you should
all right.
The strategy is very wrong because it's damaging the economy.
Hold on. This space is an intelligent space. This space is an intelligent space. I know
Then why
other
are you
spaces
going to
they allow
minutia? You just want to go into minutia
statements.
when you no.
Hold on, I know other spaces allow
that
ignorant
minutia has
statements to
no
go on.
bearing on the strategy.
I needed to interject that because this space is an intelligent
We can have
space
a
for intelligent
more
minds.
involved debate if they give us the chance, because what you are saying is completely inaccurate.
All right, Emeka, hold on. To Nigeria, it's just really, I want to get to people very quickly. We'll still, when we get through everybody, then we can just have a free for all. To Nigeria, land it, and then we go to Ovie.
Thank you very much, this woman. I appreciate your time and you have given me. You've gone over the time. Yeah, as I said, Tinubu should, be free and let them all see what he has got in the Chicago University, and also that the strategy on the economy is all wrong, and we can't be doing things to please people. We should be protecting our economy and putting arrangements in place before we start opening any kind of floodgate at all. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. As ever controversial, you are guaranteed controversy when Tunaja turns up. So up next, Omagade Ovie, Nakwana Lafiako.
Wassalamu alaikum, Ejama. Mama, how will you hit it?
Mama, real quick, can you tell Tunaja to show us his own school record on this platform?
Yes, the public demand to know.
I need to see your birth certificate, your great grandparents' birth certificate before I show my.
No, I'm not one telling somebody else he must show his own. Now come and show us your own. So let's see.
If I'm running for president, I'm
no. Don't give me that if I'm running bullshit. Come and show us your own in this platform. Just show us your own.
I'm not running for public office. If I'm running for public office, I will be happy to show it.
What's the difference? You have to run for office before you can say it's okay to show your own.
Yes, nah.
What else running? What else have you got to do? Come on, get out of here, man.
All right. Let Ovie take the floor.
While this fight when it comes to
let Ovie take the floor. Ovie, take the floor. Give us a 5 to 7 monologue. You can either speak to the talking points or you can free flow as you will. Ovie, let's hear from you.
Thank you. What a time. Let me use this opportunity to acknowledge the the founding student of this great institution, one man went to more. One man, your consistency is off to chain, is unmatchable. I will have to give you that. I said that because we were here before, this same place, this same topic, this same noise and everything that is going on. 4 years ago, if I don't want to go back to 9 years ago, 4 years ago, one man, if you remember clearly, now one man, Ajalen Koko, Bia, Celibi, Ayo for Chicago, for Canada, Omo Odua again from Canada, Mr. Alexandra, Mike, if you know your name and you're there, you be, we don't graduate before you join this institution. If you remember clearly, this name that I mentioned, the likes of Ajale Koko, if you remember when I first come to this platform, it was at the hit of Nnamdi Kanu, Radio Biafra, every day Mama was there. And I remember when I come here, they asked me, I said something. I said, all na politics. That is where that name, that phrase was bettered. All na politics. If you guys remember clearly. And again, leading towards the election, I was particularly not happy. And I make it clear about the Yoruba space, how I'm kind of disappointed towards them saying, upon all the brains and everything that they're proud of, how come the games as if they are losing it? Why Tinubu and all that? And I think no matter how hard one man and everybody try to to convince me of that belief, they don't succeed. But I have to give it to Tinubu. I think for what happened, what transpired today, I would say congratulations to him and to the Yoruba space. I have to give it to them. Now only him, people I'm off. No, I don't. Nobody else, not just in the Yoruba space, within the Southern space, nobody could have to pull it off. Now the guy, and he did it in a way that I don't think. Maybe now only how the script would have played out. Nobody else expected the way I then take hit down from every corner, and I respect him for that. At this point,
it was an inevitability that he would become the president because he did not start that journey in this electoral cycle. He started that journey in 1999. So I mean, it was a long slog for him to get there.
And the more I listen to that your rant on Dr. Damages, when you make a case that yes, it's not fit for purpose, but if there's any better candidate there, show me. People, the more I listen to that, I say, okay, this thing is deep. There's more to what as it sounds, as I want to make comic of it. But you said something there that, I mean, the more you listen to that, the more I listen to it, the more it makes sense. It makes sense every day, right? Yes, it's not for purpose, it's this, is that, is that. But if there's a better candidate there, show me. And the better candidate actually navigate his way to the top. So I said that to say all these things, Chicago, we don't go Chicago before now. People, that's why I went all the way back to 4 years. But if we want to count to 9 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, we don't do Chicago before. Remember NEPA bill? It was a NEPA bill. All of a sudden they faded out to Jibril now from Sudan. That took the first 4 years of Buhari before men realized.
Okay, you are dipping. Okay, can anyone still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but not
I can hear you, woman, but not Ovie.
Okay, you are dipping. It's on the screen, but I think he may be using his mobile phone.
Probably his mic is fed up.
All right. Let's go on to Ekene. We'll look back to V. Let's go on to Ekene. Ekene, you're up next. 5-minute monologue from you. Ekene, what title are we giving you today? The Bashonuga of Maiduguri Central.
I don't know Maiduguri, one man. Thank you, Mama. Thank you for uh, your kind-hearted the way you accept us here. I'm very, very appreciative.
I'm not used to
And
this. I'm used to abuse. So where's all the abuse? I thought people came here to abuse me. Don't say nice things. I'm not. Yes.
no, you're just a moderator now. Whatever you say, yeah, you are not involved. You're just a moderator. I just take it. There is nothing there. You can decide to say whatever you want to say. It's all about the panelist. So you are just a moderator. You are saying things to make your platform look fun, look good, to have some argument to make, if people should understand it that way. So for me, I don't see it as anything. So, and I see your platform as a platform that can last very long because it's a consistent one. So that's why I have not even noticed another platform apart from this one. So it's a very good one, and I give you that. So, but whatever you have read, for me, this Chicago 13, I don't really want to talk about it much because it doesn't concern me. My take has always been performance because I am that person that always go against using certificate to confuse Nigerians that I have PhD, I have masters, I have degree of this and all that. But when it comes to performance, it doesn't show. There is nothing to find. That certificate is nowhere to be found. So, but the only thing I know is that Atiku might know something that we don't know because they are colleagues. So let them fight it out. At the end of the day, we'll know who wins the battle. So I'm still looking at that area. Maybe at the end of the day, we'll have something to say. For now, there is nothing to talk about. But what struck me is saying that Naira is undervalued by, is it 23% or 20%? That thing is still sounding somehow to me. And the way we talk about it here, glorifying it. So we are ready to accept more devaluation of this currency. That is more than 1,000 naira today in the market. And I don't know. Do you know how Nigerians are reacting to this every day? Do you know what Nigerians are going through? We are happy that Naira is undervalued and the government is not doing anything. For me, the way I see it is just that we said that we are patriotic, but we're not patriotic.
Nigerians are making lifestyle adaptations to their economic realities. That's what they are doing. Nigerians are making lifestyle adaptations to their economic realities. In a lot of these countries, nobody just gets in the car and drives off anywhere. They all ride bikes. These are wolves that we have been enjoying for so long. So we're now finding our natural plateau. So lifestyle adaptation to economic realities.
Even at that, Nigeria has already been going through a lot now. Well, so how many people can afford a square meal a day in Nigeria today? How many people can afford it? So there is nothing to adapt. We have already adapted, and things are getting worse. It's not a child's play, one man. So with this argument, I don't know where we are going to. You cannot be looking down on your currency and they making dollar look like good in your own country. That's not patriotic to me. You should first of all defend your currency now if you want to be patriotic. So it means that the naira we are using is useless. If it is not dollar, then we are not doing anything. And I put here out there, anybody that is making that argument is not a patriotic in Nigeria. Everything is all about dollar. What happens to our naira? Politicians deal with dollars. Common citizens deal with dollars. People save their monies in dollars. And we say it's good for our economy. We flaunt dollars as if dollar is the gold. Then let us do away with the naira.
Rent in dollar. Collect rent in dollar.
Everything in dollar. And we say we are patriotic. So we have to depreciate it more so that the dollar will look more attractive to us. It's very pathetic. So because the government is involved, that is why I'm not seeing any solution to it.
Ekene, you have to change your name to dollar. They will soon start changing you people name to dollar in Nigeria.
No, the thing is, I know you want Ajali. It's not that.
Ekene dollar.
No, it's not. You know, Ajali Gogo, as a businessman, people. I'm not an economist, but as a businessman, I know what we pass through dealing with this issue every day. You understand? Because it's not as if dollar is 1,000 naira today, it's quite okay. Keep it there. Allow it to be there. At least 3, 4 years, 5 years. Maintain that standard. So that when you buy your goods like 10 naira and sell for 15 naira, your profit will remain for you. You still go back and buy it at 10 naira, or maybe you even buy 9 naira safe. But the issue is that when you buy your goods for 10 naira, returning the next day, you are buying it for 12 naira or 13 naira. If you sell 15 naira, buying it for 16 naira or 17 naira, you have to go and sort for, maybe if there is anywhere you save money, you can collect it maybe to be able to buy enough quantity. It doesn't make sense. It's not good. Any day that the dollar depreciates, you are taking away money from Nigerians' pocket. It's a fact. And it is a continuous tense. Every day is happening. Every day is depreciating. Every day you are taking away money from the pocket of the citizen. Every day you are taking away money from the pocket of the citizen. At least I know other economy. At least they've been able to maintain their own for at least a number of years before the thing drops. But we are not able to do that. Our own is every month, every day, every week. The economy is running upside down. And the government officials that are involved. So how can we get it right when these guys are involved? So we should be expecting more depreciation. Is that what we are saying this night?
But Ekene, I don't understand. If you have the naira have an artificial value, then people will just continue to buy it at the CBN rate, sell it off at the black market, and trip it back again. So,
how do you mean?
Well, exactly what I just said. If they don't float the naira, then that means the government has to insulate. If the value of the naira is, let's say, 100 naira to the dollar, but the government are selling it for 60 naira to the dollar, so that 40 naira has to be supported in some way. So that's not something that can be wished away. So if it's 100 naira to the dollar, and the government is selling it for 60 naira to the dollar, then people of influence will just go to the central bank, buy it at 60 naira, sell it at 100, and then trip it back again. So they call that round tripping. But that is where
those top officials come in. Because people like me can't go to CBN to collect my dollar now. It's not done.
But what they are doing now is they are saying, okay, we have let's say $100 to sell, and then everybody that wants to buy that dollar, they come and bid for it. I think it's like a bidding process, and whoever whatever it lands on is that value for that day.
Correct.
You know, so the government doesn't support it in any way, so they floated it.
But the difference is the difference is too much now. Is it the official rate is about 7 something, but you are getting it at 1,010 naira at the black market.
No, that black market.
So what's the what is the difference between that and this one?
The black market,
After
they're
the
sourcing
closing.
their dollars from alternative sources, like we diaspora sending in inflow, right? We're not going
Then
to
nothing has
IRA,
changed now. Nothing has
right?
changed.
No,
Nothing has changed. That's
the
my
black
point.
market rate is not the true value of Naira, right?
Whether the black market rate is the true value of the Naira, as far as the common man cannot get it at that amount, it does not change. Because the
It is
majority of
not
the people
the
get
true,
1,000
honestly,
Naira.
it's not the true value of the Naira, right?
I
With what
know
they are
it is not the
doing now,
true.
in
I know
1
it's not the
month,
true value of the Naira. Emeka, I know that 1,010 Naira is not the true value of the Naira. But as far as the common man is getting it at 1,010 Naira, that's the true value.
don't worry. In 1
So
month, they will
what
give
is the
you
what
plus.
if what is the government doing in that area?
Please, let me interject a little bit. Everybody keep talking about floating the Naira. Naira will get its value. If they should go on their principle, they say let's float the Naira and Naira gets its
Naira
value.
is already floated.
Please let me land.
It's floated already.
Please let me land. If the Naira keep floating like this, it would get to 10,000 Naira to $1. Because now Naira don't have any value. You have nothing to tie on, not crude oil.
No,
nothing.
that will be its value, though. That will be its value.
Yes, leave it. But it will get to 10,000 Naira to $1 to $1.
Yeah, but
Now,
if that is the value, then what?
But the problem is that value is not being controlled by us. It's controlled by foreigners.
Hold on.
Two currency speculation.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on, please. If you get to 10,000 Naira, if you get to Zimbabwe dollar, which went to 1 million Zimbabwe dollar to just £1, it keeps rising. It has no value. That don't have any value. It doesn't have any float. You keep floating it, it just be depreciating. It's a free fall. We should stop this. And again,
we don't have confidence in the Naira now.
Hold on, please, Kenny. Hold on. And this quiz English analysis about the economy, why the practice is Agbero language, is not making sense for us. There's nowhere in the world that they didn't cap their currency in the Gestapo way. It might look fancy to you in the front or the optics, but deep down is a Gestapo way. Japan here, we have kind of black market, like where you can go buy a dollar on the street. It has a limit you can buy, and it has only 3% they add to it. The auction value, only 3%. Everybody knows that. Now in Nigeria,
so let me shock you.
Hold on, please let me land.
Let me shock you.
Hold on, let me land. Please let me land. So you can know my point. And there are institutions that watch all those things. Now in Nigeria, our black market seems to have power more than the government. They decide what to sell, and the government cannot do anything. They cannot pick up people. They cannot cap it. That's the corruption. Government cannot cap it. Like dollar must not sell than 720. The central bank is selling for 690. Black market 720. Ends period.
Which means the government needs to come out and fight that corruption inside. If they cannot do it, there is nothing we are doing. We're not doing anything.
China that floated their own. That's what they did. America, that's what America is doing. Japan, London. I don't know what Nigeria is called. Because Nigeria become different. We start speaking English.
If I have a tuber of yam and I say I'm selling this tuber of yam,
who said the government cannot interfere?
The government cannot. That is the big.
Are we living in a banana republic when it comes to? Do we live in a banana republic when it comes to?
The government cannot. The government
one voice at a time.
The government is not selling to BDCs anymore. Talk less of Malam.
Stop
the
that
government
voodoo economy, man.
It
Stop
is
it.
not
You know
voodoo economy. Listen. The government cannot stop people to buy a value of an asset at the price they determine for themselves. The government can't intervene. That's why it's called the black market. What the government can do is flood the market with dollars now, or allow BDCs to come in. The government has stopped selling to BDCs because they were doing a lot of round tripping and a lot of market manipulation. But the government can now look at it and say, okay, let's introduce these BDC people into this market, into the IRE market, flood the market with lots of dollars, and then once dollars is floating around in the market, people can access dollars the way they want to, and the market will crash, the price will crash, and that's what's going to happen in the few months. Please, guys, let's be patient. The government cannot control.
But that dollar has to be
how much I'm going to sell dollars to you. If dollars is
Emeka, that dollars that they're going to flood it with, it has to be investor dollars, not sovereign wealth.
No, not just sovereign wealth at all. That's separate. As a matter of that's separate, right? So that's what they are doing in London and the New York they just went to, and they're trying to discuss with people to come in. The funds will come in. We are going to get funds either through more borrowing that will come in foreign exchange in dollars. Once it comes in, especially with the $23 and the $23 forward contracts that is pending, that they paid only $10, remaining $13, they have to meet that obligation. So once that comes, that would know, we have gotten this debt off our backs. Then more funds will come in. They will flood the market with dollars. They will flood the market. Unfortunately, if it does not happen, unfortunately, the black market rate will hit $1 $500 naira.
You see what he's saying? You hear what he's saying?
But it is going to happen. It's going to happen.
I hear what you are saying. See, let me say this: the value of hedge funds alone around the world is worth about 4.something trillion US dollars. Do you know what hedge funds do? They bet on things depreciating in value, or companies falling apart. So these people can speculate on your currency as they see fit, knowing that the currency is going to depreciate and they're going to make a killing out of it. And that is the headwind. Hold on, let me finish my point. That is the kind of headwind that's just on hedge funds alone that the Nigerian government just exposed our currency to. How can you expect for us to strive in that kind of environment when we don't even do a lot of exports? And you don't see the government even encouraging Nigerians to buy Nigeria. You don't see them encouraging manufacturing in Nigeria yet. And yet you open the door. What do you expect?
So they have to encourage you to manufacture before you get on your ass and go and manufacture.
Hold on now.
Does government have to tell the people that they need to start producing before they start producing?
Mike, stop with your jargon.
You blame government for everything. That's our problem. What's stopping you from going to manufacture?
Hold on, Mike, stop. So the government is the one passing the policy. So you have to hold them accountable.
Sonaja, you need policy before you start manufacturing. Are you kidding?
So you are supposed to set the groundwork. You have to say, okay, let's stop buying too much dollars. Let's stop doing so many things that is leading to foreign exchange demand.
You belong to the class of people that keep blaming the government for everything. Even if you fall on the ground, you will blame the government.
What are you talking about? That is not about blaming the government. I'm talking about they are the ones passing the policy themselves.
Sonaja, listen to people. God damn it.
Would you listen? Their CBN intervention fund for agriculture.
Because Tinubu said
their CBN intervention fund for agriculture, CBN intervention fund for manufacturing. Listen, but would you just keep quiet and listen? Keep quiet and listen.
Oh no, don't tell him to keep. Oh no, hold on, Emeka. Don't tell him to keep quiet. But Tunaja, you moderate, so you know the back and forth of it. So let him push you, and then you push back for one voice. Emeka.
The CBN intervention fund for agriculture, CBN intervention fund for entertainment, CBN intervention fund for manufacturing. Okay, just like what I don't know who was speaking, who said the government doesn't need to tell you to manufacture before you get your ass up on ground.
That was Mike. That was Mike.
Again, what you are also saying is a long-term plan. We have a short-term goal that we must meet. We have to address that problem now. What you are saying is long-term. There's a short-term plan, there's a mid-term plan, there's a long-term plan. Exportation will not solve short-term plan. What are you manufacturing that? To set up a manufacturing plant, you have to build it first.
Well, Emeka, may I come in, please? Just for 15 seconds.
It takes minimum of 5 years to build something.
Emeka, may I interject 15 seconds?
Let me wrap up. I will stop because I don't want misinformation to start going off here. Now, that short-term plan is we need to address the deficit. We're in a deficit now. And like I say, I will repeat again, the government is doing a fantastic job to manage our expectation. If they tell us the truth, we will scream. Now they need to plug that deficit now and then begin to plan. The CBN governor just started. Will start working tomorrow. So
Emeka, you have to fix the black market. You have to fix.
This
You are
is
not.
voodoo economics.
You are not taking into reckoning the deep pockets of Nigerians who has wealth without enterprise. That's the problem we are facing in that country. No matter how much you put into the I&E window, no matter how much you put in, they will snap it up.
You can do
No,
that.
no,
You can do that. You can do that.
sorry, Emeka.
With
Sorry,
legislation.
Emeka. How do you fix the black market? Unless
That's
you
it.
criminalize it. Unless you criminalize it.
You have to criminalize
you can
it.
do that with. You can.
So
do that with
you
legislation,
banish
especially
it.
with the currency speculators, right? Those who would hold for
Those hardened criminals.
Who can get
Baba, can you please tell people when black market started in Nigeria? Babangida started black market policy.
No, black
it's
market
like,
has always been in existence.
He has not always been.
Since
It was never.
No,
It was never ever been.
Go to Rwanda.
I said he was never ever been. I don't like people just come up and
Rwanda's interview.
No, I don't need to listen to benchmark. I don't need to benchmark. I don't need to listen to benchmark. Listen, my family started going to see. Listen. Please hold on. Just listen. Hold on.
Everybody hold on. I want to hear from Jaja Karawa or Jaja. Let me call you Jaja because it's his first time here. So let's document his voice. Jaja, come in.
It's not my first time. I just want to interject on what they are trying to say.
What did you come in on that? What was your name previously?
Michael.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right. I thought you were new. But yeah.
No, I'm not new. What I see from this conversation is that we are just going back and front. On one hand, we will say Nigeria debt is at, I think the last time when they released the figure, everybody was complaining about the debt. And Ekene was talking about defending the Naira. And in order for you to defend the Naira, that means you have to borrow money to defend the Naira. And currently, the country is bankrupt. So where will they get the money to defend the Naira?
More borrowing.
You don't need to defend the Naira. All you have to do is reduce demand for the Naira inside the country.
It's just, I'm not saying they should borrow money. You just have to reduce the demand of the people. What we are demanding more dollar within the space of Nigeria than the Naira. That is the talking point I'm saying.
Demand dollar. We want to buy what I was demanding dollar.
We are not a communist state. We can't determine.
Oh my God!
My point is that policymaking. Let me finish. Emeka, do you know that even today people don't save in Naira again? They save in dollars in Nigeria.
Understandably so, I know. Understandably.
So what are you? These are the issues.
Something is wrong with you, Emeka.
I don't know when to chime in because everybody's talking over everybody. Sorry, Emeka.
I'm saying that the black market rate is not the true value. Yes, it is 1,030 Naira. It's not the true value. Why is the Naira at 1,000 to $1? It's because of the scarcity. It's because of the scarcity. Immediately,
you know my problem, Emeka. You know my problem now. You know my problem. You are not ready to accept the failure of the government in that aspect. I tell you that even the government officials themselves, as of today, nobody still money in Naira in Nigeria.
It's a challenge. It's not a failure.
So what are you telling me? That's the real corruption. That's the real corruption. Let me finish. Allow people to talk. Let me finish. Let me say this. That is the real corruption that the government needs to come out and fight with both. With all boldness. You can't tell me that you will be saving. You are supposed to be saving money in Naira, not in dollars.
Okay.
In your country.
If you give me 2 minutes, I will explain properly. Right? One, we are not.
There is nothing. I cannot understand anything.
Communist environment.
Right? These are the people you say that are patriotic. These are the people you say that are patriotic. You go to the dollar. Let me finish. The dollar is meant to be only for exchange, either for import or that stuff, international trade, or that. That's the only means of dollar. But when it comes to our space, you have to respect the Naira. You don't go and open a dollar account and be saving our monies in dollars, all that and all that.
You're right. I agree. You're right.
I was in the bank. I was in the bank today. Somebody came in. instead of that person to save his money, I saw this guy deposit $20,000.
Kenneth, please borrow me this time. I can try.
Because they don't have any faith in the naira, and who is responsible for that?
Please.
The government.
Sorry, please. I want this point I want to make. Baba, I think you can listen. You can hear me if you are there, please. And one man, I think you can hear. I believe you guys have been traveling in the 80s. Yeah, I believe you've traveled. I don't know when you traveled, but I'm just trying to say maybe you've traveled early 90s or 80s. And one man probably traveled in the 80s. My house.
I traveled in the 60s, not the 80s. Maybe the 50s.
Yeah, in my house, the first apart from my dad, the first time that I traveled in my house went in 1976. My dad went in 60 by the government, and my dad moved back to Nigeria 2010. My dad kept going to London. Then you be in Nigeria, you get a job in London. You used to go to London back and from. I remember vividly up to 90s. If my dad wants to buy, we don't call it dollar, we call it body pass. They'll say, I want to go buy a body pass. Sorry, not body pass. What's it called? There's a word they call it. We call your
travel something.
No, yes, I what they call
travel allowance, BTA.
BTA, yes, BTA. Thank you. You are really old man, Baba. My father would go to Cooperative Bank that time, or First Bank that time, to go and buy. I remember when my dad was buying, let me say his first house in London. He came to Nigeria. Then they now called him. That time we have 204. That's it's analog. That is 1984. They called my dad. One could call that just the house he wants to buy. Now they have proof for him. So he was short of pounds. We went to, I think it was First Bank. And my dad wants to buy £1,000. He has to fill all the whatever he has to fill. So he will meet the requirement that you allow him to travel with. Up to 90s, when my dad and my brother are traveling, when it comes to they're going, but they buy BTA. And there was no black market on the road. You go to the bank. I don't know where you could start saying that there's a black market in the creation of Nigeria.
Give you traveler's check, Thomas Cook.
Traveler check. You go to the bank. Babangida started all these things. Where created black market.
I don't know about that. No, settle down. I think the black market may predate Babangida.
No. There was PTA. There was PTA personal travel allowance. There was personal travel allowance PTA. There was BTA business travel allowance. Yes, it's no longer existing.
There was black.
It was existing to.
Yeah, let Ajale Koko come in, and then after Ajale Koko,
they were not up.
I want to say something on that level, then I'll go.
But when I say Babangida created, Babangida give them license, make it official. Sorry, Wama.
No, that's not black market though. That's bureau de change.
Yeah, there was.
That's not black market.
No, hold on, one man. There was black market in the 80s. There was
at Bristol Hotel.
Yeah,
Lagos.
Bristol Hotel. Yeah, they were there at Bristol. People used to go if any one of us can remember when the Diagbon government came, it is only when we have civilian administration that they will run everything down in that country. It was during their time in Second Republic that they make this black market popular. The same as it we're having now. That was the way it was then. It became popular. We started seeing them. They were expanding. But when the Diagbon them came, they put a ban on them. And they said, anybody found exchanging money on the street, we go to maybe like 20 years or 30 years in prison.
That was why Fela was jailed.
Yeah, that was why Fela was jailed, because he had some dollar in his pocket, So, look, we had it back then, but the bank operates. The bank operates, according to the way they're supposed to operate. You can go into the bank. If you want to travel, you have your, your traveling document. You will get your BTA and you will go wherever you want to go, wherever you want to travel to around the world. But people that travel, for, their personal business, like those that sells lace at Idumota and some other people that travel to Italy, those are the ones that will buy some of these dollars.
Let me shock them for you. We used to spend Naira in London. they take it.
Oh,
Even
oh
British
yes.
Caledonia takes Naira
Oh
for
yeah.
duty-free goods. Carry on,
That is how
Ajale Koko.
Naira was. So we had it, but it was only in the civilian time that they will mess everything up the way they are doing now. So just to give a little information in that respect. So let me leave it there.
Yeah, I think
Okay, all right.
those days
Just to say this, right?
we
Let
regulate
me
it
stop you
more.
guys. We can actually we have the right to value our naira or our currency and place a value of whatever amount we want to. Like tomorrow, the CBN can come out and say $1 is 1 naira. Kaluta can correct me on this, but it's not the market that will determine that value for you. When I mean the market, internal and external participants. Tomorrow we can say we want to decimalize our currency. Ghana did that. The market will react. The market will be the one to say, okay, you've done that, fine. You have the right to select whatever policy you want to do. But the market will react truly, and if you are actually, except with the Abacha that fixed the currency, if you actually have some form of flotation going on, the market will determine the value of your currency itself. So with all this that we're all screaming from a long-term decay of what has been happening, hitting our naira, because for a long time, that's what we are suffering. Now, to address that problem, we must also have a long-term plan. But currently now we must also have a short-term plan as well as a medium-term plan. The short-term plan is to address the forward contracts that we have, the debts that we need to pay, sort that out, get more inflow to arrest the rapid devaluation of the naira. Once we have been able to address that short-term plan, then we can now begin to implement mid-term plan, and the long-term plan will be, let's get to start manufacturing goods and services that would be exported, and we can get more inflows of dollars. Let's also get more people to participate in the I&E market, like the BDC. Let them come in, and then let's also address it with legislation in the such that BDC, once they be able to obtain dollars, they cannot sell. There will be a spread that they will be able allowed to sell, and then hopefully, let's see how we can get more external investors to come in and pump in funds into our economy so that we can grow. That's a long-term goal. That's also a mid-term goal. But the short-term goal now is to address the devaluation of that currency.
Emeka, you are speaking English here. You are just giving long analysis. All this doesn't matter. Doesn't make any sense to
He's
me.
not looking at the overall picture. He's just looking at
You're just giving us a long English and all that and all that.
Excuse me, can I?
Let's hear from a man of
excuse me.
Mr.
Yeah,
Ekene, you are the last person that should be complaining about dollar on this platform, and I'm going to tell you why.
Why?
Because you are a major importer. You're a billionaire. You're a major importer of goods traded in dollars.
Who told you I'm an importer?
Hold on a second. Hold on.
I can where your container coming from?
What you sell, are they imported or they are manufactured goods in Nigeria? Or even assembled goods in Nigeria?
Kulata, importation did not start today. So if you want to make your point very clear.
So you know that you are one of the people, directly or indirectly, that increases the demand for dollar. Yes or no?
How am I one of the people that increase the demand for dollar?
Because you trade in goods that are wholly produced abroad.
We should not, no country should trade in.
That's why we need to kind of like be realistic.
There is an international trade now. As long as any goods that comes from abroad, these are agreement.
This is not fight. This is not fight.
Everybody.
This is not fight. There's international trade. At the same time, what are you trading with abroad people compared to what you are bringing in? So, do you think you fix that balance by magic? You just wish it away. There's an imbalance. There's a trade imbalance, number one. Number two, there's an inflation imbalance with the naira versus the dollar. Number three, there's an interest rate problem because of your inflation is so high. Your interest rate is not high enough to attract foreign investment. People don't want to buy your treasury bills or bond because they'll lose money because of the high inflation. So the bottom line, so I don't speak grammar, generate more dollars and your rate will come down. If you're not generating more dollars, it will not happen. It's simple. It's
Let me
demand and
let me
supply.
shock you. Let me shock you
No.
collaterally.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me address
Hold
him,
on.
please.
Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Everybody gets to interject, but I want to hear from Justin, who has just, I think it's coming specifically for this topic. So Justin, let's hear from you. I think you've come in for this, and then
Yeah.
after waiting for such a long time, we've now had Chioma join us as well. So you come in, Justin, and then after Justin, we have to document Chioma, who has been boasting and bragging for months
Choma
on
has to
end.
show her face. So Choma should show her face.
You say, well, it's up to her, but come in, Justin.
I think this Nigeria thing, we make it so complicated. We make it so complex when we talk about our exchange rate, talk about many of our issues, and a lot of it has to do with just lousiness, and just being just lousy. There's no reason why a country like Nigeria shouldn't be exporting major commodities to the world. There's no reason why a country like Nigeria, we're producing less than 1 million barrels of oil a day. We should be producing, we should even leave OPEC, leave whatever quota we have, and be producing 4, 5, 6 million barrels a day at least. A country like Nigeria, all of our agricultural lands, all the stuff that we're doing, we shouldn't be in a situation where our naira is appreciating. There's no short term. I just wait for a day where we actually just focus on fixing the problems. The problem is that we don't produce shit. Excuse my language. We don't produce anything. You know, that's my main problem. We don't produce anything. And we're cracking our brain, when the solution is right in front of us. Maybe it's because we like to avoid pain. We don't like to go through discomfort. We like to be comfortable. We like to be flexible. We don't like to be rigid, but being rigid is what will solve our problem. We don't produce anything. So as a result, there isn't any external demand for our dollars. External demand for your dollar will make it more valuable globally because more people want it, because more people want your products. It's simple. The way that we fix it is by becoming a more productive society. How do we become more productive?
Yeah, well, that's easier said than done, though. Those are just abstract paperback stuff. Yeah.
This is one thing we have to do. Stop talking about easy or hard and start talking about what is necessary, what is not necessary. It's necessary.
Okay.
A lot of countries do hard things. China does hard things.
Hold on. Can you
America
hear me?
does hard things.
Can you
like
hear me?
This whole argument of what's
I don't think you can
Nigeria.
Hear me.
No, I can hear you. Just for
yeah. No, I was posing you to put a question to you. Give us 3 to 5 steps, practical steps that Nigeria can take to get itself out of this quagmire, because those are just those are just fanciful. All of these things you're saying, yeah, easily said, but how do you practicalize them? About 3 to 5 steps to get Nigeria out of the quagmire.
One step, we have the Bank of Industry. Give the Bank of Industry more money because they're the ones that are giving single-digit loans to these manufacturers. I watch their videos all the time on YouTube. That's number one. Number two, as a society, we should change our morals. We should stop being okay with stealing. If you have a cousin that's a commissioner, local government chairman, or whatever, stop expecting him to give you some contract when you know you're not ready for the contract, especially contracts around our infrastructure. So changing our morals, that's number two. Number three is we need to stop being loud. Like, we make excuses for everything. We do as a society, as a people. I'm not even going to put this on our politicians. Many of us in our society, we make excuses for pathetic lousiness. Things that other countries do in 2 seconds. It'll take us 20 years to do it, but we'll be saying excuses. To me, that is what will solve our problem, right? Using the Bank of Industry, stop being lousy, and stop condoning immorality. I think if we do those things, we can turn our situation around within a year because our problem is not complicated. It's simple.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. A lot of people still want to push you on what you said, but we cannot wait any longer. We have to document Chioma's voice. So, Chioma, after we've finally broken down your yanga in the comment section and we've teased you onto the screen, Chioma, say hello. Look at that. You have to unmute to speak, Chioma.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Look, yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Hi. I was just trying it out. I'm not really trying to contribute anything. But next time, I promise I will have more to say.
All right, brilliant.
Sales voice soft.
Choma, who's your boyfriend? Who's your boyfriend on the platform?
I don't have a boyfriend. Everybody's my
That voice is killing Kulata right there.
Look at Kulata. He suddenly pushed up his voice. He's trying to look at that.
Okay, so I'm a good person, okay? I'm a good person. Don't mind that I chat like a crazy maniac. I'm really a good person. So,
no, we like crazy maniacs. We are all lunatics here. So that's how you feel.
Yeah, you guys are doing a great job, though. You guys are doing a great job.
It's really good to hear from you, Chioma. And the voice matches what we see in the comment section. So that's the first baby step. Yeah, of course, you know the next baby step, but nobody will push you. But yeah, good to hear from you.
Oh man, Chioma called him before now.
I know the next baby step will be when I put on my makeup and I will show you my face.
All right. All right. I think that is what Emeka wants. You know, I'm neutral. I'm neutral, but yeah, you know, I think that's what Kulata wants. But yeah, no, good to hear from you, Chioma.
But for real, I really enjoy you guys because sometimes I get bored and I love hearing you guys speak.
Who's your favorite? Before you go, who's your favorite on the platform?
Mike now.
Mike again. He's always
you know I know it's Mike.
He's always like your top three.
I like Baba Ajenle Koko. He is so sweet. Like I love
Ajenle Koko. Have you ever been described as sweet in your life?
They will collect your body. They will collect your body.
Oh my, he's lying.
Ajenle Koko, that is Orogbo.
I think of Ajenle Koko in many ways. Sweet is not one of them.
He's a humble soul. I love his submission. He's a humble soul.
Yeah, give us top three. But yes, of course, one man is your number one. But Ajenle Koko and
I don't know who else. I don't want to say anymore.
All right, because they'll come and start DMing you in the chat section.
Oh my, it's Mike, man. It's Mike. She called him when I'm hosting, you know, so that's how I know it's Mike. You know? She even said it. She said, she just like our host and everything. So I know it's Mike. Don't worry. I'm not. You guys can have. You know, it's not like I'm competing with this guy. Just tell them the truth. They are not jealous. They are mature men. Just be honest. Just say it, man.
So funny, I swear. You guys are too funny. I love you guys so much. I'm gonna go back to the comment section, okay?
All right, one man. Let me quickly address short-term things that, well, I won't say short-term, medium things that can be done. The first thing that can happen is NNPC refinery coming up. Not even Dangote, because, well, I mean, like I said, Dangote said it's going to sell to us in dollars. NNPC refinery. Then number two is to get our crude production back to 2 million barrels a day. Oh, okay, we allow 1.8. At least 1.8 million. Then the third one is all these investors that Tinubu is chasing around. When they start coming in, then we will have some respite in our forex. Those are the three main things. Increase supply, try and reduce demand, and we'll be fine.
You see the problem with Nigerians. He forgets security. You see that. Nothing is going to work. They will steal everything and they will sabotage everything.
Tonight, don't come with this security.
Tunaja, that's it. No, Tunaja, that's it. Sorry.
This is why
Are you saying we don't have security?
You
We
don't.
don't. Tunaja.
You
We
don't.
don't have
We don't.
security in Nigeria.
Tunaja, that is too far. That is too far.
Nigeria's economy is being depressed by about 10% because of security issues.
That's
We
why
don't.
they said Tunaja only understands ADT security, burglary security.
This guy, man.
We don't have security.
Advising our leaders anymore because people have advised
We don't have. Wait, Tunaja, sorry.
Economists. I don't know who educated you people. You
And
go
we
and
need to
advise your
produce
country very,
more
very
than 2
terribly.
million barrels.
If you ask Nigeria, you say we need nuclear bombs.
No, look at the video one man played today. That America that spent so much money on defense, they were still arguing to spend even more. But our people, they will just come and tell economy. How are you going to protect the economy?
You have to fix your economy first before you are expanding.
All right, hold on. Let's bring.
We have the money. The money is not the issue.
Yeah, by 10%.
One more thing, can you let me
I want to bring Zita in because she wanted to interject, but I had to hold her back because we had to document Chioma's voice. Sorry, Zita, you wanted to come in? Zita. The Yaloja of Norway. Or is it Iceland? Zita. Is Zita not there? You are there. Oh, all right, sorry. Carry on. Carry on, please.
Sorry. Let me interject. I don't quickly say this to Nigeria and some other people. Not like you guys have the loudest voice on the platform. Sometimes when you guys are talking, I know you are really in the mood to make your point. But when somebody is trying to talk back at you, just like listen and acknowledge the person, you can tell the person, hold on. But somebody's just talking, you keep talking. It would not make sense.
I don't acknowledge.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. I'm just telling you so that I don't interrupt you the next time. But anyway, but to your point, Oga Tinubu went to ring a bell in NASDAQ, which was good. But the next day, the America we are relying on so much the natural security came out to tell us that Nigeria is not a safe place to go. And nobody's talking about that.
Because it's true.
Because
I saw it. Yeah,
it's on the bulletin. It's on the bulletin embassy, every embassy, Japan embassies, everywhere, every American embassies, everywhere. They list almost 20 states. It's almost 20 states in Nigeria not to go to. Where you want to go and do business?
They don't bother going.
All the southwest gone. Almost all the north gone. So what is remaining? Some part of south too. Even Delta is there for kidnapping.
What do you mean Southwest is gone for kidnapping?
Southwest is safer. It's the safest place in the country.
Don't say Southwest is gone.
Sorry, Southeast, not you. Sorry, Southeast. I make a mistake. Sorry. No, it's not Southeast that is not. Southwest is not on that list. Southwest is not on that list. But
in the short term, we don't need.
What are we talking about?
No, short term, we don't need them to come in.
Wait, hold on.
We don't need their physical.
Hold on. My point I was making is this: if the America we are running to, like Baba Geko was saying, which is good, if America sneeze on your country, it will improve. If the America we are running to improve our economy, we need investors. We are in dire need of investors. How will people come out publicly to make such statement, announcement? Don't go to Nigeria for security reasons. Is Nigeria the worst? Myanmar, the thing that said there. America have not made that announcement. Don't go there.
We don't have to be the worst.
We are not the worst. But why would they do that?
But we just have to be bad. We don't have to.
Have you heard this saying before? You can walk and chew gum at the same time. Have you heard that? No, you cannot talk and whistle at the same time. You cannot talk and whistle at the same time.
Right,
So
you know, One Piece only have to sit down to chew gum. You know.
All right. Have we lost control? All right. Who are we with? Can I land it? And then if Zita is ready, we hear from her. If she's not, then we hear from Mike. Ekene, I suspect that you may still have the floor. Ekene?
Yeah, one man. For me, there are people that say long-time measure and short-time measure. For me, the most important thing to do now is there are some policies that the government needs to put in place. We don't value our naira anymore. I want to tell you, almost everybody is trading in dollar in Nigeria today. If you're saying there is no dollar, go to the many people account now. What you will see there is dollar. Even in terms of savings, they save in dollars. These are short-term measures that can at least help to cushion that effect. So it's just that the government are also involved. So when the government are involved in such act, it will be difficult to fight it. So before Kulata will come to criticize me that I'm the one importing goods. That's why the dollar is not the naira is not appreciating. But you forgot to blame your government that even in their primaries they share dollars. They don't share naira. If they want to bargain in their primaries, they bargain in dollars. You don't criticize them.
Two things can be right. It is not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, so but for me,
the stuff you import, can you not manufacture it in Nigeria?
Before you manufacture, you should first of all manufacture toothpick before you start to manufacture my product. Before you manufacture my product, I don't know when Nigeria will get to that stage. Okay. So, but I pray they get to that stage. It's not. I'm not against production. If I have the capacity, if I see the need, or if I find the solution, nothing will make me not to go into production. Nobody likes to send his money abroad and begin to wait for many months for the goods to arrive.
If Tinubu means business, he can do it. He has the power to do
it.
Who
tells you that people hate production? Nobody has. If you come to Nigeria today, I will show you a lot of factory producing. If you come to Nigeria today, the best wire we have is Nigerian wire. You cannot. If you use any other wire apart from Nigerian wire, you are at your own risk. The best wire we have today is Nigerian wire.
Yeah, the copper, isn't it? The copper.
There's manufacturers in Nigeria. They just need to.
And the factories in Nigeria, we have it in Ogun State. We have it in many places.
Also, what are you telling me? Scale it up, and
so once people have the solution,
power, we need light.
It's not like the solution. Once you have the solution to produce, the people that have the money are into production. I know them, many of them. The speakers we are using today, all these DJ speakers, most of them are produced in Nigeria.
Ekene, how do you clear the short-term backlog of dollars we have? We have dollars already spoken. Wait. Let me cool down. We have dollars already. We have dollars that's already spoken for. That means we owe dollars. CBN owe dollars. CBN has also borrowed dollars. So even if we make dollars, that money has already been encumbered. So how do you solve that short-term? Because we have a short-term dollar crunch. Well, I'm not asking you to Niger. I'm asking Ekene.
Not when you know the answer. You asking.
So the first thing to do is that all this you have to fight the corruption. The corruption is too much. The last interview that Sanusi gave, he told you that
corruption is not going to get us.
Let me finish.
Issues. That's what I'm talking about.
That's the short time I'm telling you. That's the short time I'm telling you. That corruption is too much. The last time Sanusi spoke, he told you that all these people that are exchanging dollars, they're buying houses in Dubai. They're buying houses in Dubai. Do I know better than him? He knows them very well. So he said that those guys are buying houses in Dubai.
How do you fight that corruption that will make that money come out?
That is where the government needs to come in.
Hold on, Ekene. If they are buying dollars to buy houses in Dubai, so long as that money is not illegal or stolen, what's wrong with that?
No, it's not like they're buying. It's not like they're buying. They're using dollar to. I mean, their business are paying them much that they buy houses in Dubai. As in the profit they are making.
All right. Okay.
In terms of exchange rate, is very much.
You're not
How
do you clear the backlog?
Exactly. How do you fight the corruption that will make that money come out into the economy?
That is where the government needs to come in with a very strict policy. They have to cushion that area.
Policy?
Like all this, first, like these people owing, putting money in dollars in Nigeria. Those accounts need to be checked.
Okay, so will the government confiscate their dollars? Will the government confiscate their dollars that they put in the account?
They should come out with a strong policy now. They will fight that now. If it means confiscating,
I'm sorry for asking questions. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Kulata, if the government has to go to that route to sustain the economy, yes, going to have to confiscate their dollars.
Oh, really?
The Prince of Saudi. Hold on.
That is definitely not the solution.
Sorry. Hold on. Let me just say this one voice at a time. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
If the government
Let me
will
land
go
my
that
point. Let
far
me land
to
my point.
confiscate those
Emeka,
dollars,
sorry, let me
then the
land my
government can
point.
go that far to confiscate your house and your car.
Hold on,
That's what
Emeka,
coming is.
let me make my point. Let me make my point. You keep talking, stop. Just talk. You don't just want to finish this point. Anyway.
Don't do that. Just take the floor. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Look at the young prince of Saudi when he came in. There was corruption in Saudi, massive one. And these people were oligarchs, strong, elite. Go to the royal family. What did he do? One day he rounded all of them up. Those you log in a luxury hotel, he locked all of them up until they cough up trillions of dollars before he released them. Heaven is not fall. We keep giving power to these people that is powerless, and we make it so powerful. No, we cannot do this. No, cannot do this. There is no country that has stabilized that country in a gospel way. None in this history of life. None. It's a point of time you want to use iron hand and a big kind of dictatorship. Your policy has to be like that of China in disguise. You have to make a strong policy and a strong position to back it up. Otherwise, there's never a policy you will make that is good for anybody. People must push back. People must find a way to corrupt it. That's why you have to make a strong policy and stand by
But when
it.
they start locking
Simple.
people up, you have people start crying like,
Yes.
"Oh, see how they lock
Yes.
Emefiele up."
Can
You
I
have people
say
saying,
something?
Yes. If you don't do that, it won't work.
No, this
Thank
is
you. I give the
the
floor.
number one. The number
I
one
think
thing
you
you have to
spoke well. I
do.
think the
and we
last
need
thing
a
you said.
number
Abacha.
one.
We need
The,
a
hold
Abacha.
on.
Hold
The
on now.
number
Let me
one.
just say my piece quickly. It's about reducing demand for dollars, and personally, I
How?
would
How?
encourage
Just don't say
by
how.
encouraging buying from the country, encouraging
How?
manufacturing in the country as much as possible. The people
How?
that want, I'm just telling you now, by you encourage it and you incentivize it so that people stay in the
How do
country.
you encourage it? It's not just the word.
By
So
Encourage.
how do you
yes, how
How?
do you
encourage it now?
encourage it? Hold on now. One of them, you encourage you run a campaign to ask people to start buying Nigerian products and make it harder for people to send money overseas or make demands or importation. You increase the cost for importation.
How do you convince
Hold
somebody
on
who
now.
wants a
There are many
Gucci?
ways now.
No.
How do you convince somebody who is buying Gucci to
Emeka,
buy
let him
Nigerian?
land.
answer it
Emeka,
yourself.
let him.
You just ask a question. You make it difficult for people to import certain goods into the country. You make it. You encourage people to buy inside the country, and you also encourage people to bring their currency, their foreign investment into the country by telling them that, like some of them, like me now, I will have a kind of amnesty for people that have funds overseas that they cannot explain. Bring all of them back into the economy, secure the country, and you find that the demand will reduce for foreign this in exchange, and you cap it the way the former government did. You regulate the currency in such a way that you can't allow foreign hedge funds and foreign interest to completely bamboozle the economy, so that the inflation will go through the roof. Your interest rates can never catch up with what the economy requires, because foreign speculators are speculating on your currency. That's what they do. Their job is to make money.
A simple solution to complex problems. That's our tonight.
So based on what you said, hedge funds will not participate. So now means Nigeria will not participate in international trade. I hope you know we already have existing tariff. So you want to increase the tariff list. So Nigeria will not participate economically. We'll just shut the. Let me explain what I heard. Wait, you let me speak. Nigeria will shut down its borders, no international trade. You can even forget about trading crude oil, forget about exporting hibiscus or whatever, and you're not going to import anything. And then we have a negative GDP growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Kulata. Let me land on your point.
Let me land my point.
Let me solidify on Kulata's point. Let me solidify on Kulata's point. Now, what you are saying now, Kulata asked you a question. How do we solve it short term? And you guys were just speaking stuff that
gave
do not
answers.
align.
You refused to listen.
Fine, your answer is fine. No problem. You gave your own answer. That's your answer. Now, what you have just said, do you know that we have, there's a treaty, WTO treaty. The moment you say you are locking your shop, other countries will lock their shop against you. We cannot export our crude oil. That's the end of the game.
What?
You will drink our crude oil. Yes. The moment you lock your yes. If you say other people can do
you guys,
yes, and I'm telling you, no, you are just laughing. No, you are the one who is wrong. What you are saying, short term is 30 days.
I'm not shutting Nigeria up. I don't know where you got that idea. I'm not shutting Nigeria down.
Number one, you don't understand the question. Short term is 30 days.
I didn't say I was shutting Nigeria down. I don't know where you got that from.
You just said it. You said restrict importation. You said restricted importation. You said restrict importation.
Yes, in certain areas. Yes.
And those countries will restrict your own product coming into their country too. You
because
think
we are not even
countries cannot put tariff on your own country?
Don't you get it?
You think,
we don't have any to lose.
You think countries cannot retaliate against you too?
We don't have any.
Hold on.
Tonight,
It's chicken.
Tunaja,
You're not going to retaliate.
hold on. Let's transit control back. Tunaja, have a very micro response to that. Ekene cap it off, and then we bring Zita in. If she's not ready, we bring Mike in, and then after that, we want to document Just Think, who is new to the space. But I have the pushback against what was said. Tunaja, but don't be expansive too much. And then Ekene round it off, and then we continue with the flow. Yeah.
Thank you, one man. See, the imports, you restrict some of them, the ones that are doing the most damage, while you are still allowing the ones that are actually beneficial for your economy, spending a lot of money for overseas, especially when it comes to things that are not bringing any value. If they are buying too highly value-added manufactured goods, you want to discourage that as much as possible. You tweak it. This is a sophisticated operation.
One man, can you please let him know it's short term?
Okay, of course, it can be. You can do.
You understand?
No, you can do. You can do it based on the landscape. You can analyze it.
Understand something.
I can't even speak for 30 seconds.
30 days.
Sorry, let him land. Just let him land. I don't think Tunaja wants to concede that point, even though he might well be factually right.
Because it's very obvious. I'm not saying something that is new. This is what other countries do, including the US, the UK. We heard about the libel scandal and also the way they manipulate stuff to suit certain interests. You also have speculators out there. You have to understand the ecosystem you are operating in. If you allow your currency to be vulnerable to other foreign interests, don't blame them for taking advantage. We are the ones that is creating it. So you have to discourage just by discouraging it by 20% will do a lot of good for the Nigerian economy. Just 20% will do a lot of good. Thank you.
Can I come in right now?
Yeah, okay, one man. Let me. Okay. Ajali Koko, say what you want to say.
And I support Tunaja a little bit, but in a different direction. Look, government have to take a very drastic measure to take control of Nigeria economy. Our economy is not in the hand of our government anymore, the way it is now. The number one, how can we reduce the dollarization of our economy? That is number one. And what I'm going to do, or rather suggest to the government, is that the black market should be declared illegal. All domiciliary account that is not
sorry, Ajali Koko. Anybody that is not talking, please mute yourself for the backgrounders. Carry on, Ajali Koko.
All of the domiciliary account that is not in business name should be converted to Naira immediately. Naira account. And then number three is, you see, every money sent from abroad to Nigeria should be automatically converted to Naira. That you can't cash Naira, dollar in Nigeria and go and cash it. You can't cash dollar. You cannot receive dollar and then go and cash it in Naira. That is no more. Any money sent from abroad should automatically be converted into Naira. Should go into Naira account. And number four, government should, you see, when we can take such drastic action, the black market is gone. That means that those speculators, you have killed them. And there's no business, and domiciliary account is converted to Naira account. So people that are doing this round tripping, converting their Naira to dollar, and in anticipation that, it can increase by so amount tomorrow. Naira would lose value, will lose its value tomorrow and next tomorrow. That one, you put stop to it. So the government must do something fast now. Otherwise, this dollarization of the economy is killing our economy. Our Naira cannot find its value as long as we allow the dollar to continue to have a free operation in our economy. We can't get the value of our naira. Never. We must check it. You must check the inflow. The dominance of dollar over our currency. We must check it. So, the presidency must start to show to us that, look, they want to how do I say it? They want to start to support productivity in Nigeria. Production in Nigeria is very important, and they should lead by example. All those Mercedes Benz, all those nonsense big vehicle, they should sell all those things away. They should sell it and start using made in Nigerian vehicle. The president can do it. All of them can do it. That is where we will start production, and our naira will start.
Exactly.
They should sell all those. That how can the president be using Mercedes Benz or BMW, and you call yourself president of Nigeria, a country where they do, and all government officials they are using imported vehicles?
What vehicles should they be using? Innocent, Abi. That's
Lord,
there are so many.
Lord as well.
Hold on, one man. We have so many.
We have two car manufacturers in Nigeria.
No, there are even more than two.
But they're
They
just
should start
assembly plants.
using
They are not
those.
manufacturing.
We already have two in another state. We're not only
Look, they should start using made in Nigeria vehicles.
Assembly plants.
When you
We
see
do manufacture in Nigeria.
It's the 70% manufactured in Nigeria. 70% manufactured.
It's assembly plants.
Emeka, please let Ajanle Kokoland.
Yeah, let me land. Yeah. So when the leadership doesn't show leadership by example, then you can't have a good country. You can't have a country that is governed by law. They must show a good example for us. All those BMW must go. All those what do you call all those SUV? It must go. We must start using made in Nigeria. Innocent and the other guy. There's another guy that produces this thing in Lagos or somewhere. They should start using all those vehicles. That is what we want. That is when you will see people will follow the same suit, and then you will see production, massive production at home. But we want to you leaders don't show that patriotism in the first place. Then what do we go to expect from the followership? It's unfortunate. We cannot continue like this. We cannot allow dollar domination of our naira. They must take drastic step. That is it. That will shock everybody. And I will not be surprised. If some of these measures that I mentioned, if the new CBN takes some of these measures as a measure to put into use and check this nonsense that we are going through economically in that country. Let me leave it there, one man.
Let me go to bed.
I think it's my
let me say
turn
this and
now.
go to bed. I'm saying this.
Everybody hold. Tunaja wants to depart. So say those words. Tunaja.
It's me. Emeka, let me say this and go to bed. Okay. Ajani Koko has said something beautiful, right? But in my profession, right, and by my training, I don't deal with rhetorics. I deal with practical stuff. So now I will tell this platform the 10 top imported goods that we bring into the country. And just because of the rhetorics Tunaja was saying, number one is refined petroleum oil. That's the number one. Number two is manufacturing, including computers. Number three is electric machinery equipment. Number four is vehicles. I know Oga Ajani Koko has said we could do with our assembly innocent. Number 5 is plastic and plastic articles. When plastic is not the
Emeka,
non-plastic
Emeka, just remember that you calling those things assembly is not patriotic of you. You speaking about patriotism.
No, if
hold
nobody
on.
gets to land, you know that's why it takes so long to get to people. Is the interjections. Just let him land. Yeah.
Number 6 is series and it's from South Africa, right? We can actually do away with that. Number 7 is optical, technical, medical apparatus. Number 8 is pharmaceuticals. Number 9 is other chemical goods. Number 10 is organic chemicals. Now I've looked at these 10 top products and everything is in the billions. So what can we take out there? Oga Ajani Koko said we can do away with vehicles, but we are not in a communist state. We can only encourage. We can.
Something India was able to do is saying I've just encouraged. Sorry, can I apologize for something I said earlier on? Because I said Emeka
Don't apologize. It's not necessary.
No. I think for my own sake too. I said what Emeka was saying was Babalawo. I could have this in voodoo. I could have just said quack. This thing.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's
the reason why I say that is because he's trying to imply that voodoo is something is wrong with.
It's not. I don't do voodoo.
I don't see what I mean. I don't subscribe to using the sort of quackness to describe Babalawo.
Emeka, just continue. You were good. You were flowing. Please, Emeka, don't go there. Just continue. You were flowing.
All right.
Please.
So number 6, which is series, we can do away with it, right? But again, if we are saying we're doing away with series and we don't want to import series from South Africa anymore, South Africa will retaliate with our products coming into their country. We have to understand this. This is how the world operates. We should not include and interject rhetorics into world trade and international trade. Okay. Now I can add vehicle. Yes, we can do body parts, which Innocent is doing and is assembling in his shop in a way. And then the other, those two, plastic, we have manufacturing plants in plastic. So these
Emeka, you are dipping heavily. You are dipping in and out.
The system is having problem.
Yeah. Emeka, I think we've lost you. All right. All right. Back to Ekene. Yeah. Ekene, bring it on quickly, and then we move on.
Okay, one man. Thank you very much. Thank you, Aja. Aja, have put a very nice point, and that is why you stole Chioma from all these guys that are pursuing her. You have been able to make
what do you mean all these guys? Are you removing yourself from the list? Are you not part of them?
Have you ever seen me approach any girl here? Aja is the most reasonable man in this platform. So Chioma was able to reason that way. So that's why. So, but never said, I thank you, Aja. You made a very nice point. So anybody that is arguing it is just saying wants to show us that he goes to school and know how to speak English. That's how I want to put it. So another thing is that space of NLC and the Trade Union Congress. I don't know. You saying that it's an Ipobian thing? I don't understand. Does that mean that you are happy with the condition of those guys in the situation of our country? 30,000 minimum wage with this exchange rate and all that. See, those guys are even during the time of Dan Soshomolo. You know what is happening in those days now? These guys have not even acted anything. They're just they have given this government enough time to negotiate with them, and they've not been able to come to any conclusion. I don't know why it's very difficult for our government to engage people, to be able to give people confidence. Even if you don't have that money, put a clear roadmap how you are going to meet up with it in the next 2 years, in the next 3 years. Then let every Nigerian know that you have given these people a roadmap. This is what we're going to do. We cannot afford it at this time because of the economy or because of the situation of the country. But I believe with the plans we have in terms of production and everything, that once we start to generate the amount of money we expect to generate in the next few years, we pay you guys. Every Nigerian will understand it. Then planning to go on strike will be like a child's play. Somebody like me will not support it. But when you are enabling them a lot of meetings, doesn't materialize to anything. You tell them to come today, next tomorrow you tell them to come, and you are not been able to reach an agreement with them. What is all this with our government? These are human beings you are dealing with. It's not about the IPOB or anything. Or is it because the guy heading that institution is from Imo State? Is that why you say it's an IPOB thing? It's not an IPOB thing. So the government should learn how to manage its citizens very well.
Kenneth, sometimes you don't have to take it literally. Sometimes I just say things to to push at the space and jar the senses. So yeah.
Yeah, I know, but for me, it's not a laughing stock. These guys are the space is too hard for any working class citizen. I just don't imagine how somebody that is earning 100,000 naira will survive in the economy we have today. I know what is going on. These are not cheap anymore.
Okay, just as a single sentence response, and then I have to go to Zita. I want to. I'm
okay. I'm okay. Just
I just want to ask you a question, but give me a single sentence response, and then I go to Zita. I'm very keen to get to just think because he's joining us for the first time. Mike there, Kulata, of course, everybody's favorite, and then to destroy the whole conversation, Pansat waiting to come on. So just a single sentence response. What do you think the baseline minimum wage should be that people can live on? I use Lagos as the example. What's the minimum that people have to be paid to live a bit, not to live a life of excess, but to keep above water?
One man, at least 70,000 naira is not enough, but they can start with it. It's not enough, but at least the situation of the country, the economy, the way things are, I know the government is going through a lot. 70,000 naira is not enough, but it's manageable. It's manageable.
I think I agree with you. 70,000 naira, given the way the country is, it should be a minimum. Yeah.
It should be minimum. So let them come with a conclusion. I don't know what the government is doing. I don't know, but I'm okay with it. But they strike. They're saying next week, either Tuesday or Wednesday. Let's see how it goes. Maybe before then they will be able to come to a conclusion. But definitely, 30,000 naira is nothing to go home about. Thank you, man.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Kenny. Of course, everybody knows that. That's why it's such a favorite voice. Another favorite voice, Zita. Here she comes, Zita. Good to have you.
Hey, one man, how on I do? I don't sleep like 20 times. Wake up. Actually, what I came in was I wanted to interject. There is something I wanted to correct. I heard somebody saying that floating the naira causes foreign influence. That's not true. Rather, it's pegging the money that causes foreign influence. Again, I wanted to interject Kulata on what he said. I think maybe I didn't get him right. He was saying that floating the naira will stop deficit in the balance of trade. That's not true if it's what he said.
I did not say anything resembling that.
Okay, because what floating causes is balance of payment, not balance of trade.
I said the reason we need to fix our balance of trade. We need to fix our high inflation. We need to
floating the currency. Currency regime is one of my favorite topics.
Floating the currency doesn't fix your balance of trade. You fix your balance of trade, then it will improve your position. If other factors don't outweigh that. Yes, ma'am.
Currency regime is one of my favorite topics in economics. And when I
let's talk about balance of trade.
I want to know which currency to drop and which currency to keep. What is happening in Nigeria today is actually caused by floating the naira. That's the drawback of floating the naira.
So it's responding to market forces.
Yes.
It's referring to speculation.
No.
Kulaka, can you give me an example of a country that floats its currency without intervention?
No, you have to intervene now.
That's it.
You have to intervene. That's why most people do manage float. Some people do real. Who does real float? I have to check. I don't know at the top of my head, but you have to intervene.
So it's
I don't think
actually
there's
a
every
fake.
country
It's
intervenes.
actually a fake floating.
So
When
we
they tell
can't
you
leave
float,
our
most of
currency
them is
to
just
run
fake.
away.
No, Baba and Zita, the problem is we don't have the dollars to fight back.
No.
Not dollar, it's policy.
The forces of supply and demand in the market are used to set the floating, not the other way around.
Exactly.
Supply and demand is what is
This is my area. That's actually why.
Yeah, but we're discussing
Let's
it.
not allow the lady to expatiate on that point.
Zita is not complaining. We're having a conversation. Tunaja.
Because I'm not getting that clearly. You're cutting her off.
I'm not cutting her off. We're having a conversation.
Let me be honest with everybody. That's the way I speak. The floating was done wrongly. And that's why Nigeria is having problem today. The forces of supply and demand in the market are used to set the floating exchange rate, not the other way around. And because they did it the other way around, that's why inflation, unemployment, trade deficit, everything is happening.
Explain the other way around, Madam Zita.
Zita, you know what happens, Zita? At the point where Tinubu actually propagated that idea, it was a Emefiele based on the fake statistics he gave to them that made them to go ahead. And that's why they unleashed on him. It's Emefiele.
See, I want Madam Zita to explain the other way around.
Let me finish. So that's why people are suffering, nothing is happening, but that's the drawback for a short time. Floating a currency is actually better than pegging the currency. I must say this. But then, let me finish. But then, I would, maybe because of the suffering and the hurt, I feel them. I would say they would have done it right, but they have to endure since they have already done it. But again, people complaining about what is happening. We have been pegging the currency since God knows how, because of the benefits that pegging a currency brings.
What's your understanding of pegging a currency? Because I have an understanding of it, but what's your understanding of it?
Exactly what Nigeria was doing before. That we determine the price by shedding the naira away from the actual amount it is worth compared to the dollar.
Okay, well, Zita, you did not answer my question. So if you didn't answer,
question, please.
You said they did it through someone, demand and supply, as opposed they should have done it the other way around. I asked you what is the other way around, and you said that.
No. What you said no.
That's not what I said. That's what I'm trying to clarify what I said, but you're insisting I said what I didn't say. Answer that question.
You said that. Wait.
No, answer my question. Forget about what I said. Just answer my question.
That the floating of the naira pushes floating pushes demand. It is being affected by demand and supply. Is that not what you said?
If you float your currency, whether it's a managed float or a free float, it will respond to demand and supply. A managed float is you want to make sure the range is somewhere. So if it's going way beyond drastic, you have to bring dollars to back it up. CBN will have to bring dollars to back it up. But the situation will find ourselves. Let me land my point, Madam Zita. If CBN, wait, Madam Zita, let me land. If the CBN is going to intervene, CBN will need to have the dollars to intervene. Right now, CBN has a dollar cash supply problem. That's why that's why the demand is rocket high, and people people need what they need. They will get it wherever they're going to get it. It's market forces. If the CBN and the banks can't give, they will look for places where they can get. That's why you see people going to the black market.
You make it sound as if you make it sound as if 4 months
our supplement right now, is we need dollars,
hold on.
And we don't have dollars.
You just said there's more demand now. No, there's not more demand. It's the government that created the demand that just existed, because 4 months ago we were still in the same situation. Nigeria currency has depreciated by 120% in the.
They had to depreciate it. It was a conscious effort to depreciate it.
30 to 40%. What kind of policy is that?
Let me tell you why I said it was done the other way around. Just as you said,
yeah, that's what I want to hear.
When you float the currency, it responds to the force of demand and supply. Is that what you said?
It will respond to demand and supply of that. Relative to the currency.
You don't float the currency for it to respond to the forces of demand and supply.
That's managed float.
Let me finish. Rather, you use the forces of demand and supply to float the currency. That's why I said they did it the other way around.
You use the force.
Let me make it clear to everybody, because a lot of people are listening. You don't float a currency for it to respond to the force of demand and supply. You cause chaos.
Yeah, it will cause chaos, but that's why they're doing a managed float.
She's trying to explain the opposite side, so I can.
Let them talk now. They're having conversation now.
I don't understand what he did.
They're going to sleep. We don't understand now. We are understanding.
Can you shut up?
We are learning from both of them. God, love.
Mike, you are the brilliant guy. I'm so
at this time, brilliant. Both of them are making sense, and we are learning. But you keep jumping in.
I'm not
learning. Are we practicing?
They're going to sleep. Then we don't learning.
Madam Zita, are we practicing a free float or a managed float?
I just want to hear her explanation. I want to hear her explanation.
They're managing it. That's why I said they have problem, because they're managing it in the sense that they floated it for the market to respond. No. You use the response of the market to float it.
So what does that mean?
No. Hold on tonight. Hold on, Zita.
Zita, can you to respond to it? It's not done.
No, we wanted to get an understanding. You said you float it based on the response of the market. So what does that mean? What does that mean?
Okay. If there is, I don't know how to put it, if there is investment, everything is going fine. You float the currency. A lot of investment. Naira is working, at least reasonably. Everybody have it in the market. The what do they call it? The micro economies is at a stable for like 3, 4, 5, 6 months. If it is stable, you can float the currency. That's micro. Because you have to use that microeconomics to float the currency. You don't float an economist and float a currency and force the micro, the supply and demand of the area, the community, the country, the individuals. You force them to respond to the floating. That's exactly what they did.
I know. I see what she's saying.
This is exactly
I get, but what you are saying, Madam Zita, is still managed float situation, meaning the ideal will be for CBN not to intervene, which is what you described. If things were bubbling, there will be no need, and let me finish my statement now. Whatever rate you put it at that point in time will be really pretty much stable, steady.
That's not what
But
he's saying.
let's look at the situation we found ourselves. What about the situation we found ourselves? Where, according to what was written, we had no dollars. I think 3 point whatever billion was what we called our own. The rest was borrowed. So if we had continued that way, we wouldn't even have that 3 point something billion to ourselves.
You see, what you just did just now is another
Sunaja, please let Madam
we've
Zita
had this
respond. I'm not
conversation
talking to you.
before.
Hold on.
Allowed to interject to other people. People should be able to interject.
I should be able to go next, right? I should be able to go next.
Yeah, tonight, let that conversation take place only because they both have the competence to hold it. Zita.
Kulata, see, you don't necessarily need to wait for dollar replacement or dollar for you to use the dollar to like having enough dollar, as you said. I was actually capitalizing on what is used to float currency, not a currency, but demand and supply. So you don't really, if you want to do it right, you don't really need to have the dollar. You watch the market. What is going on in the environment, not import, export. Check the everyday buying, mama, papa, mama don't cut or go, sell market. That's what you need to monitor in that environment, which is Nigeria.
Follow-up
And
question.
then the moment it becomes stable, you release the flooding. It's
So
not
follow.
hot. But
So
what
follow-up
they did,
question. Follow-up question. Is there a cost to keeping that $400 naira to a dollar rate?
Kulata,
No, let me just ask that. Let me ask the question, please. Is there a cost to us, CBN or whatever, for keeping that $400 rate? Number one. Follow-up question number two is, did we have a scarcity of dollar supply? You can only answer the first one. I prioritize the first one, please.
Kulata, as I said before, whether Nigeria has a cost on putting dollar at 400 or not, it has nothing to do with floating, but because floating doesn't have to do with the currency or another currency. It has to do with demand and supply. I stand my ground on this.
Yeah, but
floating doesn't have anything to do with dollar rate. Dollar will cost. We have to need dollar to sustain the dollar. Blah blah blah. Floating must be done under microeconomics.
That is platitude. I'm sorry, Madam Zita. We need to get specific. We were bleeding. There was a problem. Acknowledge the problem and give your own solution to what the government should have done.
You bleed. You bleed. You say the country is bleeding when you are looking at the macro. I am not talking about the macro. So at that level,
how would you have done it?
No. I'm not talking about the macro. I'm talking about the microeconomics. Everyday activity in Nigeria, let it flow. Let it flow, because people are suffering. You cannot just wake up and then hit floating and then said, let the market respond to it. That's wrong.
Yeah, but the situation we were,
that controls the floating, not the other way around.
But with the situation we were going at that route, things were not going to improve. Actually, things were getting worse. It's getting to the embarrassing point where even though that's a disgraceful situation, and the airline can't even repatriate money, even though that airline is cheating and all. I get it. And why was it even able to cheat? Because of the dual rate we were maintaining. They were cheating us on both sides, and they even have the guts. look at it. We can say these things, but these are
How has
real
that
problems.
improved by depreciating
Tonight,
the
please,
naira?
can you keep quiet? I'm not talking to
See,
you.
one man, you are the one
I'm
causing this
having a
thing because
conversation
you
with
tend to
Madam
insult
Zita
me every
tonight.
time by saying
Zip
I
it.
don't have the competence in the topic. One man, you've done it
I'm
a
talking
few
to
times, and
Madam
I don't
Zita.
believe that.
Don't take my flow tonight.
Hold on. Sorry, Kulata. Tonight, no, apologies. I did not say you don't have the competence to have it, but I'm saying the two of them are capable of having that conversation, so it can be a two-way conversation.
But that's the impression it gives because you've done it a few times in another topic. Even Kezo that learns from you, tell him to go ahead and talk because somehow I should stand in the background because nobody's asking the pertinent questions. You don't know my qualification. You just
Can you survive
you
without
don't know
talking?
anything.
The rest of us are also quiet now. Like you can't live. We've been talking. We was on another show earlier today. Talk for 10 hours. Can you and this rest a little bit on this show? And not talk?
Okay, hold on. Tonight, no, that was no disrespect meant with that, but have that interjection then tonight, and then let's bring that conversation to a crescendo, so that other people waiting. Tonight, let's hear from you.
I wanted to ask him, Kulata, what was the bleeding he was referring to by the naira being kept at a lower value under Buhari? Let him explain to us what the bleeding is because that's important.
Well, first of all, we weren't even able to keep any reserves. We were borrowing. Our reserves were padded with borrowed money to keep some artificial rate. Of course, when you when you have the same the same commodity in dual markets, people will take advantage of that. That is the so-called round tripping that we're getting. We're not able to attract investments because people fear that their money will get stuck in Nigeria. And that went on and on and on. So it's a vicious cycle. You have to do something about it to be able to. Do you want to stay in that way? Is there any chance you'll be able to attract investment to grow yourself out of it? We weren't growing.
Kulata,
well, nothing has changed though.
Yeah, but it's only for the short term. I mean, how many days or how many months have we started doing this? And again, we also have the situation where CBN right now cannot pay the 10 billion that's supposed to pay the bank.
So can I go? Can I go,
let
please?
me say this.
I've been waiting.
Before I leave this currency wherever, let me say this. It's because of the way some of the people that handle the monetary and financial policies in Nigeria, the way they manage it. Otherwise, in economics, floating a currency is actually good for countries that have fixed monetary policies, well-formed monetary policies, not countries like Nigeria that don't have fixed monetary policies. So
let me agree with you. Can I interject?
Let me finish.
Just
let
a
me
little
finish.
bit?
I have to say this because I know that people in Nigeria are suffering. It's hard. So I have to say this. That is a wrong economic move, number one. Number two, they did it the other way around. That's why it is actually hitting very hard in Nigeria.
So do you prefer a peg?
Now, that being said, let me say this. Because in Nigeria, we have been using pegged for a long time. And the benefits of a managing economy supposed to get from pegging is being misused for some bad act or by some bad actors. We suggest, everybody should listen to me. I will suggest that we try to float and see what the outcome will be. But that does not mean that what is happening now in Nigeria is not caused by the wrong floating strategy.
I have a much better solution. Hold on.
No. Just let her land.
So Madam
Zita. Please,
so Madam Zita.
To respond, you use the demand and supply, whatever they are responding to float the economy. That's my area in economics.
Okay, so Madam Zita,
go back and check.
let me round up my interjection with this conversation. So after all is said and done, you preferred float, managed float.
No, why I said the first drawback of floating, that's what is happening in Nigeria, and I am not happy about it. Why am I not happy? Let me finish, Kulata. Now you asked me a question. Why am I not happy about it? Is in the first place, the foundation of this floating is wrong.
It's weak.
So I don't know if they will be able to get it right. But I will suggest that Nigeria try floating because we've been doing the other. And the benefit of doing it, we are not getting. Thank you.
Okay.
Hold on, please.
Let me round up so I can leave. Let me round up. Pansat, hold on. Pansat, hold on. Pansat, hold on.
Pansat, let Kulata round up.
Madam Zita, I like the fact
I should
that
be going. I should be going right after him.
No. Let everybody hold.
Right?
Let Kulata round up.
Let me just land. You will go after me. Sorry about all this. I'll leave now. So, Madam Zita, so you've acknowledged a few things. The pegging we've been doing, we've been really shooting ourselves in the foot somehow. This floating, while not, because we don't really have anything to defend the float, but you acknowledge that we should give it a shot, which means there's going to be painful periods that we're all currently going through. I don't like that, the fact that the dollar is 1,000 to this. Why am I'm not happy. It doesn't make me happy. People are suffering for it. But pegging is, you're acknowledging that pegging, we've been trying it, is not working, so it's also not an alternative. So while the foundation of this float is weak, look at what Emefiele did. A report is coming out to show all the disaster Emefiele did. And why was he able to do all that disaster? Because of the peg. So
No.
Let me, Madam Zita, now I can land. Let me just land. Let me land. So the bottom line is we're going to give floating a shot, and we're going to pray to God that the right thing is done to fix some of our fundamental problems that hopefully releases the pressure and demand on the dollar. Maybe we'll be better off for it. That's it.
Let me solve
I like
the problem.
what you said, Kulata. The fundamentals. One of the fundamentals is the Nigerian factor. You cannot do it without regulation. You have to regulate the market.
One thing I wanted to say.
Let me respond to the person that is saying regulation.
Hold on for a second, because it's my turn to speak now.
No. Just hold on. Yes, Zita, respond, and then we have to open up that space. Too many people want to come in, but respond, Zita, and then we have to open it up to others. Yeah.
The person saying regulation. That is one of the things they say in economy. Some people think about economics that is wrong. Most things don't actually need regulation. They regulate themselves. That's why I said on this platform, and let Nigerians hear my voice, the foundation of this floating is wrong. And I fear if it's going to work. I fear. Because when you want to do floating, you don't need regulation. It regulates itself. Because it's the supply and the demand that forces the floating. Not you to float and then force the supply and demand to respond to it. And that's exactly what Tinubu did. And that's wrong. I don't know who told him that, economist, but it is what it is. There is no regulation to this, please. It should regulate itself if it is done well. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Come in, just think, and then after you, and then to resolve the whole thing, Pansat has an emergency solution. But Justin, come in, and then after you, Pansat.
Yeah, I think one thing that people are missing is that there isn't a quick solution anymore for Nigeria. Where I wanted to interject was where people were saying that there's a solution that you can implement in 30 days or something. There isn't anything like that. The solution isn't something that will take like 20 years, or, how sometimes a lot of Nigerians will say, oh, you have to, slow and steady or incremental. No, it doesn't have to be incremental. It could be relatively fast, but it's not going to be that fast. I talked about OPEC. Why are we in OPEC when OPEC is making us produce maximum 2 million barrels a day, and we're a country of 200 million people? a quick thing that we can do, since people, especially Nigerians, are addicted to quick things, is to increase our oil production. That will increase the amount of dollars that are in the country quickly. But the overall policy, to me, the issue isn't that we're floating the naira. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that we're not a productive country, and we don't have infrastructure in place to allow us to be productive. Our roads are shit. Our electricity production is horrible for a country of our size. And I think doing those two things will make it to where floating our currency should not be a big issue. And I don't know why we're so, again, just the whole mindset of what can we do quick, short term, quick. Listen, let that go. Let go of the idea of easy. Those two things are things quick and easy. Let that go. Our mindset as a country should be, we're in this situation now, but what can we do that will make it to where this situation is a thing of the past so we never envision it? No matter how difficult it is, no matter how long it will take, we should be thinking of solutions that will solve our problem permanently. This issue of foreign exchange not being in the country, it's because we're not productive. We don't produce anything. We don't export anything in mass outside of crude oil. That's the problem. We should be setting up our country, or we should be focusing this discussion around how do we become more productive? Because if we are a productive country and we are exporting so many finished goods or semi-finished goods around the world, who cares if the naira is floated? Because the naira will actually be, you will actually be much more valued, right? If we have a lot of foreign exchange coming into the country, and we don't need foreign investors. It's actually embarrassing for us to open our mouth and say we need foreign investors with that big population we have. 200 million people. Are we that unproductive that we need some Asian or white man to come into the country and give us billions of dollars and set up some factory that we can set up ourselves? Are we not embarrassed? So 200 million people. Those people are not enough. On top of that, we still need people to come in and be bringing us dollars, to be setting up, investing in us. Why not we just focus on the Nigerians that are there, that live there? We have millions of businesses that have been registered in Nigeria. Why don't we focus on trying to make those businesses grow, more viable, able to hire more people, provide more jobs, stuff like that? Like, that should be the mindset, not foreign direct investment. Because Peter Obi says this thing all the time. Foreign direct investors are not stupid. They're going to look at your local investors. They're going to see, okay, these people that are going there, how are these people doing? What is their human development index? Are they eating? Are they not in poverty? Like, how are the people on ground doing? Once they see that people there are doing well, then they will start to come in. Right? So that should be, in my personal opinion, all this arguments about policy, about it, if there isn't a policy about making manufacturing a thing in Nigeria, if there isn't a policy about how can we just produce more, that should be the mindset. How can we produce more electricity so that our businesses are funded better, Like, outside of that, because if we're producing more, then the trade imbalance will automatically be fixed. If we're producing more, then what we import wouldn't be a big deal because we export more than we import to begin with. So that's what I was trying to say.
All right, brilliant. Stay steady. I still have a few questions for you, but let's bring Pansat in, who has an emergency solution. Pansat.
Thank you very much. And I do have an emergency solution. Let me say hello to everybody in the panel and those contributing in the comment section. Now, it's been quite an interesting debate. Zita made a lot of good points. But unfortunately, that's not going to resolve anything, right? Those are just economic theories, right? Now, the last speaker basically is hinting at trying new things. You try new things and open yourself up to emotions, experiences, and culture. Right? You shouldn't be afraid to try new things. What is the problem that we have in Nigeria? Let me just run down a few factors that affects the economy, especially the foreign currency, right? We have to know what are those things. Inflation. If there's anything you want me to describe more in detail or technically, I will do so. But you have inflation, you have interest rates, then you have the government policy, the public debt, political stability. It's very important. Of course, the economic recession. In theory, when a country enters a recession, there's normally a depreciation of its currency. Now, terms of trade. Now, that's what I'm going to be hopping on. That's where my emergency solution is going to come from. Terms of trade. Then, of course, you have your current account deficits, confidence, speculation, intervention. It's not only CBN that can formulate monetary policy or do something about it. The government itself can, and it's empowered to do so. So let me talk about...
No. CBN is responsible for monetary policy.
It is responsible constitutionally for monetary policy, but in addition to the government, it's not a
The government is responsible. The Ministry of Finance
when I
is
finish, then you
responsible
give
for
your own.
fiscal.
I'll be happy to debate you on that. I'll be happy to debate you. Okay. Aside from monetary policy, you have an intersection between fiscal policy and monetary policy. Whoever told you a government, just even a responsible government can and should and do formulate monetary policy.
Answer, you are correct on this.
A Nigerian government can do anything. It's an irresponsible government that is dictatorial. There's no limit to what it can do. So why doesn't it then use those powers it has to do right? But let me talk about terms of trade.
Who in the government is responsible for monetary policy?
Every aspect of the government, starting from the executive to the National Assembly to anybody. But let me talk
CBN.
Yeah, let me
CBN
please
is
hold on.
responsible for monetary policy.
I have been
the
here.
Ministry of Finance. Listen, pass out with your solution.
You're not listening. I don't want to talk about that. One land.
Correction.
This boy is
the
trying
Ministry
to.
of Finance is responsible for fiscal policy.
Calm down. Even the US one is like that. What is so controversial about
We are
what
not
Pansan
in
is
the
saying?
US. We are not in the US. That's why.
All right. Pansat, continue with your monologue, but stay on the side of facts as much as you can.
Everything I'm gonna say.
Otherwise, people will interject. But
everything I'm gonna say is gonna be 100% facts. Right. I gave a synopsis of what normally concerns a country such as our own. Why are we in trouble and how do we solve it? Now, just because I may be interjected or I'm gonna let somebody have it and then I'm gonna be booted. Let me go ahead and do what I didn't want to do, which is to proffer what that emergency solution is.
No. Have your build up so that you can learn, but condense it because of course people waiting. So yeah, back to you.
Exactly. Terms of trade is what I want to talk about. Nigeria only has one major product, oil. Now remember, the terms of trade was called TOT or balance of trade. Is the difference between the monetary value of a nation's exports and imports over a certain period of time, right? The terms of trade will improve if the price of a given country's export rises by a greater rate than that of its imports. Bear that in mind. Nigeria joined OPEC way back in the 60s or early 70s. It became a prominent member. Remember, OPEC, it's an organization of the petroleum exporting countries, OPEC. But before that, there was an OAPEC, which is Arab. The A there stands for Arab. So my emergency solution right now is for Nigeria to unilaterally, right now, cut off OPEC, resign from OPEC, nationalize our oil fields like what happened in the early 70s, okay? When they were able to raise their prices. We have to control the price of our products. Now, Nigeria often says national security. You want to have guns, you want to have bombs, you want to have all those things to protect your territory and your people. That's true. But there are so many other ways you have to be in charge of that Nigeria. Oil is the only thing we have. You can't have somebody else setting up our oil prices or as even the quantity that we're gonna sell. So if it's me, say I haven't been to Saudi Arabia, you made me president, and I go over there, I land in those airports, and I see all that infrastructure, I'm gonna turn around at that airport to go and resign. There's no way I'm gonna be doing business with you where you have an Arab majority, and all of them are doing very well, and I'm not. But you get to go and have friends in the United States, in Europe, politically, otherwise, but you can then tell me how much production I will make, even if I can produce more, or tell me how much I'm going to sell it for. There is no way I'm going to do that. That's the major problem we have. Resign from OPEC, do your own thing, determine the prices of your oil and how many you're going to produce. Now, OPEC has used itself to resolve conflicts, to make trouble with Switzerland, for example, in the
So the totality of your everything is resigned from OPEC, which somebody had said an hour ago. Okay.
I don't think.
Yeah, I just said that.
Let me. He might have said it by serendipity or just passing through, and he said it. I am telling you why. It's a major policy change. You have to try something new.
Why should we leave OPEC?
That's what
so that we can produce as much oil as possible.
I was hoping for something a bit more dynamic and inspired.
No. This is here. This is very, very big. Oh, one man. This is the biggest thing ever.
No. I think there's universality around. That's not you've not broken new grounds. You've not broken new grounds.
Now remember, I started by telling you inflation, right? General rise in prices in an economy, goods and services, usually expressed in percentages, right? You have interest rates. You have the government policy. Having a policy, you remember all the other things they're elucidating on either side, supply and demand, like what's her name, Zita and Kulata. They take a look at United States and China. They are on opposite sides. China would love what we have now, where their currency is down, right? Low. The United States wants price stability or strong currency, but both work, right? Because the government job is to try to, along with the CBN, is try to regulate that stability. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the United States expects that a dollar, which is big, it's a strong dollar. But China doesn't want that. They don't want a strong dollar because they're producing a lot of things and they want exports. So you could put a gun on their head and they don't want that currency to be strong, which is what we have. With the Chinese model of currency, our currencies keep dumbing down, but we don't make electronics and this and that. We should. I'm talking about emergency. For emergency right now, there's something we make that they don't make, which is oil, right? So follow the line of reasoning. So if you have to copy any one of these models, you're gonna say, okay, America makes fighter jets, they make this, they make okay, we can't compete with that. But China, their currency is low, they make a few things, but we have oil, which is gold. So what Saudi has been doing to us is they look at us as suckers. You're gonna limit what we're gonna produce. You're gonna tell us how much we have to sell it for.
All right, Pansat. Emeka wants to ask you a series of questions, no more than 3 questions. So this is how we're going to do it. Emeka, don't make it an over elaborate sort of questions. So snapshot questions with condensed answers, because Mike has been around for a good while now, and I'm sure he's losing patience. So I have that question, Mike, just a mini question and answer session. We get to Mike, and then after Mike would have covered everybody, then we open up the space to the free flowing back and forth. Emeka.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you, Pansat, with your solution. Just 3 questions will be straight. Now, why do you think it's advantageous for us to leave OPEC? Second, hold
on. Do you want him to answer it one by one, or do you want to pack it all in?
Let me pack it all in so that you can free flow on them, so then the others can come in.
Start it again. So because I broke you. Yeah, sorry.
Number 1, why do you think it is advantageous for Nigeria to leave OPEC? Number two, what policies controls inflation and interest rates, and how can we manage inflation? Number three, um, um, do you know the current inflation in Nigeria now?
Okay, you done?
Yes,
That's
I'm
it?
done. Thank you.
Okay. So first of all, we should leave OPEC because we've been an OPEC for a long time, decades, generations, and we'll keep going down, down, down. So just that by itself is reason to try something new. There are countries that are not in OPEC that are oil producing, such as the United States. The largest oil producer in the world is not in OPEC, and so many other countries in our own neighborhood, right? Two, no matter if it's oil, if it's vegetables, if it's electronics, you want to be in control of setting prices for your products and services. It's like national security level. You cannot let others, a cabal, set prices for you, especially adversaries, historic adversaries who think they're smarter than we are. They don't think that we're the same. They want to play second fiddle and then kiss up on a ladder and then kick us in the head as those coming after them. So it makes sense that if oil is our main production, not only should we leave OPEC and be in charge of it, we should nationalize it. It worked. If you look at Nigeria in 1973, I believe it was, there was an 73 to 74, the oil market was tight. So it's in the early 1970s, at least I could say that reduced the risks for OPEC members in nationalizing their oil production. So one of the major fears for OPEC members at that time was that if they nationalize, then oil would take a deep decline. So at some point, Libya, Algeria, Iraq, Nigeria, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela did exactly that. They nationalized their oil with greater control over their production. So this new thing that they worked. I mean, the United States, they were in line when they're buying gas and they raised the prices of oil. And there was an oil crisis. So you have to be able to do something like that. If you when they changed and they start allotting Nigeria how much they're going to produce and how much they're going to sell it for, then we don't have any control. All they have to do when you do this election right now, the president may maybe appoint himself as a oil minister or actually appoint somebody who knows something about the oil. He goes to have lunch in Saudi Arabia and they're going to tell him what to do. He's going to represent his own interest and not ours. And that's what we're going through right now. So because during that 1973, 74, OPEC was able to impose embargoes on so many people because of, say, Yom Kippur War in Israel. The Arab people were fixated.
Why is it advantageous? I'm not saying the story. Also,
Yeah.
oil prices, you can't change oil prices. It's
Why?
determined by market forces.
No, listen.
Just Google
listen.
it.
I just told you
Don't
why
take
that is
my
so.
word.
You cannot
Don't
change
take
oil
my
prices
word. Just
because
Google it.
it's predetermined for you. You don't have any control.
Your output is predetermined by OPEC. If you leave OPEC, you can produce more, which should increase your
OPEC
revenue generation.
there's a reason why. That's why I asked you what are the advantages. There's a reason
Okay,
why
let me elucidate that. Yeah, let me elucidate that for you in a simpler term. Okay, for example, the market supposed to be a competition, right? So if the OPEC is selling the oil,
let me just say this: but then bring it to sort of in an elegant but
there's two
sort
other
of
questions pending.
All right, drive through them like you were driving a Lamborghini.
Okay, sounds good. So, what's his name? Emeka? If OPEC is selling their oil at $100 a barrel, and I'm independent, I have a lot of oil, and I say, you know what? I'm gonna produce more, but I'm gonna sell it at $89. Who do you think they're gonna buy that oil from?
You
gonna buy
can't
it from
change
me.
oil prices.
Excuse me.
No, you
Excuse
can't
me.
change it.
Look at this guy. I just told you why you
You can't
cannot.
change. That is
One
why
man,
I
he's
asked
the
you
one
that
making me
question.
slow down. Let me
Woman,
elucidate.
please,
Let
can
me
you
answer
correct
it.
him?
Let me answer. Let me answer.
Woman, please correct
I'm
him.
saying that the market is the price of the market is demand and supply. If the price is expensive from the OPEC countries, if I need money because Nigeria is in trouble, I can undercut them and sell mine cheaper. Even by $1 is going to make a difference because you're talking about a commodity
Actually, the price of oil is really determined by supply because demand is a constant in oil.
Yeah, it's a supply,
But price,
which is why I said you can leave OPEC and increase the supply up to a point to where it will not affect price such that you can maintain profitability and generate more revenue.
Arguing.
So that's the benefit.
I'm actually arguing
And Saudi Arabia will overflow the world with oil. It will be a
They have to stay. Everybody who's
Nigerian
producing oil,
will not
everybody
sell.
that's producing
but
oil will have
listen
to
to
stay
me,
profitable.
because this is an emergency solution.
They will have to stay profitable.
No. You know. Sorry. Sorry. You know they don't have. You know, the Saudis they've done it in the past. If you leave that OPEC, they will flood the market until they break your economy. They have the hold on. They have the wealth. They have the wealth to hold steady, to be unaffected, but they can break your economy if they want to.
Okay,
They tried to do that with America, and it didn't work.
Let me tell you.
It didn't work.
Thank you for correcting that.
They produced a lot of oil. They were trying to destroy America because of fracking.
Okay,
it
listen to
didn't
this.
work.
Let me tell you.
They ended up having
Please hold on. It's my turn. Let me make my point.
Hold on. America buckled though, so don't say it didn't work.
Exactly.
America,
They
have
to go even back down to Obasanjo back then. People don't understand.
You know why they buckled? Listen to this. For example, Saudi Arabia came. Anybody who's talking now is stupid, right? You're just trying to make noise. Be quiet.
No, your mother is stupid, idiot.
When
Saudi Arabia, please, let's not go there.
This guy always come and think he can just insult people. You think he has monopoly of insult?
You know what he's doing?
Hold on. Mike, don't use that sort of language. But
how can you say someone is stupid?
Remove him is my turn. If I take that, you remove me.
Hold on. Pansat, I did say to you in the private chat that you did promise me that you will keep it 100.
But who started it though? It's my turn.
No. When you're calling them stupid, then they will come back at you with the same sort of language.
Anybody who talks,
and you know where that goes. We've been there before. But
I did not personalize it. I'm saying when the moderator rules, and then
just carry on with your monologue.
So let me tell you, for example, Saudi Arabia. Let's see a bonanza. Let's say Nigeria is not independent. It's not an OPEC, right? And then the chief OPEC corporate, Saudi Arabia, the prince goes and murders somebody in Turkey, right? And then the United States is a boss. Everybody's mad. And they want to get him for doing that. Now, that's a bonanza for us. He's able to break them because we're in OPEC. He controls that output. We're in OPEC. We're like one body with him. So he could go and be crazy in the international arena like the rest of them, right? What's his name over there? Muammar Gaddafi and all those. You go and you upset them, but because you're an OPEC, they cannot put embargo on your products and then buy from us, which is our own inures to our benefit, because he's able to break. That's why you have the OPEC cartel, right? So that they can do whatever they do, but they're politically using that stuff. Remember when they pulled out of Switzerland in the 50s, right? It's politics for them, or they're fighting Israel, Yom Kippur War or whatever, and we are embedded with them, but these are none of our business. And we're in trouble, and they're building all this infrastructure. But why don't you
move to the second question? If there's time, I'll correct your first question.
Okay, so
move to the second one.
Something that you don't even understand. What I'm saying to you is that if we're out and independent, when they make trouble, our pockets is going to be flowing with money.
If we leave OPEC,
but if they stay, if they compete with us by price,
OPEC,
or if they compete by
if we leave OPEC,
production, we do the same thing. We have a lot of oil. right? We have a
We
lot of oil.
cannot
And then we're going to
outproduce
break the
Saudi
political
Arabia
strength.
and those
We're
in
gonna, see,
OPEC.
this
We
boy
cannot.
is an idiot, right? You know he's an idiot. So
Oh,
why
God.
let him?
America is not in OPEC.
Let me then answer a second. Look, I
Please.
hope some people, there are people I want to hear me. It's not this panelist right here. I want Nigerian government. You need an emergency measure. Don't be afraid to try new things. You've been doing it this way.
You know, Pansat, I'm not going to say it again, but I'm going to ask you to keep the language 100, because when you call people names, they'll want to call you a worse name, and then
mine won't stick. Theirs will stick.
No, but the session that was going quite well, we then spiral out of control. So I need your support to keep it 100. So keep it 100.
I will.
Look,
you have a lot of power. Let me make you a square deal.
I don't want to have to nursemaid adults. I just think we have it within us to be civil.
Hear me out. What I'm saying, if I do something that's contrary to what you just admonished right now, remove me. But if they do it, remove them, because it's you who is harboring this. The harbinger here is you. If they interrupt me unduly, stop them, mute them, or
no. Interject. You interject people. So, but just bring it home. Bring it home.
I give you the history of the oil embargo. A lot of this case went born when that happened, and some of the Switzerland issue, how OPEC moved away from there, and so many other things. But we don't belong in OPEC. We've tried it. It's stupid to keep trying the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. None of these suggestions on the microeconomic level or the laws of demand and supply is going to work, because we don't control anything, right? We control nothing. So I ran through inflation, right? I think his question before said, how do you ameliorate inflation? I described it generally. The rise in prices in an economy, right? So if, for example, inflation is lower, the purchase power of the naira would increase relative to other countries. Nigeria's exports become more competitive. But now, why do you talk about that?
Inflation? That was the question. How do you control it?
These are economic theories.
How do you control it? That was the question.
That's what I'm telling you. If you would shut up and listen, I would. First of all, the things that I'm saying already, you're not listening. You're not listening to what I just told you.
I'm not listening because I know them. I just want you to say it.
Yeah, but it's not a canned answer or something you Google up. I'm trying to give you particular to Nigeria. How you control inflation in Nigeria is totally different from how you control
the question is remaining to, I said, what policy falls under inflation? What inflation, which policy is
interest
inflation
rate
and interest rates under?
Interest rates.
And then how do you control inflation?
That's a strong
Answer it quickly so that Mike can come in, please.
He's playing you, right? He's just talking nonsense. I just told you that.
No, he's insisting that you answer his question. But let me just say this. Let me just say one thing, Pansat. If you substitute shut up with can you just be quiet for a moment? I think that's probably more palatable. But I'll carry on.
I think so. So there's a strong correlation between inflation, interest rates, and exchange rates. Governments and central banks have the authority, like I said earlier, to influence exchange rates by increasing interest rates. Do you understand?
Yeah, but Pansat, if you increase interest rates too much, your local economy, money becomes more expensive for your local economy.
Please don't save Pansat now, please. Let Pansat answer the question. Don't save him.
You notice I did not give you any particular number, right? I didn't give you any particular number. So first of all, admonish Emeka and tell him that what I'm saying is
I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the discussion.
Okay, but what I'm saying, if I say that governments and central banks have the authority to influence exchange rates by increasing interest rates, right?
That's true. That is true. I agree.
But he's saying that only central bank can do that. The government is
sorry. Central bank.
Don't save Pansat. He said he has solution. I have asked him. Don't save.
Why are you gonna save
Let me go on.
While he's agreeing with me.
Pansat
has spoke his
the initial premise of your question is let's exit OPEC, and I believe someone else said it. So a country, hold on, just hold on. A country that exited OPEC, I don't know if it's been beneficial for them. They've exited OPEC twice. They exited it, they came back, they exited it. That country is called
America's not an OPEC, by the way.
No, but America is strong enough to do what they need to do.
So isn't the focus? Shouldn't the focus to be for us to be strong enough?
America
Well,
is
so
one of the
let me name the country.
Yeah, we're
Let me name.
always skipping and dancing around.
Can I name the
one voice.
Can I just name the country? And if you guys know more, if you guys, I'm really trying to learn. Ecuador has left OPEC twice. I think currently they are out of OPEC. Has it been beneficial for Ecuador? Does anybody know? I sincerely don't know, but I'm asking.
Yeah, well, if they did the right thing. But let me land.
No, Ecuador is in deep shit right now.
They did not collapse. They did not collapse.
For other reasons, right? There are a lot of things that
I don't think they're in deep shit because they left OPEC.
This is not a
all right. All right, let us run through now. Let Emeka just let him run through. Then we get to Mike.
So since that we know investors rapidly and frequently move money from a currency with lower interest rates to a country with higher interest rates because it's going to give them a quick return investment. So you agree with that? So a country's debt rating is also a factor that influences its currency exchange. So you have to do the
I
math.
asked you a straightforward question. I said, what policy does inflation and interest rates?
You know, that is a moving target now.
I'm doing the math for you, okay? And I'm trying to show you how
rate
currency
and all the rates the world can offer. I asked you a straight question.
Let me
all right, we must move on to Mike now, but yeah.
If you want to, my main thing I want to suggest here is that if you want to learn, you should listen to me. I talked about political stability when I came in here. That currency, that exchange rate, all those things are interrelated. So I'm not just going to sit here mounting off inflation. What else? Whatever affects inflation is part of the problem. So you have to have political stability because it's going to show in the strength of your currency, right? You have to, if somebody wins an election, let that person take over. Foreign investors are more attracted to invest in countries displaying a lower propensity for political turmoil. This injection of foreign investment leads to an appreciation of the domestic currency. So conversely, unpredictable events leading to unstable conditions in a country means less foreign investment, naturally then leading to depreciation in the domestic currency. So now, recession. We go from one recession to the other. So when it comes
this is a lecture now.
Yeah, it is a lecture.
Landed
recession, that's normally a depreciation of that currency, right? Because first of all, it's commonplace for interest rates to fall in a recession. And then when this happens, money flow to countries that have higher interest rates. It's just economics, right? So now the terms of trade that I elucidated earlier is very important. We have to be in charge of what we make. We do, right? So confidence and speculation is also a part of it. I think I mentioned that when I first got here. Government intervention, I believe that the government itself, not central bank, we have to have people who know what will solve the problem because there is no silver bullet. If you're a patriot, you're supposed to, as a government, you have a lot of power to intervene with the banks themselves. And of course, don't forget, stock markets are also important here. Both the stock market and foreign exchange are the most financially traded markets on the globe. So to help with price predictions, traders often look for correlations between both markets. So the mood of investors is buoyed when a domestic...
I swear, Bazan is reading this stuff.
It's on my head. When I talk, it looks like I'm reading, but I'm even better than the books.
Colata, was it you that said it? Was it you that spoke last?
So now I'm gonna say, you know what, man? It's not good for me to
let Mike
talk
me, please.
Right? I want you to come to me for my own session now. This was my interjection of
All right, let's go on to Mike. Thank you, Pansata. Hold steady.
Imagine Mike following me. That he's gonna look so bad.
I think it's going to elevate the conversation as it often does. So Mike,
I doubt that.
So that was a TED talk. I'm not going to describe it as a beautiful nonsense, but let others form that conclusion. But Mike, take us to where do you want to come in? Do you want to come in at Naira Marley?
No. I kind of want to touch on that economic topic. I mean, there's some things I want to eject. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm an expert or economist like some people, but there's some issues. I kind of think we should kind of look at regarding how Nigeria, the dynamic of that society. If you notice, like almost every year, the inner cities in Nigeria the population are just increasing, right? Like it's almost like even when I go to Nigeria, because I travel through the southwest a lot, from Lagos all the way to Kwara, and I go through the cities, Lagos, Ibadan, Osogbo, even in the Delta Warrior area. Every year, population is growing. And the question you ask is, where are they coming from? Everybody's coming from the villages straight to the cities. And a lot of these people, when you talk to them, okay, how was your life? They will say, back in the village, they were, and what were they doing in the village? When you ask them, what were you doing in the cities? What are they doing? A lot of them, some, they'll succeed, but majority don't make it. And the main reason they came is to succeed, to blow up, because they believe the cities is where you can make it. Globally, we all know the cities is where you want to become wealthy. The cities, of course, is where you go. And when they end up in the cities, what are they doing? They're participating. Of course, it's going to be the service economy or consumption economy. It's either you are performing service to get paid or you get into trade. Right? Now, out of these three, the consumption, the service, and the production economy, right? Which one is more valuable? Isn't it the production? And Nigeria, what do we produce? What is the top three area of our production, the most valuable area? We produce crude oil, and then the second is agriculture. Actually, agriculture is supposed to be number one. And before we discovered crude oil, agriculture was the main thing. That's why we talk back in the days, the pyramid, it was agriculture. Back in the days, it was agriculture, mainly that we export. Now, when you have people abandoning the rural area, going straight to the cities, what is that doing? Isn't that killing productivity? When we're not a country that's industrialized, we mentioned our manufacturing. We are not manufacturing. Everything we are consuming, we're importing them. And the only area where we export is agriculture and oil. And if people abandon agriculture, coming to the cities, to come and become what? What is that doing? That's not that. And I think that's where we have to start. That if the government are serious, that's one area they have to look. Okay, what is going on with the people? Because we can say all day and say government. It's the performance of the people that will determine how the direction of the country. Honestly, the government can just realize that, hold on, what's going on? What's our, it's the activity of people's lives that will determine how things is going. Government can do what they want, but also the activity of people. That's why you have to do what it takes to kind of control the activity of people and movement of people and what people do, in a sense. So when I look at it, I say, okay, what's the cost? I just mentioned people are living in the rural area. When you talk to them, why would you just abandon? You're farming, you're growing. Like Simba will come and tell us in his farm, he grows his chicken. The food he eats, he grows by himself. I mean, he has everything. He grows everything he consumes in his farm there in Kwara, where he is. And then he has a second job as a doctor. So the idea of hunger, poverty, and things like that, he doesn't have to deal with it. So to me, definition of poverty is not having money. To me, poverty is when you can't, have the basic need, hunger and things like that. So the million-dollar question is, why are people abandoning the rural side and what's attracting them to the cities? The answer is simple. When Nigerian government wants to invest, they invest in the cities. Even the state governors, most of their spending is in the state capital, that city right there, or the surrounding. They put more infrastructure there. They put everything there. They put the cinemas, the schools, everything is all built in mainly around the cities. They focus on that, and they abandon rural area, thinking those people there they are bush. Colonial mentality now. We don't want to associate with the bush people. We want to be civilized. So let's build more. So the investment is mainly in the cities, and that's terrible. Government should be, you have to invest in the area that's more valuable. Focus on the rural area so people can be more attracted to that side. And if you go to the rural area, you know that the main job here is agriculture. If you go, if you say, okay, you want something, education, school, say you want to attend a school, school is in most of the schools are in the rural area. The best schools are in the rural area. Some of the things are in that rural, connecting to the rural area. Main things. I'm not talking about to turn it to a city. Make people living in rural have things they need there. And two, to some level, subsidize agriculture now. Subsidize agriculture. What's wrong with that? So people can stay there and just farm. At least they are surviving. There's no crying. The least they can complain about is, okay, I'm not rich. Okay, fine, but you are surviving there. So people don't, if you want to come, the only cities are built for people that are rich already, and then a few poor people can come and go and service them, provide service for the rich, not for someone that has nothing. Cities are not designed for you. That's why cities are expensive in America, everywhere in the world. Cities are not designed for someone that's not, in an illiterate or someone that doesn't know. It's designed for people that know something, they have ideas. You go there and try and demonstrate your creativity and make money. If you're a smart trader, if you're a smart businessman, that's what cities are designed for. It's not designed for people to come and be, So we need to focus on those things, Invest more in the rural side, the villages. Put things in the villages, put schools there, put things, libraries in the villages. Why do people have to leave their village to become educated? Why can't we government invest, put libraries in villages so people in the village can be, self-educate themselves, read books, learn, have idea, and then before they leave the village to say they are going to the city, they already acquire some knowledge. They know things. They read books about something from the village. They've already become a creative person. Like, okay, I can make this. I can do this now. I can take what I've learned from this idea that I have developed now, this intellectual idea. And I can take it to the city and go and become rich. Rather than nothing, you don't speak English, nothing, but just trek straight to the city. And first you start begging, you start pushing this thing, wheelbarrow, doing service and just begging, being house boy, house girl. When you were you're more valuable to the nation when you are in a rural area, because we are growing beans that we export. We are growing things that the country needs. The country needs you more in your village than in the city. Because in the city, you're just useless, man. So these are things we have to discuss. That's the area of conversation Nigeria have to have, We have to look at,
No, carry on.
Yeah. So that's what we need to look at. We can't just be, all these economists are just talking. They don't know you have to study these people, study your country, study your environment. Even when we are making laws, we are making policy, we are designing things. We need to first study our environment. This copy and paste that we do in Africa is just stupid. When we want to do Madu, we just look at another country. In China, they do this. It's working for them. Oh, let's put it in Nigeria. Oh, in America, this is the style of government. Let's do it. Let's copy and paste, put it in Nigeria. No, that's not how I do this. Those countries, before they came over with their system, they study their society. They know, okay, this is the kind of society we are. Okay, let's design something that actually can push that society towards somewhere where we want to go, So that's not what we've ever done in Africa. And that's why you wonder why we're not going anywhere. We're just confused. What we do is just come and cry and shout all day, So to me, that's what I think, We got a lot of things.
Right, Mike.
We can look at other countries and take things from them. We're human.
Yeah, you can take things, but you don't copy and paste. You can learn. Yeah, of course, knowledge is great. Knowledge is always.
We can even copy and paste.
Yeah, you can copy and paste if you study. Listen, but hold on. I think you take him out of context here. There's nothing wrong copying and pasting, but you have to know what you're copying and pasting. And after you're copying and pasting, you make sure it's something that actually you study your environment first, and you know that
Nigeria is not complicated. I swear to God, there's not. We can copy and paste. We make our we make our things so complicated, bro. Like, produce more. Like, I don't understand. Produce more. Okay, let's copy China, make something, make a factory and make some kind of widget and sell it to a different country. Like, we make it seem like rocket science. We have to make it for us, and we have to do, let me tell you something. Any of that.
Let me tell you something. Okay, see, we are copying and pasting, but we are not copying and pasting. Can I say something real quick, please?
What do we produce?
Here's
Look
the deal.
around. Were you not listening to Peter Obi? We can make t-shirts,
Man,
we can
please
make
get Peter. No,
singlets,
No,
we
don't
can
don't
make
mention that. Don't
anything.
mention Peter
You may
Obi.
want to
Bros,
no,
let
you
go,
hold
dude.
on. You
I
can
have the floor, bros, man. You have to take permission before you interject,
ignore
please.
Peter
Hold
Obi. Ignore
on.
Peter Obi.
Just
But just
think.
listen to
Hold
what
on.
he was
One man,
saying.
can
We
you?
can put
Yeah, hold on. Mike has the floor, so if it's not yielding to you, then let him carry on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, man. So here's the deal. Copy and pasting, maybe not necessarily wrong, but what are we copying and pasting? Are we copy and pasting technology? Even the things we import, are we taking it apart and copy and pasting and figuring out to make it? So we stop importing it so we can make it for ourselves. We're not doing that. Your copy and paste is not necessarily wrong. So when I say we are copying and pasting, what I'm saying is we just copy and paste uh, policies and things without studying whether that policy that we are copying and pasting actually fit our own, ways. We don't do that. Just like our system of government, we say copy and paste. I mean, it's a replica of American system of government. When you listen to Prince Adewale when he was, I think, which show was it? Which show was he on the last time this weekend?
Damages.
Oh, that's sure it was. Okay, he made an example. He even used several example about how we just copy and paste. For example, even our military, right? It's just a replica of British system. Their military, all their strategy, everything based on their system. And then he said, listen, even the Americans, and that's true because I read that book. I read it when I read Thomas Franklin. Is it Thomas Franklin? One of the American early president. I was one of the fought for the American independence. I read his book. He said it because the American military back then were the British military that became American military. So all their training was Thomas Jefferson. Yes, thank you. So when the British were coming to fight them, to smash them, when they got together, the first thing they said to themselves is, "Oh, we can't use the British system of fighting to fight them because they are more superior than us, of course." And they said, "No, let's look at this environment." And then they thought up to themselves, they said, "Oh, we have to adopt the Native American style of fighting because their system was very complicated." The Native American style of fighting, because their own system of fighting, the Native American, was based on their environment. You understand? They used the environment, so they learned the Native American style of fighting. And then they had the British weapon, even though the British weapon was more superior. The British had more armament and everything, but the strategy was different. So when by the time British came, they couldn't defeat them because their style was different. So you have to do things that match your environment, not just copy and paste. So we can learn from that. We took things from the British, but it doesn't mean we have to do exactly like them. We have to know. We have we have monarch system, and we are doing this other system. I mean, to get that, I mean, come on, you can't just we do things like just.
You can copy and paste. This is how
No
you
one
can
is saying you can't copy and paste. I don't know which argument you're presenting here, my friend.
This is my argument. Let me present it. You can copy and paste. You know where you can copy and paste? Electricity power. Let's copy other countries and paste it into Nigeria.
Is that not what I just said? We should copy and paste what is important. Like,
listen, this is the thing, right?
Dude, I don't want to argue with you, man. Dude, I don't want to do a
I'm not arguing with you.
Because your argument is not making sense. You have to hold head.
It makes total sense. It makes total sense.
No, you're saying what I'm already saying, but you're trying to look at it as an argument.
Other countries, hold on. Other countries, you open your tap, they have water. Let's copy that.
Is that not what I said? So wait. What are you disagreeing with me? What are you disagreeing with?
You said that you have to make it applicable to our environment. You don't.
Yeah, you don't?
Nope, you don't. You know why?
Okay, explain to me why you shouldn't. Okay, explain to me why you shouldn't.
There's nothing special about Nigeria that you have. Do we need a different type of electricity? Do we need a different type of road? Let me land. That day. I will land quickly.
Sorry, you can land, but we have cultural and topographical differences.
None of that matters.
Okay.
None of it. In my personal opinion, none of it matters.
Okay.
I've never heard any ethnic group say they don't want power or road. It doesn't matter.
First of all, electricity is not copy and paste.
Let's copy and paste the roads they have in China. Let's paste it here. The electricity production that they have. We don't need to be.
It doesn't matter what culture you
what,
are,
what
bro,
kind of
right?
invention
Copy
of
them.
electricity
You are talking about. Hold on. It's simple. It's
listen,
simple.
making a road is not copy and pasting. Listen,
what kind of
It's
electricity
simple.
production that should
Copy
be
it. They're producing.
No, you're not. It's not copying. It's not copying. It's like
it is
road. But listen. Road building is not.
They
It's not
have
the thing of China.
power.
It's not. It's
We
not something that.
want
It's not the thing of China.
power.
It's a universal thing. It's like saying you are copying
They
how to cook
have
food.
other countries have power. We don't. Let's copy them. So
You're not
power.
copying. That's
Simple.
not something you are copying. It's something you need to do. You do it yourself. It's not copying. It's basic shit. It's like we are not growing enough agriculture. You're saying you want to copy and paste someone else.
I want to copy China.
Agriculture.
I want to copy Indonesia. I want to copy.
This guy here is just
other
doing strongman
countries
argument, man. He's
I'm
just doing
not.
strongman argument.
I'm not. My argument is very clear.
No,
It's not a strawman argument.
It's the strawman
It's
argument.
not.
You're doing strawman
It's not.
fallacy. Get lost.
It's not. It's not.
Okay, can I have the floor?
There's nothing peculiar about Nigeria. There's nothing special. We can look and see what other countries are doing and bring it over here.
Obi, come and do. Obi, that's importing. It's a net importer. Mr. Net importer. It's the one that come and change it.
It doesn't matter about
how much agriculture. Wait. How much did Obi invest in agriculture when he was?
It doesn't matter.
How much did he invest in productivity when he was governor?
It doesn't matter if you like him or not.
Obi is not just another useless guy destroying the economy, man. He's a net importer. He just went to Bangladesh, so he go and import. He wants to.
Forget
Dude,
all
don't come
of
here.
that.
Dude, go and do obedience in some other
Forget
school,
all
man.
of that.
Come and sell obedience.
Forget all of that. Forget. It's not about obedience. Let it go. I don't care.
You're coming here and saying Obi is one righteous guy. You want to start with strawman argument and then want to inject Obi.
Somebody
has produced anything.
Somebody said that. Somebody asked a question. They said, "What can we produce?" And I gave them an example. That was it. I just gave them an example.
All right. Just think. Let me just say this. When I'm trying to bring things down or pull it together, just pause for a moment. So don't layer your voice over mine, because what I'm actually trying to do is to get all the voices down to have it under one voice. So when I'm trying to do that, just pause for a moment, land whatever it is you are putting to Mike, because I think he's losing patience with that narrative, and then let him continue with his monologue.
So I can go now, right?
Yeah, but condense it. Don't let it be long and winding.
It will not be long. Again, there's nothing special or unique about making electricity, having pipe-borne water, having basic amenities like roads, things of that nature. There's nothing special about Nigeria where we have to specialize it for ourselves. Those are lies that politicians tell you to buy them time so that they can continue to steal and be lousy. Please, I am done with that weak argument. It's basic. Whether you like Obi or not, that's not the point. Someone asked, okay, what can we produce? The reason I mentioned Obi was because during his whole campaign, there was nothing less than 100 different commodities that he named that we can easily produce. One example is juice. He said Benway has the perfect environment to grow fruits that we can convert into juice brands that we
have that in Nigeria already. We're producing juice.
So we need to produce it to where we're exporting it to different nations. We're not doing that as much.
Are you aware? He's talking about producing juice, but he's importing juice.
So that's not the point.
That's the point. No, he's an hypocrite. That's what we're trying to tell you.
That's not the point.
Okay.
Oh my God. I'm not done.
All right.
One man, let me have my floor, man. I mean that guy. It's just you know, this guy will say, we need to it's not complicated about electricity. But then when you ask them, okay, can you give me the knowledge of how to build a nuclear power plant? They have the knowledge they have no knowledge, you know. So the fact is, you know, these crybabies, this is just the problem. Like, what we have to do, yes, we have to produce, we have to learn to make things. That's one. And one of the best way to do it is to start building this. Like I said, I give you an example, put libraries in areas, particularly rural areas, because even anywhere in the world where people tend to have time to read books and be more isolated to think and reflect on their minds, to figure out what they are,
the nature, what their gifts are. Usually, like more of those people, if you study historically, are people from the rural part of the society. Because people growing in an urban area are usually more distracted with so much. They're so busy and things. So if government can understand that, hey, we have to produce more scientists, we have to produce more creative human beings, we have to produce more, uh, you know, uh, eh, uh, talent and things like that. You have to put libraries in areas where, particularly, yeah, areas libraries should be everywhere, even in cities, but in the rural side, it keep growing up in the village. Even they are more closer to nature because technological advancement is really nature is the best, is the number one teacher of science. Scientists will tell you nature is their best teacher. Nature is what teach them, give them most of the ideas that they come up with. Because the people in the rural area are around nature and they're fascinated about something in nature, and they can go to a library and go read about it, read more about it, because there's nothing like I mean, most of inventors and things that's been invented, people have written books about it. Is it book? Is it? I mean, in physics, you can, pretty much from studying. I mean, getting a physics book and reading, understanding fundamentals of things. That alone can even enhance your creativity. So we this abandonment of people in the rural side of places in Africa is just ridiculous, man. It's almost like there's some places in Africa where the people don't even know that they are member of a country, that they have where they are a member of this country. They're still in like 18th century. They're still look at the Mosi tribe in Ethiopia. Their civilization has never gone to there. They don't even know. They're just dead dusty. Like I'm like, this government, all these billions are wasting in investing in building all these things in inner cities. Put something there in these people. They can civilize themselves. It doesn't take much effort. Put some and like a library, like virtual library, internet, something. Just build one something there. At least 5 villages can share one big library like that. They go there, send their children there, go and use the internet, learn something. Give your people the tools to enhance their minds. To develop themselves. So I think that's the problem. The most honestly, if you ask me, the most productive people in Africa are those in the rural side. They're the one that grow the foods. They stick to agriculture, and the most productive thing Africans do is really agriculture because Africans don't do anything else. We are not producing anything else. Most of all, we just call ourselves civilized because we live in cities, and all we do is just buy because we buy the new Nike shoes and the new Gucci. We don't make it. We just buy, we consume it, and then we put it on, and then we look down on those in the rural side, in the villages, like look at them, they look dusty. Whereas they are the one actually more valuable to your country. They are the one producing things that the country actually consume. I mean, that we can consume. But you don't do that. All you do is spend time in the city. You provide service, or you scam people, or you luckily get a job, civil service job or something. Well, you are not the real productive. So if I'm a leader in Nigeria, I will focus more on the rural side of the world, and so those rural people, if you pay attention to them, they really don't have much reason to be running away from them and going to the cities. So they will stay there and figure a way to advance themselves from their own domain. So that's one
I
point.
will just. Can I finish my point, please?
No. I think I think you have finished that point. But
I haven't finished it yet.
No, you have. Thank you. But so thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Mike, did you want to comment on the Tinubu Chicago University something or the other?
Yeah. So what is the what are the accused? What are the okay? I hear two Nigerians crying about. Why he needs to show us? He needs to show us something. What are they crying about? I thought the university already.
Let's stop talking about Tinubu, please.
Oh, bros.
Let's stop doing that.
Hey, please. Bros. This is not your show, man. Go to your obedience show and
all right. Carry on, Mike.
Yeah. So now, I mean, I thought the university already agreed. I mean, declared that he attended, right? So the obedience have shifted goalposts now. What are they asking for now? Is he should come out and present it to them?
It's not actually the obedient pushing him this time around. It is Atiku Abubakar who is trying to he's trying to untangle his academic credentials to see if there's anything he can unlock from there.
Well, the spokespeople, his followers are pretty much obedient because I don't see PDP people all over the place crying because his PDP members have moved on. So Atiku is just forming alliance with the obedience and so maybe if the obedience can help him kick Tinubu out, then he can just become the president. So I think so. Whatever Atiku is doing, he's pretty much obedience. So he wants to climb on the back of the obedience to become president. That's what he's doing. So what they're doing is, I mean, I just think it's ridiculous, man. Like it's just, these guys, man. I mean, it's done to them that they screwed up and they can't get over it. They realize that they defeated each other because Obi was your vice president. You ran together the last time. You should have just be consistent and do the same thing. And you could have won this time, but they went against each other and then they defeated each other. They are going after Tinubu. I mean, 2 of you are in the same party. Now, you shared 70% of the votes, and then the guy that has scored lower became the president. So they're realizing how they screwed up. So they're trying to find a way to on change. I mean, it's like you're trying to reverse time, which is impossible. So they're trying to find a magical way to just redo the election. So this time, one of them will step down, let the other one run. I think that's what they are doing, man. Well, bros, hey, he has money, so he has all the money to push it, but I think it's all they're doomed, man. At the end of the day, it's not going to be nothing, man. They just waste their time.
All right. All right. I'm going to open it up now to. I think we've done the round. So no, I think Kulata actually wanted to have a couple. Kulata.
Yeah. Sorry. I mean, I've been fighting sleep here. I'm a very early sleeper.
Yes.
So here's what I want to say about this forex matter. There is no magic bullet. Let's all agree to that. Things that needs to be done short term and all. The reason we're where we are is because we have this ego thing of maintaining foreign exchange rates that we cannot afford. We happen to build up reserves. Remember, before Jonathan, we built up the massive reserves. A lot of that CBN reserve that we built up was used to defend our exchange rate. But Nigerians don't know that. We're addicted to low exchange rates so we can afford a lot of imported stuff. And that kind of like does not create an incentive to find a local substitute. So even with government policy, we'll still find a way of bringing that imported stuff into Nigeria, either by smuggling or by one way or the other. But the picture is not so dire if you look at, if we're a serious country, like 2022, we imported $60 billion worth of stuff. 23.9 billion out of it was imported fuel, petrol, AGO, kerosene, things that we can actually produce locally. If NNPC refinery, I'm not talking about Dangote refinery anymore, because since I heard this will be trading in dollars, I don't care about Dangote refinery anymore. If NNPC refinery can start working, if they allow it to work, this 20-something billion will be cut significantly, and that drastically will drop down our demand for dollars, because if NNPC is producing, it's Naira transactions. If we're buying fuel, petrol from NNPC, it's going to be in Naira. So a serious country, that's the first thing they should attack, making sure we have working refineries. So in terms of people getting upset about where we are, the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is Emefiele has used up all our reserves and more. He had to borrow to keep defending it. So if you notice, people will say, back in the 70s, Naira was 75 kobo to 1 Naira. Then back in the 80s, it was $1 to 1 Naira. But there's a reason we're not able to maintain those rates. Our productivity, we're not, everybody, they beat that topic to death. But there's a reason where it's just kind of like going to continue going bad and bad and bad and bad. Because you're going to fake some rate, peg it. At the end of the day, maybe during a rainy day, you build reserve up, and then they use that same reserves. During the terrible days, they'll use it to back up
that exchange rate, something that they could have devalued, so we could have kept the reserves. So the money we could have used for proper planning to maybe maintain or build refinery or do something is not used. It's only used to defend the naira. And then it just gradually devalues until we're now where we are. So everybody just fondly refers to the good old days, and people think you can just like fix the rate. It comes at a cost. When there's volatility, you have to bring that dollar out from your reserves to back it up. And with this managed float that they're doing, they need dollars to kind of like establish a band that we'll be using to trade. Like, we don't have that dollars now. The dollars they were banking on is not available. Banks are not releasing dollars. So it's just a very fundamental problem. I mean, there are other factors. I'm just focusing on the balance of trade factor. There's the interest rate. Pansat was reading something on the internet. I'm sure about that because of the way it was going. But there are many factors, but the easiest one for everybody to grasp is
I don't think he was reading. No, you know, Pansat has intermittent moments of brilliance. And then
no. I know it was reading. I caught him. I know it was reading at some point because I was asking. I mean, you know, forget story. Pansat is a brilliant guy. Don't get me wrong. Pansat is a brilliant guy. But that particular time, I knew it was reading. So Pansat is just is a loony, but it's brilliant. So it's. I mean, all I'm trying to say is this is nothing to get emotional about. We need to get to a point where we need to get serious and start producing some things. Petrol is the easiest thing we can produce for ourselves. Substitute that dollar. And I mean, you can also export that petrol because there's still African countries that will never be able to use electrical vehicle in 50 years that we can still supply to. So let's just fix that very basic fundamental. It's so basic. And for people that think, okay, electricity will be the panacea of our manufacturing, I'm not going to agree because I've started thinking about that again. There are many African countries right now that have 24/7 electricity. They're not manufacturing bases. Ghana is not a manufacturing powerhouse. It has electricity.
Solid points, Kulata. Solid points.
So even if we get electricity, that culture of productivity is still, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we're different from Ghana. Maybe we're different from other countries. But other African countries have power. I'm not seeing the West or seeing, I mean, you guys were talking about Bangladesh yesterday. South Korea was the one that really fundamentally transformed Bangladesh by taking a lot of garment production to Bangladesh because they mastered the art of producing cheap garments. So I've never seen an African country that is not influenced by white people. That is South Africa and maybe Botswana, that has electricity, functioning electricity, and have turned to a manufacturing powerhouse. So there's more to it than just, when we have electricity. That's when Peter Obi is just saying the pedestrian nonsense. Consumption to production, like you just snap your finger and you start producing. It's annoying. There's more to it, but let's actually, at least the one God gave us without touching a finger, that crude, let's take it to petrol. We will earn dollars by exporting it. We will save dollars by not using dollars to buy it from NNPC. Dangote at least will earn us dollars, but it looks like we'll be buying from him in dollars too. So that's all I'm going to say about this topic, Wombat, before I go and cry.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the man with the Mr. Money Ginger. Yes, Mr. Money Ginger. Are you going to crash, Kulata?
Let me I'll keep away, but you know
because I wanted to sing you out if you are going to crash. So
okay, let me go and crash. I'll be listening.
Okay, let's as Thomas has his theme song, this is now Kulata's theme song. Yeah, Kulata, previously the man with the data, now Mr. Money Ginger.
Lonely at the top, lonely, lonely, lonely. Money on my mind, money, money. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. I share on go take and do waiting I love, waiting you love. I'll be waiting I love, waiting I love. I go do and with all my heart. Cocoa no be vodka, Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know they waste time, Mr. Money Ginger.
So that's
Someone,
Mr. Money Ginger.
someone asked if that was Choma singing.
No, Choma will have to come and sing for us next time she comes. Choma, clear your throat or you will sing. Remember, Celibi sang, so you have to sing.
I have a question for Kulata, the Obesere fan up there. That's really
Omorakbala.
just but let's leave that aside. But you know, on the other channel, Kulata, we were talking about this. I had the list of this product, right? That we talked about that we were in deficit of being that the companies were being forced to import. Now you talked about petrol, but I think your response to the question posed by one man was more of a medium to long-term solution because it boils down to production, like large-scale production that will demand the dollars to come in. But it never really addressed like the short-term.
The short term,
to stop the bleeding first.
To stop the bleeding, the short term.
That's really when I really came up to.
Short term, we have to leverage our resources. There are two ways.
We just borrow.
Is it that we borrow or we sell?
Okay, so
selling is more difficult. It's borrowing.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so two parts. So how much are we selling and how much are we borrowing?
When I say sell, I mean sell assets, not.
But I know how much of it, half of it, or no, because now we're desperate. Pretty much, just say we're
desperate. We're very desperate.
So if you have to sell our assets, what would you focus on? Like I would say, transmission has to go. They have to let that go. But for borrowing, how much do you think Nigeria needs? Because borrowing now will not be for paying salaries. It has to be targeted borrowing too for infrastructure, right? For those maybe rail lines, massive rail projects like highway nights like we have in America.
No, that's not the kind of.
No, we shouldn't borrow for all those things anymore.
Okay. So clarify.
We should make. So there's kind of like So here's the thing: is if we want to keep this addiction to exchange rates, and also, because of a short-term period, all the transformation that is needed, we can't do it overnight. This is not magic. So basically, realistically, almost borrowing to kind of like to replenish our reserves, so at least the volatility in the exchange rate can stop. So I'm going to say, because I'm not close to these things, I don't work for the government, but I can just base it on, that amount that CBN owes the banks, that's $10 billion, right?
Right.
So at the very minimum, that amount.
To cover that, right?
To cover that at the very minimum.
So two things, just to clarify. So you will borrow and you also sell assets. That would be your short term.
I'll sell assets. Okay, so if I assuming NNPC, we can't assume because we're talking reality now. If you take NNPC to the if you take NNPC to the market and you sell shares of NNPC, we can raise money that way, right? But I don't know. We can raise money that way. And if you say, I want to sell physical assets. Let me, because I'm not living in Nigeria.
I know. We're not like.
So maybe let's say even though the refinery, let's say you sell the refineries, because we need dollars urgently. There are many reasons why institutional, investors we can get portfolio investors. That's because it's to make a quick buck and they run away. But to get FDI. We need to stabilize some things. So we need short-term borrowing or asset sale to stabilize our currency, and then to also work on our defense. Nigeria should like this. on security, not those kind of true Nigeria kind of security, to build a proper sustainable security architecture where we can recruit the right the right caliber of people. And it's got to be multi-layered. It's not just good like
Okay,
senior people.
give me a number. How much dollars do we need to just
23 billion.
look at the number?
At the minimum, because like I said, I'm not close to it. So
I know.
whatever I'm saying is just me just
No, it's okay.
yakking.
I get it. But you give me a number because
I
I've heard
do
about.
think we
I
need
just gave you a number. We
Hold
need
on now.
$23 billion dollars.
Guys, let them. Because
I'm going to say at the minimum.
I have heard about $70 to $80 billion. I've heard.
Yeah, on a good day, during Jonathan's day, from what I heard, our liquidity was in excess of 100 billion. That was dollars floating in the economy. So there was dollars, but look at what happened. At the end of the day, we ran out of it too. So at the very, very minimum, based on this kind of like critical stage, if we have like $25 billion as shock absorber, but like I said, I'm not close to the numbers, so I'm just throwing out random number out here. I don't know. But I want to believe we need something around that to just keep the thing going. And yeah, what can we do to control our dollar behavior? All the draconian go and seize accounts, go and do this, go stop importation of cars. That means you're going to make cars more expensive. If you stop importation of cars, do you think people will stop needing cars? Then those cars that Son and whatever are saying, the prices will go up. And when you say people will go and jack up people's dollar accounts, then you now want investors to come in when they see what you're doing to people you're conservating.
That's why
So all this.
I didn't understand this. So I'm like, even if you increase salary, increase wages, if the value of those cars keeps going down, then it's going to make no difference.
Inflation is up now, so it's just a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. So I mean, interest rate is a double-edged sword. Like if you increase interest rate, if you increase interest rate, yes, it will make naira more attractive, but also, does our inflation respond to interest rate? Interest rate is already high now. Our inflation is not budging, so it's more like we have to outproduce our way out of this situation. Productivity increase. We can't do price controls. Interest rate, I don't think it's. So far it hasn't worked as it should work.
So your I get the medium one, which I think should also be a priority. I know long term is down the road. So medium will be like 4 to 8 years where you can meet those targets. So what would be the medium one? I didn't get you.
The medium one is
the fundamentals, 3 fundamentals, just no brainer, 3 fundamentals. Mechanized agriculture and value addition. And I think I heard Tinubu and co were discussing. I think I saw someone, government discussing it today. Like all that stuff I've been talking about. Value addition. There's some goods, like there's some farm produce that we produce that we can make something. I sent one man one link. There's one woman, one Yoruba woman. She makes $12 million a year on cassava processing. She goes beyond Gary. She goes into Sorbitol. She goes into all this. She makes Forex in Nigeria, $12 million. She's somewhere, I think, in Oyo State. We could have 1,000 of someone like that, or even more. That's just cassava value chain. Because she adds additional value. Just to, again, cassava, Gari, stuff like that, we're the highest producer in the world. Even yam. There's some hormones you can get from yam that is used for fertility treatment. But what are we doing about that? We just eat yam. Who cares about whatever hormones you can
I
extract
also
from it?
think we can completely ban wheat imports, and we move straight to
Yeah,
yam
but
flours for bread production. We
but
can
that's
do
a
that.
medium term because to
Hello,
get a
Plato.
substitute, sir.
We just produce
I
substitute
think
for the other.
hello. I saw something on X today where someone was making an argument that the amount of dollar within this Nigerian society, if every of those money gets its way into the bank and we start to use a kind of MasterCard, that will be shocked how much dollar we really have that is stocked in people's wardrobe and all those kind of things. What do you think about that?
Yeah, but how do
sorry, let me also add this. Have we surrendered to calling Twitter X now? Is that have we surrendered? Because I'm putting up a resistance. I don't want but sorry, carry on. Carry on to the Prime's question. I mean just call it
so like I mean that dollar control, like how do we it's like it's I mean there are things you want to do. Of course you don't want your economic dollarized the way ours is dollarized, but how do you control it? Like what do you put into it without like discouraging investors and all that stuff?
I think it's
Like
straightforward because over here in Europe, you don't find dollar in the society. If you really need dollars, you go to the bank.
yeah, but they produce stuff that they want to buy themselves
No.
in Europe.
What I mean is this: it's not wrong to have your dollar, but it has to be in Mastercard. So the dollar that is hiding, just resting fallow in people's
Oh,
wardrobe.
I get what you're saying. I did not get what you're saying before. We have a lot of dollars that is not officially banked. Is that what you're
the
saying?
issue. Yeah. I think when I brought up this issue with someone, he said, yeah, he knows someone that has over $100,000 as its kind of last resort, and he lives in Nigeria.
100,000. That's not enough.
So how do you attract people to? How do you attract people to get those dollars into the bank? There needs to be something.
I think there should be a law. Then I think there should be a law like if you don't bring your dollar to your bank account within certain period, it's no longer acceptable within. Yeah.
You can't do that now.
No, not get shot. Come on, one man. Why did you do? Why did you put?
Sorry, to clarify that space, guys. So I know I have many people here have like a domicile account in Nigeria where you can save in dollars. So what is there a max to that, or if you can do that, if you can expand that form of account where you can save money in dollars in the banks, I think that will work. But to just say people have
Maybe the bank needs to offer. So you need an incentive.
Yeah.
You need an incentive to get people to take money from the shadows into the bank, and then you also need to close your eyes to some maybe illegally made dollars, so at least people can go and bank that.
Coletta, we talked about this before. Like remember when George Bush had to look away for them to bring back the money from abroad?
Yes, to repatriate dollars back into the US.
You have to do that in Nigeria. Forget this fighting corruption. Close your eyes, bring the money back to Nigeria. We will not look at it. You can do whatever you want. That has to happen.
It needs to happen.
Atiku said as much in 2019, and people just laughed at him.
No, I think that's a very good way of probably raising billions. We'll be shocked. Billions of dollars will flow back, and there should be a law so you can still use your dollar with your Mastercard.
There's something that is getting me really upset. Not upset, worried. We're not storing value in dollars. There's now a shift from naira to dollars, which when you now have such kind of shifts, there's a preferential.
Can you speak up a bit?
There's a preferential, like customer preference, right? There's now a preference for dollars against the naira. That's a huge problem. So when your citizens or your residents do not have that confidence in your legal tender, it is a problem, regardless of whatever policy you are doing. There will be a pushback. So, like all what we are saying now, we cannot put out legislation or laws to control people how they intend to store or save or spend currencies that they have, right?
Okay,
So,
guys, even that law that you cannot spend your transact in Nigeria with dollar, are they really enforcing those laws? Are they enforcing the law?
that's another thing, right? You see, you can't control the activities of people. Now, already it's
illegal
not
to do that, right? No, wait, but it's illegal to do that, right, in Nigeria, right? You're not supposed
to. It's illegal according to the CBN Act.
Sorry, guys, just give me 1 microsecond. Let me bail out, hand over to Thomas, and then the conversation carries on. But you know what I have to do, the administrative stuff, chiming in, making the clarion call to the troops. Ike Ogeme, where the super chats. And very quickly hacking to that call, Ayo, of course, he gets a mention. AB, with some regularity, we're seeing him or her now. Alexander Gomez, the CEO, so there he is right there. We didn't even know that Babati has a wallet, but apparently he does. So there he is with a couple of our super chats right there. So that's Babati. Liz, she comes in, just singing the praises of Purple Rain, which was my favorite song for a very long time, probably still is. I'll probably go and listen to it just as soon as I come off the stream. I don't actually understand why people don't have Darling Nikki by Prince as their number one go-to song. Certainly mine. Kulata comes in, spoken at To Niger and War Peace. Kulata still, often instances when it's in the comment section, speaks to us via there. Duking it out for Choma, that's Nigerian Prince right there. Ayo, of course, he never satisfies until he rattles off a few more rounds. So that's Ayo doing as he often does. And Ayo sums it up with that last one. But that last one, not necessarily that window is open. Anybody that still wants to join, feel free. The $ at the bottom of the screen.
I have a question for you, one man, before you leave. Just one question. In your all-time Nigerian list of the greatest musicians of all time, where do you rank? Your top 10. Where do you rank Fashek on your list?
I don't rank him especially. I rank Charlie Boy
over him.
Yeah, of course.
Really?
Yes.
No way. Wait. One man, you have Charlie Boy over Mashek.
Maybe as entertainer, that's what one man meant. No, music.
As a musician, have you heard Charlie Boy's Nwaka Means? Have you heard? No,
I can't even think of any song he made. Besides one song like that. I can't think of any Charlie Boy sweet song like each song.
Mike, listen. Okay, one man, can you tell us your top 10 Nigeria? Because if you have Charlie Boy in your top 10, then I want to know the rest.
I'm not sure if I can give you a list of 10. I can give you. There's a guy called Blackie. I used to like him. Yes. Charlie Boy. I used to like him. Let me show you. I'll show you why I like Charlie Boy in a moment.
No. Just give me. Don't do that because that is even ridiculous for you to even bring it. Top 10 of all time in Nigeria's history, and you're telling me Charlie Boy is top 10.
Oh, okay. The easy go-to, of course, is Fela Kuti. Are we talking back in the day or up to contemporary?
I said all time. Your top 10.
Okay, then that's easy. So I'll have Fela Kuti at the very top, and then I'll have Davido because I like Davido, and then I'll have maybe now this Ashake who have been playing endlessly in the course of this stream. And then I'll have Oliver the Cook because I like Oliver the Cook. And then I'll have Osita Osadebe because I like Osondi Owendi. And then I have people like Sonia Ade. And then no. Actually, I have Orlando War as well. Of course, can you have a list and not have Orlando War? And then I'll have people like Obe. Yes, so that genre. But certainly
that's 8.
Yes, and then who else can I have? That's all of them, isn't it?
No. Where is Charlie Boy on the list? You said Charlie Boy. So
you don't have William Oyabo.
I don't even know who William Oyabo is.
Oh my God!
So you guys don't know guys, wait. So you gave me 8. So you have 2 more. So where's Charlie Boy in the last 2? Because he says he's top 10. So
Charlie Boy number 9.
Wow.
And then number 10, maybe Bobby Benson or something.
You play Charlie Boy against Two-Face in DPR.
No.
This is sad.
I don't. I would. Let me show you why. Listen to this. This is where I started to like Charlie Boy.
My goodness. And
Enough, one man, enough.
All right. So
Enough.
that's Charlie Boy.
No, from now on, I will not engage you anything that has to do with music. I'm not going to have that conversation with you.
Well, man, I think it's a Maryland comprehensive thing, man. Because my brother went to Maryland too, man. The guy has very bad taste of music, man. Like he went to the same high school he went to, Maryland comprehensive.
You know, Alexander Gomez went there as well, so he has to be excellent.
One man, okay.
Maybe
So
there's something about our school that people that come from there just have very bad taste of music.
how Charlie Boy made into your top 10, I don't.
Okay, give us your top, because you are talking now, but we don't even know. Give us your top 10, and then we'll see if it measures up to
of all time. Number 10, of course, will be Onyeka Onwenu.
Yes, I forgot that. Yeah.
That's top 10. See,
sorry.
Solid. I'm giving you solid artists. You give me Charlie Boy and Ashake, which Ashake is still new. It's not done enough to make my list. So I'll give you him. Number 9, I'll give you Shina Peters, because Shina Peters, the first album Ace in 1988, that was a classic in my opinion. So it will be my number 8. Number 7 will be Orlando, of course. 7.
No, who's your number 10?
Sorry. Apologies. Let me delete somebody from my list and add another person. Do you know Dora Efudu? Yeah, Dora Efudu on my list as well. But carry on.
Oh wow, I don't even know. I don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't. Okay. She's just
okay, so I have Onyeka Onwenu. Would I list Onyeka Onwenu? I think I'm at number 7, right? I said Onyeka Onwenu.
No, take it from the top again, because I interrupted you. Sorry.
Yeah. So let me just do one. Just no points on that. Just 10. So I have to go with the 2 GOATs first. Let me just start from the top. 2 GOATs. Nobody mentioned them, but they are the GOATs in my opinion. Sunny Ade and Obi are like the GOATs of Nigerian music. So I will have them 1 and 2 if I have to rank honestly. 1 and 2. Fela is number 3, in my opinion. Number 4. I have to be careful here. Number 4. I have to go a little bit modern. It's great but overrated, but not looked at that much. I said Two-Face because of impact. So for his own generation, Two-Face would be 4 in my opinion. 5, I will have Christy Esseni Bokwe.
I thought you were gonna miss it, man. I will flog you.
Yeah. You have,
that woman is actually my number 3, man.
Because unlike Onyeka Onwenu, she had like a triple.
Why didn't you pick Vietnam Ogoli then?
No. Christy Esseni Bokwe, she's the greatest Nigerian female musician ever.
Because unlike her, Ogoli and Onyeka Onwenu, our 3 albums in the middle were like just gold. Those 2, they had like 2 solid albums, but the other ones were like, She had 3 back to back was just insane. So I have to put that top 5 in my opinion. So she's top 5 in my opinion. Number 6, I have to go with P Square. P Square as a group. No, yeah. I'm being serious. No. I'm being serious.
You put P Square above the bunch? Are you kidding me?
No. As impact, you gotta look at impact.
Forget impact, man. Music. Are you doing impact there?
Wait, guys, it's my list.
Well, one man is right there because he's using impact to measure Charlie Boy. But Charlie Boy played a lot of role in developing.
No, because I can go back and start telling you about 1950s songs that I'm into or 70s songs, but I have to look at the totality of everything. So I can't be giving you Egba, Musiliu, Ishola. I can't. No. Even though they are classic songs, I can't give it. I'll say P Square in terms of impact and influence in the early 2000s. So they were in there. 7. Did I mention Orlando Owa, right? Orlando Owa will be 7.
Yeah, Orlando. You can't miss Orlando out now. Yes.
7. 8 will be. I would then put Onyeka Onwenu. I'll put Onyeka Onwenu.
Nobody picked Victor Wifo.
I mean, it's my list now. I mean, why you guys?
You know what? When you land,
was a huge impact.
we are going to round robin that question before I
Yeah,
leave.
it's my list. It's my list.
Send down the was a huge impact.
Number nine would be Shina Peters, of course. Number 9, and number 10 will be Magic for Check.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well, we're going to do a round robin with that before I leave. So the round robin is just a literal 2-minute run through. So everybody gives us their top 10. But before I do that round robin, what's your favorite Orlando Babati? Babati?
Babati wa ni alagbon.
Is the I think it was that the one the Experienced album. I think that's the one I like the most because that's the first time I.
Is it Iyawo or Lele? I think it's the one you have.
You know, they have the A side, B side stuff. So me and my grandfather, we used to fight. I used to steal borrow his records. Like I just take it because I love the old. So that's the first time I ever heard of Orlando or whatever. So that would be my favorite. The 88 one, I believe. That was the first one I ever got into. But that would be my list. So you guys, but just don't put everything in your own generation. You got to spread it out a little bit. I can go a bias, but no.
All right. So we start with Ajane Koko to land on the prime. Just rattle through it. Your top 10 all-time Nigerian artists. Ajane Koko, are you still with us? Okay. Let's go to Niger. I suspect Niger might not be with us. It's not often quiet. Tonight. All right, let's go to Mike, who pretends like he knows about music, but we'll soon find out. Mike, top 10.
Top 10 Nigerian artists.
Yes, of all time. Yeah, and it doesn't have to be so across the generations. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 1 is Ebenezer. That man is the greatest musician, man. I don't even he's the greatest musician.
I agree.
That man is the greatest. And number 2 is Fela Kuti. And number 3 is Christian Yesen Ibokwe. Number 4 is Wasiu Ayinde.
Okay.
Number 5, see that's why I'll be biased. But number 5, I'll give you Two-Face right now. Two-Face, yeah. And number 6, I'll say Salama Beni. She's good. And then number 7, I'll say D'banj. D'banj and Don Jazzy, those guys, they put in some show, man. They really run that era, you know. I said that was number is that number what? That's number 7.
Yes, number 7.
Number 7, yes.
Number 8.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I may forget one critical name.
Ayuba, you know for Ayuba.
No. It's not. In that area, it's only Wasi that really.
You have? Wait. So you can't put his mentor there, but you put him there. What about Wasiu's mentor himself, the one he trained for?
Who? Barista.
Barista. So you don't have Barista, but you have
Wasi.
Come on now.
No. I mean, if you focus on Fuji, I gotta I can't just put a bunch of different genre.
For me, genre, because I see you picked the Sakara music from Salawa Beni. So okay, I see what you're doing.
I gotta put female then. I can't just.
What about Aruna Ishola? No Aruna Ishola there.
That's beyond my generation, man. Honestly, I didn't really. People mention them, but I didn't really listen to that.
It's still on YouTube, whether it's from your generation or not. But somebody that's a traditional.
That's why I gotta give it to Obey because, I mean, like his music was before my generation, and that's till today. Like, god damn, when I that man is a genius, man.
Can I ask you? I think you thought, but Shadi was born in Ibadan, so technically, is she top 10 now at least because she's Nigerian technically?
I don't think the only thing she does a fine job, man. She didn't really produce that much. She can't rank top 15 Nigerian, even if she's Nigerian. She can't rap among Nigerian artists. She's not top.
No. She's top.
Is the voice? Is that voice as powerful as Christian Etienne or Asalawa or I mean, come on, man. She's beautiful and everything, but she's
She
not.
commanded a generation in her time. Both
Yeah,
in
she's
Nigeria,
good, but
globally.
Her
her
voice is
voice is not as
different.
powerful. Man. Her voice is not as powerful. I mean, she's a good. I'm not saying she's bad, but she's not. She's not on the level of these people I'm mentioning.
Counter, Sarah. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
All right, give us number 9 and 10, and then we're going to Emeka.
Yeah. I already mentioned Two Face and the band. Let's give something to David. I mean, forget name, but okay, I put a Barrister there. Barrister is there, and number 9, I'll probably give it to Davido. Give something to Davido. Man. I gotta give him something.
You're gonna pick him over
Davido.
Whiskey.
Huh?
You're gonna pick him over Whiskey.
I think Davido is more gifted than Whiskey. Davido is more talented. I'm sorry. Yeah,
You guys
Whiskey
keep
got the
calling
swag. Whiskey, the swagger is there. Whiskey and everything, but I think Davido is more talented. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'm a bigger fan of Whiskey because he got the swag and everything, but Davido is more gifted, man. He's more creative. You know, Whiskey trying to be more Yankee too much, you know, but Davido is more original. You know? And then number 10, shit, man, number 10. Who I will give? What's that?
What about Osita Osadebe?
Oh yeah. I'll give you Osita. Yeah, that man that was a good musician. So yeah, I'll give it to him. Yeah. Number 10, that's him. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Emeka, you're next.
I forgot this man though. Sonny Costume. I even have
No. By the way, Mike had no fella on his top 10. Just to let you guys know, he had no fella in his top 10. No. You had no fella on your list.
Me?
Yeah, you didn't mention
fella. My number 2 is fella now.
You didn't mention him.
Let me go. I said my number 1 is Ebenezer Obey. My number 2 is Fela Kuti. I go miss Fela. See this guy.
All right, you're up next, Emeka. But before you go, Emeka, the comment section, give us your top 10 as well. So the comment section, you can participate as well. List your top 10. Let's see who the rare is, or who was left outside the literary and debating society and whatnot. But yes,
in no particular order, right? Michael Cree, Blackie, Fela, Christian Ese Ibukwe, Osadebe, Bright Chimeze, Oliver the Cook, and then I like within this generation, I like Whiskey. I like him the most. What number is that?
That's probably number 7, wasn't it?
So, Majid Fashek. Oh, no. My 80s, I love that guy so much. Majid Fashek. Within the 80s is my number 1. That should be 8 now, right? 9.
So,
Blackie. Did I mention Blackie?
You have now.
Okay. The last one should be. I think I like the video, right? I like the video. Let me do Two Face rather than the video, since I've mentioned Whiskey. Two Face, yeah. Two Face in the 90s.
All right, Kulata, you're up next. But then I'm a bit with trepidation. The all this obesity.
Oh my God! Don't do it.
I never bragged
because I need to
obesity.
Don't do it on the show, right?
One man, let me go before.
Oh yes, let Zita go first. Yeah, Zita go first. Top 10. We're restricting it to Nigeria, by the way. Top 10 of all time, Nigerian artists. Because we know you are more Vivaldi and Mozart, but
why did you say restricted to Nigeria anyway?
Yeah, because because you start quoting Mozart and Vivaldi and whatnot and Seven Seasons and all of those kind of.
Okay. My favorite Nigerian musician is King Sunny Ade, number 1 on my list. 2 is Christian Esen Ibokwe. 3, Onyeko Wenu. I'm thinking of people who make good music. Oliver the Cook and Osadebe, they are good. What's this? Those are my favorite for old time. Then this new one, I like Kiss Daniel. I like Two-Face, yeah, when he was singing. I like P Square of old times, not this present one. That is Amelina 8. Who else do I like? Just that it. Let me try
But
to remember.
you were talking about the guy that just died, that you listen to him a lot.
Yeah, two of his tracks, Ronaldo and Peace. I love those two tracks. I don't know if he made much music during his lifetime. I actually wanted to talk about the guy before I go, but let me see if I will still have time.
All right, let's rush through this and then we'll get through to you to speak about that. Yeah, Kulata, we already know that Obesere is your number one, but who's number two?
Okay, I mean, I'm not pretending. Obesere, I'm going to put Obesere there. Number one. Then Fela Nicola Pokuti, number two. Prince Nico Imbaga as number three. Number four will be William Oyabo. Number five will be what's it called? Logba. What's his name again? Orlando Owo, number five. Number six will be Chem D. She's no longer with us. Will be Chem D in Chem. Number seven will be Sonny Ade. Number 8 will be Burna Boy. I think out of the new generation, Burna Boy. And number 9 will be Ashake, because I like Ashake. Then, if I'm going to give 10, I'll give it to Christy SN Igbokwe. I think she has the best voice out of all the female singers we have.
Is she the one that sang Waka About?
No, she's the one that sang what the Christy
Love for One Tete. Who sang Love for One Tete?
All right. I love that song.
That was a terrible song.
And for those that don't know, Nico Mbaga sang Sweet Mother. I don't go forget you.
Yes. If they had proper copyrights in Nigeria, these people, they will be still making fortunes off the back of just, that Sweet Mother. When has anybody ever celebrated their mother's birthday in Nigeria that they didn't play that song? It's just evergreen. But let's go on. Let's go to the Prime Dot. The Prime, you know the question. Let's have your response.
Okay. Did I mention Ozade?
Look at that. Now you are going to 11 and 12. Now you see this is the thing.
Okay.
The Prime.
I think I will give it to Tope Alabi as my number one. I'll give number 2 to Pasuma Wonder. Then I will have Ebenezer Obey and Sonny Ade as 3 and 4. Oliver Diko will be 5. Mike Oakley will be 6. Shino will be 7. Orlando will be 8. Osita will be 9. And Two-Face will be 10.
Brilliant, excellently delivered. So I don't suspect that they listen to music in the army, but if they do you have a list?
Can I say something to the D Prime? Shout out to the Pasuma or Kibo.
Yeah, I think 30 years moving from hip hop to Fuji for 30 years. He was one that break through that thing.
Thank you very much. Okay, can you hear that now? It made it cool for rich kids to listen to Fuji music. It was Pasuma.
I thought that was Adewale Ayuba that did
No.
that.
Nobody has mentioned K1, but
it's me now. I mentioned him now. Why you guys keep missing this, man? Someone say I forgot Fela. I'm the one that's my number one, Ebenezer, number 2, Fela, number 3, Christian S, and number 4, what's your idea?
Mike, you forgot Sonio. You forgot Sonio.
Pasuma was the one that married Fuji and hip hop.
And hip hop, yes, that was him.
And that is why we have the likes
this
of
song with this guy called Earthquake, Coco Jabi. That was the first hip hop Fuji music in Nigeria. 97, Kenny's music. That was the first time you had Fuji and hip hop. Yeah, it was the first to do it now.
All right. Tony, you're up next.
Tony.
Tone. All right. All right. I don't think Tony has a list. They don't listen to music in the army, I suspect. Tony?
Oh, I thought it was the other Tony, the one from Bini.
No. That one is Awolowo is
one man. Sorry to interject. Sorry, apologies. I have to make one modification because it's my bad bias. So I must take out Orlando and I need to put in Anila Mawura. I have to represent the black people. So Anila Mawura.
What genre? What genre does Anila Mawura?
Akpala, classic Akpala music. Yeah.
You know, I'm trying to find that Yoruba music. The one that's Konk Yoruba, be Akpala too. That's one of my intro songs.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can replace Orlando. Nobody's voice is like Orlando has a distinct voice.
I know, but you know, like Ayinla's song is like Tupac. It's our own Tupac. Even the way he died, you know, he was stabbed to death, right? So he has that kind of yeah. So, but even the way he sang back in the days, because it was in a Igba language that he was singing. Even if you're Yoruba and like killing a boy, so it was kind of like So it was a very unique artist. So it's quite different.
All right, gentlemen, let me build. Chioma sends in her top 10 list with the super chat, so necessarily they must be read. P Square, and then one day cool, and the bunch. Dukan. I don't know. Does anybody want to read it? Because this seems like this is a jam. P Square. No. One day.
Duncan Mighty. One man.
One man.
Duncan Mighty.
Duncan Mighty. Do you know it, Mike?
I don't know that.
One man. I will send you the song, okay? One man, let me send you something. Okay?
Yes. Osadebe Sonny Bobo, Flavor Davido K won the ultimate, and Ashake. So thank you for the super chat, Choma. So thank you for the chairman. So no more levity. You know what is coming? The military administration of General Thomas. Yeah. Sorry, Thomas. I think Zita. Sorry, Thomas. Sorry, Thomas. I think Zita wants to speak on the Naira Marley mobile before she leaves. So yeah, to you.
Oh yes. Welcome to the military administration. One word to more platform. Yeah, Madam Sita. Good to have you. Yeah, let's have you.
General Thomas, do you know what happened to me? You made me spoil my lunch on Sunday.
What happened?
I wanted to do pepper soup like you, and then I used the sale meat. It didn't turn out good. The soup was reddish. You know, sea meat is a dark meat. So
of course, dark meat, yes.
I didn't like the water that came out, so I just ate the meat. I was very angry because I wanted to do like kangaroo pepper soup out of it. I don't usually make pepper soup out of it. I grilled it with asparagus and eat, but I said, let me make pepper soup. Anyway, that's by the way. I threw away the water with the expensive pepper soup ingredients sent all the way from Nigeria to me.
Anyway, it happens sometimes, my sister.
Yeah. So, actually, why I wanted to speak on the guy is this that is making around the news about the guy. And I asked, what did he actually do to them? They said the girlfriend should take the child for a DNA test, that the child is not his.
And they said it's for Samilari. He resembled Samilari.
But wait a minute. That thing, I heard one guy started it. It's really irritating. I mean, the guy was alive. That child was born. He accepted the child. That is the important thing. He accepted the child. He bonded with the child. Why did he die? They want to take the child away from him. What is the meaning of that, if I may ask? Okay, if you think the child wasn't his, why didn't you say it when he was alive? That child was at least, I think, 5 months old before the guy died, if not more than. So why didn't they say it? What did he do to them that they even want to take away?
Madam Sita, I think it was allegedly that Samilari and this guy killed him. So maybe Samilari will kill him if he voice out. Allegedly, I said allegedly.
No, whatever happened, I'm asking, why do they want to take away that child? It's not that he rejected the child, he accepted the child. In Africa, if you tell a man that he's responsible for your child and he accepts it, automatically that child is his, irrespective of this present day technology of DNA and all whatnot. So why would the man die and somebody come up and say, take that child away from them? Because that's exactly what they're saying. I mean, that is man's inhumanity to his fellow man. That's just what I want to say, so that people will hear my voice on this.
Madam Sita, and before he died, there was no controversial or anything controversy about the child. We
That
never
is
hear
what I
that.
am saying. When the child was born, why didn't the lad or whatever came out? The guy that started this noise, that the child should go for DNA, why didn't he say it that time? Why didn't he say, look, oh, boy, don't accept this child, it's not yours. Take the child for DNA. And somebody died. One of the things he cherished in his lifetime, you want to take it away from him. Now, wow. Well done. Now, well done, no.
Thank you, Madam Sita.
Thomas,
That's
Thomas,
what we are.
did you hear
Can I say,
Bishop
can I say
Oyedepo? Did you hear
something
what
as
he
well?
said about the death of Mohbad? He was blasting the guy, man.
Oyedepo?
Yeah. Man, that man is
What did the
heartless.
guy do to him?
It's not Oyedepo, it's Bakari that said that.
Oh, Bakari, no, Oyedepo. I always mistake them. Pastor Bakari, yeah.
What did he say?
Mike, be very careful. Ola is here. Ola is very is here.
Ola is here. Ola is that is the
Oh,
name.
is Bakari's son?
You know.
So
I couldn't believe it, man. Pastor will talk like that.
I want to respond to Madam AI. I've listened to some lawyers too. Yeah, if it is just a simple family matter, it is good not to go for that child DNA. But in a criminal matter, when they want to establish homicide, then it becomes necessary to say, okay, what's the tension? If they can if they can link the death of Mohbad to someone, they want to establish the intention. So, because sometimes I know the social sentiment that people will say, oh, why are they treating that child like that? To me, it's an unfortunate situation, but at the same time, if you need to eliminate a crime and you need to do some things, it may not be a bad idea to, if in the future, if the child just understand and know it's a biological father. So to me, I think this issue of paternity fraud too, I think the country has to do something about it. There are all those ideas, oh, this one because he has accepted and we should continue this way. It's just another way of saying no. Paternity fraud is okay. To me, in this case, based on what I've heard from lawyers, there's nothing wrong in it.
There is everything wrong in it. You see, why I said there is everything wrong in it is that this hybrid, Africans do is causing a lot of confusion. You do tradition, you do Oyibo own. You can't find something in the middle for yourself, and you cause a lot of confusion. That's what is happening in Africa. We've not been able to find something in the middle for ourselves. Like somebody will do a traditional wedding and then go and do a church wedding, then go again and do a court wedding. You begin to wonder what kind of confusion is this, but we do that anyway. In Africa, I repeat, if a man, you walk to a man and say, you are pregnant for the man accepts the child, knowing fully well that he had a relationship with you, automatically that child is his. That being said, let me come to the crime side.
Madam Sita, even though if it is not his biological child, if
Yes.
man said this is my child,
Yes.
that is his child.
Yes. In Africa, yes. I don't see
African culture
because
that
they
support
do
paternity
DNA.
fraud.
I don't know when their DNA stuff started, but I don't know the year it started. I can't remember. But I'm not talking about overseas. I'm talking about African culture. Let me tell you people this. Maybe those that are very conversant with African culture can go and make in-depth research. Even when a woman is pregnant and nobody accepts the baby, if a man marries her with that pregnancy, that child is automatically his. You people can go and do your research. I know what I'm talking about.
That's why I'm opposing the ideology. There's nothing like paternity fraud in African ideology.
Yes.
That is why the word
you are
Omo come in
100%
place.
right. There is
So when
nothing
they
like
say Ti Ile Kan Ba N Toro, Omo Alebeni O Ti Dagba, is clearly telling us that African ideology is opposed to parentage that is not linked biologically. So Oyibo culture is the one that is protecting paternity fraud. So no matter how we say this, I'm still trying very hard to see where paternity fraud belongs in the African culture. No, that is why that if you are from maybe Ilaje area or Ido area, when the child is born, some people they even did barbaric thing based on their belief that they will put that child in the inside water. That if it belongs to the family, the water will not the child will not get drowned. But it is not from the family, something else will happen to the child. So it's telling you by all aspects, by all research, by every clarity, African culture never supports paternity fraud. So it's not a matter of a child of a father saying, no, I accept. I know automatic. No, not in Africa.
No. Let me finish.
Madam Sita, let me just throw this. Do you know I heard of a man's story? 2 out of his 4 kids is not his. The man's stomach it.
I don't know
His
what the man
stomach
is
it.
saying, but let me say this. And when I finish, you can go and do your research. Let me say this. Talking about crime, to relate the crime to the child. I mean, if a man accepts a child that is not his, you are even a bigger star than he is, then all you will do is to kill him and then come out to say the child is not his, go to DNA test. I don't get it. But it is what it is. That's the way we reason anyway. But what I'm saying
Madam
is
Zita,
that
Madam Zita, you know the wife is also a suspect in this case.
the dad, I think the dad.
The wife, even the wife now is a suspect in this in this case.
If
So if the
there's
wife is a
anybody
suspect,
I will catch first. If there's
no, that
anything.
is for you now. You know when you are investigating, you spread your drag debt.
Simba, are they married or girlfriend and boyfriend? I just want to clarify that.
They married. They are married.
They are married. They are married. Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't know
Madam
why.
Sita, let Madam Sita land here. We are hearing you.
What I'm saying is that it's inhuman for somebody not to challenge a man when he was alive, accepted a child you believe is not his. You kept quiet.
Hey,
And
but
when
Madam
he's
Sita,
dead,
do you look at the circumstances that surrounded his death? It's not like it's somebody that died naturally and there was no controversy. So,
no, I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around it because he is a junior celebrity. These people that are claiming that
Madam Sita, sorry for cutting you. Sorry, doctor. Why do you say it's not a national death? The postmortem is not out. This guy could die of natural death.
I mean,
it's a possibility. It's a possibility. So, but
Yes. Nobody. That's what I said.
no,
Allegedly.
I didn't say, but there is a controversy around his death. So don't just throw that one away.
Yes, there is controversy, but it's possible this guy died natural death. It
Dr.
doesn't matter.
he didn't have any illness, man. How can I be
Dr.
that?
Simba, Dr. Simba.
Do you need to
If
have
there
an
is
illness
any
before you die
controversy
natural
I
death?
see,
Yeah, for a young
What are
guy.
you
Yeah.
talking about?
if there
No,
is
no, no,
any
no, no. I disagree with you.
the
What else can kill a young guy?
the controversy I see is just two things. That's why I said if I have anybody to grab, I don't know the story they're telling, I'm gonna grab his dad. That's my first suspect. Two controversies. Why the hurry in his burial when he's not a Muslim? That's one. Two, why do you have to fold somebody's neck to bury him? In my culture, it means a lot. Actually, it is a sacrilege. Why do you have to fold somebody's corpse to bury him? What kind of nonsense is that?
They were rushing
That's
that
the
burial.
controversy I see. Not actually what killed him, but from there, if I'm a police officer,
Madam
that's
Zita,
where I will start my
can I
questions.
just can I just interject for a minute here? You were saying that why did that hurriedly arrange his burial? We could also say because some of the speaker before the person I interjected earlier said that it's open. See, we're investigating a murder here. It seems to us that he was murdered. So seeking the paternity of that child may be key to unlocking who is involved in this murder. I don't see anything. If anything, even it should be that's what should be done and all that to even clear the lady.
So when
And
you see
a
the
question
paternity, if it's another
was
person, you
asked
go and
whether they are
grab the person
legally
that is
married.
the
I
one that
don't
killed
think
him.
I don't think he's legally married to that lady because I've not seen anything that says they were legally married. I think they're just living lovers and they had a child.
no, I think I saw a picture of their wedding.
They
Of their
call him
wedding. Okay,
his
well, I've not
wife.
seen that. I'm not saying categorically,
They
but
call
I'm
her
just
his
assuming.
wife. They have not called
Okay.
him in all the news. They've not called that lady his girlfriend or baby
Okay.
mama.
Okay.
They
Fair enough. I
call
don't know.
her his
Yeah.
wife. Where they got that wife, I don't know. But all the news, none of them have called that girl girlfriend or baby mama.
Yeah. And
So if they call him, if they
the
call her his
the,
wife, let's call
the
her
example.
his
Yeah.
wife.
Okay. When a
But
man has accepted.
paternity tends to the death of the man. So when you find
No.
out whose
No.
baby it is, he loses the baby. Then you go grab the man and say you killed him because he accepted the baby.
No, what does the guy want to do with the baby if he's not his? Why do you need to be living? No, AI, Madam, yeah, that's why the question I'm asking you. Why should you adopt a baby that is not yours? Well, in the name of having a baby alive, what is the meaning of that
He
one?
may not.
If it's
But
not,
to be
if
quite
it's not
fair,
his, it's not his.
That shouldn't be the question. The question should be, why would you give a man, because a man a child that is not his? Because it's only a woman who knows the the father of her child. So why would you walk up to a man and said, you got me pregnant, when you know the baby in your womb is not his? That should be the
But
question.
you know that one is
And
happening.
when
But you
you
know that
tell
one
the
happens
man
a
like
lot in
that,
Nigeria.
and
Happens a
if you
lot in
tell the
Nigeria
man like
right
that,
now.
and the man
There's been a
the
lot of
man
cases.
knowing
There's
that
been
he
a lot.
had an affair with you, accepts the child is his. That's the point I'm making. The only person who is to blame here is the woman, not the man. Because
Hey,
the man
but
had an affair with her.
Madam AI, there was another clip that came out, and the man, the Mohbad himself was also accusing the wife, even before his demise.
Exactly.
I mean,
So
accusing in the accusation, did he reject the child? Because that's what is important to me.
okay, Madam Zita, hold on, please. Just listen to me for 1 minute. I know what you're citing. In Igbo land, yeah, it happens. And that culture, that part of that culture, I do not agree. I cannot stay in my house and one woman will go and bring some child from somewhere and say, yeah, and later I find I'm not having that child. I'm sorry. I'm not having that child. Because you want to cheat outside and all that. You fooled me to make me the natural the biological father of that child, man. I'm just not having it. Sorry. Some people might say, yeah, it's culture that it's what happens in Igbo land. Yeah, what happens in Igbo land will not happen in other ethnicity and all that. That's what, and I think that's wrong. And those
No, it's
children,
not only in
no,
Igbo land.
historically, wait, I'm telling you, listen, I know this has happened in my family, and those children, when they grow up, they are normally the troublemakers in the family. I'm sorry, that's what
It's
it is.
not
So,
only in Igbo land. I'm
yeah,
talking
it's
about
true.
African culture.
No,
When
going to
you
Africa.
walk up to an
It's not
African man,
African culture,
let me
Madam Sita. It's
finish.
not
African
African
culture
culture,
doesn't
Please
even
support
within
that.
understand.
Nigeria.
Oh
Not
God.
every ethnicity
Let me
accepts that.
finish. Let me finish. When you have an affair with a woman
Yes.
and she comes to you and said, you got me pregnant, and
Yes.
you know that you had an affair with him, and
Mm-hmm.
maybe you thought, I'm not saying now it's your child though, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just saying a situation, I'm just giving you a situation, and you know
Yes.
that within how many months pregnant, 1 month pregnant, you know you had an affair with her few weeks back. And you say, okay, fine. If it's my baby, keep it. That child is automatically yours. Go and do your research. It's not an Igbo thing.
I know what you're talking about. I agree with you
Then,
100%. But me,
then
as
come
somebody,
this.
Tone, just one
yes.
second. Just 1
Mm.
second. Sorry. Rational mind. I'm not sure that Mike is that Thomas is fully there. So can you coordinate until Thomas lands back so that there's a natural, there's fluidity to it and it's not on top of it.
One man, I'm here now.
Oh,
I'm
you are
here, but
there.
after my take, I'm
You are
here,
there.
but after my take chat, no. After my take chat, yeah.
No, you be in charge unless you are away because
No. Let's after my take chat. Yeah. Maybe
no
One
I
man,
just want to
sorry.
be.
One man, sorry, earlier I had problems with my microphone. That's why you couldn't hear me. So I had to sort it out and came.
all right, just so there's fluidity to it. So yeah, because yeah.
Yeah, that's all
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm just saying
You're
that it's
done.
not
Oh,
right
yeah.
for anybody to take that child away from that guy. That's what I'm saying. If he
I
didn't
on
reject the child while he was
Madam Zita,
alive, I don't see
Madam Zita,
any
what I'm
reason
trying to
why
say to you,
somebody should take
what
the
I'm
child away
what
from him.
yeah, what I'm trying to say to you that culturally, in some cultures, it's acceptable, but now it's down to individuals. We don't know whether they've been having issues about the paternity or whether what he had, but the man is gone now, he's dead, so that is the thing. So for somebody to boldly, because it's a very, very serious allegation, for somebody to boldly come out on social media and suggest that that child may not be his, so it might be that there's something he knows more than anybody. It could be.
If I
And then
were the police,
so if you
that man that
if
suggested that thing will be one of my suspects too.
yeah, of course, everybody's
Yeah,
a
because he
suspect.
knows,
So
maybe he knows
they
what
know
we don't
something
know.
because do you know this guy? They really broke him. They really wanted to break his personality as a man, his confidence. They really broke him. So how about if one of those guys that they were suggesting was sleeping was sleeping with the wife behind him and all that? It's possible, and they could have taken him out. It is possible. So there's nobody. So it's not about the child. Nobody is trying to demonize the child or anything. But this is just a murder suspect. They need to get to the bottom
There's a
of it. It
point
could
you
be.
are missing. I said, I'm
Mhm.
not. It's an individual thing. From the one,
Yes.
when you accept, that's the word I use. I didn't say
Okay. Okay.
somebody will
Okay.
force the pregnancy down your throat. I said,
Okay. I
when
get
a
you. Okay.
woman walked to you and said, "You got me pregnant," you
Mm-hmm.
accept. That word
Mm-hmm.
acceptance is
Madam
automatically
Sister, I want to ask Madam Sister, I want to ask you this question. For the growth and development of that child, is it not better for the guy to know his true father now, rather than something
Exactly.
that will live with forever?
all the
And
ones
people
where
will
you
be
know what you
pointing.
take and do.
Which one do you know?
Make I
Which
ask
one
you a
do you
question.
know?
Just hold on. I want to say it in a language every Nigerian will hear. I ask,
Okay.
all the ones where you know what you don't take and do, or you didn't know that there is a study where talk say 48% of first child children in Nigeria are not the man's child.
Yes, even
You've
4
not come across that.
in
Oh, the
all
second
in
child.
one.
Uh-huh. And why haven't every man taken his first child for paternity test and DNA since they said that?
It's a
So
cultural
now the
thing.
question why they ask, the ones who
You
now
you don't
don't know what you not can do.
But
and
Madam Zita, the one way you know, there if people are not doubting it,
So why do you
that
want to
one is.
know
But
what
this
you
one
want to
that they
know
are
this?
doubting,
No,
this one is
I
in
said,
public space. This one
hold
is in
on.
public space.
No, the one I said now, is it not in public space? That 48% of
That one is
first
just a
children.
study. It was
Oh
not
my
pinned down
God.
to a particular individual.
Anyway, I
But
rest
this
my
one, there is
case.
no, Madam Sister, don't run away.
I'm
But
going, I
like
beg,
this
I'm
one,
moving.
there is a
I'm
focus
running
on this
late.
child.
Muna, continue. Now I make another. They said it.
There
Somebody
is no
wake
way I
up and
won't
said
respond to
that
this. So
child should
there's
go
no
for
way.
paternity test, and everybody say, "Yay! Let that child go to paternity test." Without that guy being arrested, because if I'm a police, Nigerian police, that boy, that man that said it first, will be arrested. He will tell us what he know. That's one. Two. A research came out and said 40%. That's a large number. And you're telling
No,
me it's just an ordinary research?
no,
Nah,
he can't
wait
be
till I don't
arrested,
take that
but
one.
rather
Madam
they will
AI,
invite him.
So why
Madam,
are parents not taking their children for paternity tests in Nigeria?
Madam AI, Madam AI, before you say you want to go for paternity test, there must have been like a trust breakdown. If you don't have
Between
trust
who and
breakdown
who? Hold on. Between who and who?
between the man and the spouse,
Thank you.
so if they,
So
wait,
this
wait,
one don't die. They
wait,
accept child, they don't die. So where is
Madam,
the trust now?
Madam, where I had issue first is to pin paternity fraud to African culture. I'm an African, and I've never come across such research in Africa. That's number one. That's where I have issue. Then secondly, the one that they announced in Nigeria, it was general. And now, when something is general, if there's no personalized relationship breakdown or suspicion, then the family is mentally sound. They don't have mental issue around the paternity of the children. That is understandable. But when it now become an issue that someone is raising now, even someone merely mentioning it, some people can even develop some kind of mental health, because some people find themselves in mental health issue based on this matter alone, and there are statistics to support it.
Allah, you
So
just supported my point. You
I've
said
not supported your point, too,
trust
especially on that
No,
issue
he's not
African
supporting
issue
between
your.
of
the
Allah is
paternity.
saying
spouse.
something different too.
No. You said
Madam Sita, Allah
trust
is saying
issue
something else. You didn't hear
between
him.
the two people that are in question. In this case, there was no trust issue. The man accepted the child. So why would he die? The question I'm asking is, why do it
For the
when
fact
he's
that,
dead?
Madam, wait, Madam Ziza. The fact that someone has said that has opened up another angle. Now you're
And
saying
the and
arrest. I
the
wouldn't.
and
Are you?
the
Wait. Now wait, madam. I wouldn't use the word arrest. He should be invited to say what he knows. I mean, see,
exactly.
I don't know whether you watch. I don't know whether you watch detective programs and all that. Sometimes you'll be guessing that this must be the killer or the person, and it will turn out to be somebody that you never figured out that was behind that crime.
The man that
So
said
if
that he
Nigerian,
should be arrested. That's all I have to
he
say.
shouldn't be
Now, bye
arrested. He
bye.
hasn't done anything.
He
He
should
shouldn't be
he,
arrested, but
no, what I
rather he
mean
should be
by
invited.
arrest him
He
and
should be
question
invited to the
him.
station.
No, not
Yeah, but
invite. He should be
that's not arrest.
arrested.
Why arresting him? No,
No,
no. It's
the
not
word
arrest.
should be
Let's
arrest.
no,
Then
no,
let
no. He
him
should be
explain
invited.
himself.
No,
If
He
you
should
can
be
free him,
invited.
you free him.
Yeah,
No.
just as anybody, everybody is a suspect. They should call him and he should explain where he's coming from. Because things that you think that
Oh, now
there's
bye
no
bye
lead.
you. No.
Hmm?
I saw now bye bye.
Okay, good night.
All right. I think.
So because
I think.
my view
No.
is
Ola. I think we've had a lot of on that guy. I don't know if you want to talk about different, do we still want to talk about the Mubad saga?
oh,
I think
to
the
me,
Mobad, I think the
the only thing
Mobad
I will
saga is
talk
a very
about.
complicated issue. I don't want to even comment about it. It's very, very complicated.
It's
Personally, that's my own take.
yeah. So because
The
even
thing
when
I
you
will talk there is that everybody should have open eyes. We should not be pointing fingers because pointing
Exactly.
fingers can damage individuals, especially
Exactly.
when you don't have facts. So we should not contribute to damaging individual mentally.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
no, we're not damaging anybody. I think we just know we're all public commentators.
I'm not even saying we here. I'm talking generally. People that are saying that are accusing Naira Marley, they could be wrong. What are
They
they
could be
doing to
wrong.
that person
Exactly.
direct? They are damaging the guy. You understand? Since the day someone accused the band, for example, the band just never stayed the same. You understand? So we have to be very careful how to accuse someone publicly. That's what I don't want to do.
In fact, I was hearing today that by the time they got him to the hospital,
But
he
then,
was already dead.
hold on. But then we all know of the petition that this guy submitted to the police, that the Nigerian police handled in the most ugly and most unprofessional way.
That's circumstantial. That's someone.
What about? Is it circumstantial? What are you
That
talking
can be
about?
circumstantial. Yes, it can be circumstantial.
How is that so?
Okay. Rational mind. If you threaten to harm me now, maybe you just said that of anger. Even let's assume you even slap me in the public, and something of this nature happens to me. Does that mean that you are the one? Another person may just be looking at how to harm me and just look
You'll
at
be a suspect though, but
opportunity.
you may not necessarily be the one.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We've seen series of videos of when this guy was being attacked on set, when he was in a vehicle and he was crying like a baby, and he was pointing at these people, Naira Marley and his gangs, that they.
But there's none of the video now.
You said what? What did you say?
There's none of this video that showed Naira Marley himself.
I mean, why are you people? Okay, well, fine. There's none of his videos showed Naira Marley there, but he's the OG, is the DOG among. I mean, is the dog. I mean, is the Babaisale of everything. He has voice. He controls. He owns his record label, so he has guys that works for him. He doesn't have to go and start beating the guy so that you can see him. He can send boys to go and do his work for him. And there is more to that story, like you people are talking about. I've never heard people talk about. There's the drug dimension to this.
Rational mind.
So
there's a document. If I have the opportunity to remember the title, I forward to you. There are so many case studies on when you read some article regarding the criminology.
That's what meant. Okay.
You will have some situation whereby every circumstantial evidences we will point to someone that this guy is the criminal. And you will find out that at the end of the day, the person is as innocent as anything. Why do you think they have many people? When some people in the legal world said that so many people, I've forgotten the percentage, but alarming
No,
percentage.
no, they say you can release on 99 criminal to save one innocent person.
Yeah, not even that one. They say most people, or maybe a significant number of people in jail today, they didn't commit any offense, and yet circumstantial evidences pointed to them that, oh, they were the one. So people just use logics and the circumstantial evidences and far they have on ground to sentence innocent people.
Ola, we've seen somebody that spent almost 40 years in prison, and at the end of the day, they didn't. It was
Person
not
did
the
not pay
actually
master
the.
fine. The
Do you
person did
guys
not pay
remember the
master
story of
fine.
Tupac and Biggie? When before Tupac died, his enemy in the industry was Biggie. They were rapping, threatening each other, and then Tupac got killed. He was shot, and everybody said, "Oh, it was Biggie that killed him." And 6 months later, some Tupac's fans they killed Biggie. Years later, we find out that the death of Tupac, it was just him that he got in a fight in Las Vegas, and one and the guy that killed him doesn't have anything to do with Biggie. So we in the public, we just go by what we know in the public, but we don't know about
Especially in entertainment
in
industry,
entertainment.
there's no
Exactly. We're
way
all looking
you
at
will
his
not
enemy
have
in the
one person
entertainment
or the
world.
other that you are fighting with. Might be just word of mouth, but if anything happen, even there's I don't think there's any entertainer. Even if you look at even right from the time of Ayinla Omowura, when he died, they said he was killed and probably by some of his rivals in the industry. So it's very easy to insinuate when a celebrity die because most of them they have one beef for the other for one another. So and you cannot
Even
just take
all
that one as a
Tupac fans and his friends, they're all regretting today that Biggie died because they found out I had nothing to do with it. You know, the guy just lost his life for nothing. So it's normally got to be careful because there'll be many mobile fans that want him there. So,
let
and
me
this
Mike,
thing
let me
is
even
very
there was a
obvious.
story
Naira Marley doesn't have
yesterday.
anything to do with it. Huh?
There was a story yesterday that one guy released an audio. And if you listen to the audio, that guy was saying that he was in the hospital because the hospital released a press statement that he was brought to the hospital dead. So it was a case of BID. Do you understand what I'm saying? And they said that when they asked,
Simba, but they
yes,
show him in the hospital bed lamenting.
no,
Is that not
you
the
cannot
actual?
that one you cannot establish that it was that same hospital. Do
Or
you
you saw
understand what I'm
that one?
saying? So
You saw that one?
yes. Then
Yeah.
so and the hospital management said that he was brought in dead. That when they asked what happened, they said he was sick and was being treated at home by a nurse, and that nurse gave him an injection. But meanwhile, there was a
Oh,
guy.
so it's not the hospital. It's hospital to Kusi Lopunle Abere.
That was what they are claiming, and the nurse doesn't
Yeah.
work in that same hospital. So, but there was a guy that released an audio claiming that he was in the hospital when they brought Mobad, and that he was even asking Mobad I wanted to have a selfie or whatever, all those pictures with him. So, but I thought I gave the audio to me, it was just like a makeup. Because if somebody was rushed to an hospital and you that you say you saw him in the hospital, you are trying to take picture with somebody who is sick, that they have to rush to an hospital. That from that way, I didn't believe that audio
It doesn't. It
because he
doesn't make
said
sense.
it doesn't make sense because he said that he was there. Then, like 10, 20 minutes later, he saw a nurse that ran out of the emergency room of that hospital, and the nurse whispered to him that they just gave Mobad an injection, and Mobad is dead. And that when he came to the hospital, he came with a guy, and that guy just rushed out, running out of the hospital without even wearing shirt. So, but I just look at the whole story that guy concocted. It doesn't
Just
make sense at
yeah.
all. It doesn't make sense at all.
Simba, I've asked this question before. Now I'm still asking it again. Is it possible this guy killed himself?
Is it possibility? Maybe even
No,
take
Can't
his
kill
own life.
himself in the hospital now.
no, no,
No,
no.
hold
Jonathan,
on now. Oh,
can I
hold
can I
on.
can I
Can you
come in?
please hold on? Can you hold on, please? I'm in the middle of a sentence. Please hold on. Maybe is the only is even the one that poisoned himself. If anything can be possible, that's this guy. His death is so it's so in secrecy. Nobody can say this is what happened to him. So you can speak now, please.
Can I
okay,
come in?
Jonathan Thomas,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think on the initial inspection of the body, it did not suggest that he was poisoned. It didn't suggest that he was poisoned. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Well, the autopsy have not come. I think the autopsy will tell the whole story. But the way it's panning out, it seems to me, this is my own personal
But Stone, there's
opinion.
nothing you can see on the body that will suggest
Wait,
poison now.
wait, Dr. Simba. What I think is there's the people that know what happened to him are trying to cover up their tracks by by opening up narratives that will point to other people. That's just that's my own
I,
opinion anyway.
I think you hit it on the nail. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking about what you just said now. This is Adewale. Look, I've heard listening to you guys talking about this guy's mobile death and all that. Investigation is easy. It's just that in Nigeria we like to muddle the water and make it look complicated. If you've noticed, they created this frenzy around his death, and most of the time, most especially on the social media, the most, and that was where they spread of protests here and there. To be honest, what Tony just said now uh, might be, what they're trying to do, diversion of attention, so that the circumstantial evidence would not lead directly to the culprit. If I'm in the charge of this investigation, number one, what I would do is to put everybody in the same boat. Both the parents, both the wife, both the friends, both Sam Larry, Naira Mali, Dollar Mali, whether Segimali, everybody that is closer to um, this young man. I'll put everybody in the same
They are
boat
all suspects.
and I will start doing elimination. Okay, that is what I would do. And the best way to catch people in lies is to establish timeline. If you cannot
Yes.
establish and tell me and buttress it with a serious and a strong alibi, how your day has gone by, where you've been, what you've done, with the concrete evidence, you are going to remain a suspect. Unfortunately, 24 hours is crucial when it comes to murder. 24
Mm-hmm.
hours is where you can easily get, a very strong lead that you can pursue before you go cold. And once it goes cold, that means somebody is now talking, somebody is bribed, somebody is threatened, somebody is bullied. Now, how do you crack that? This is what I would do if I'm put in charge. I'll put everybody in the same boat and I will begin to establish how 24 hours in the life of this individual has gone by. So that I'll start piecing it one by one. And I would do it in such a way that I won't do an interview together. I would do it separate, and I would do it in such a very friendly atmosphere, in such a way that we might even become friends in the course of our uh, investigation. I won't call it interrogation because Nigeria would like to, hold people into ransom or restrain movement and torture, trying to get information. But that is what I would do. Now, as regards as the wife, there's a possibility. See, a lot of pointers, a lot of innuendos in the social media. Today, I watched a video posted by Today Ednot, sung by uh, Portable. What was Portable saying in his song? He was talking about Sam Larry sleeping with other people's wife and beat them up. While
Mm.
Sam Larry was actually on the stage listening to what Portable was saying, and he left because people were laughing. So, I mean, when you listen to such lyrics, I mean, people don't just write lyrics; they write lyrics based on experience. They write lyrics based on what they feel, what they think, right? So even if you buy the lyrics, it's about what somebody feels, and it's a strong feeling. So, and at the end of the day, you start piecing it one by one.
It's not that hard. The only issue that I think that will make it complicated and go cold is if there is a higher authority involved and trying to shut that door at every angle. And that is where any investigator will have a problem. Because if you have people in the higher authority that they know that if their person is fingered, they also their reputation will be tarnished. Guess what they will want to do? They want to divert. They want to render useless the
Intimidate, yeah.
intimidation, and then even the person in charge of that investigation will also have his life threatened one way or the other. So they'll go around in such a way that even if the investigation come out to be certain thing, they will want to rubbish it even before it becomes public. So that is where we found ourselves. But it's not that complicated.
Adewale, let me ask you this question. Supposedly, the followers of Mali, they call themselves Malians. So, if they do anything, can we attribute it to Mali?
Why not? See, for every gang, for every group, there's always going to be a leader. There's always going to be lieutenant. There's going to be, somebody who is going to be in charge or second in command, and so on and so forth. Once you are privy to information, it becomes an accessory. There's no way, except if you are not aware. And if you are running an organization like, the way it's been painted in the
Do we
media,
have
that,
racketeering law in Nigeria? Adewale?
sorry? Yeah?
Do we have racketeering law in Nigeria?
Oh, it's everywhere. It's around the world. It's everywhere in the world.
Okay,
Diwali, can I say something real quick? I listened to somebody, I know if I mention that person's name, everybody who, especially Thomas, he will say, you people, you have been going there. I listened to this guy, what they call, is it Mayegun, they call it, his version of the story that he gathered. I have every reason to believe that there's more to this story that we are all speculating here. With some of us, maybe we might be right in what we're speculating.
Okay, the political aspect of it.
Hold on. Dude.
Let him land now. Simba.
I don't know if you guys have seen a picture of Tinubu. Hold
on. Why do you always end up with Tinubu with this guy?
Hold on now.
There is nothing you can say. Rational mind. No. Go on.
I thought you want to say something about Mubad investigation. Next thing you want to Tinubu. Just tell us what Tinubu that killed him. Tell us that.
No. Enough of Tinubu this thing. Tinubu that back. Leave the man alone.
Hold on. You see, it's easy for us to say all of these things. Maybe not Tinubu directly, but we've seen. Hold on.
No, I have to laugh. Rational mind. If I don't laugh, it is a sin.
I know. When I go that angle, all of you would now you all reel on me.
Yeah, let's hear from you. It could make some sense. Yeah.
Now, if you piece all this thing together, there was a time Tinubu went visiting this NDLA boss. There was this huge, massive drug bust in the Ikorodu area.
Yeah. That's true.
So, and they were already piecing the whole investigation together, and they were already catching. I mean, getting closer to the rig leaders or the people who owns that the warehouse and all of that. Who imported those huge, massive cocaine, or was it heroin into that place? Now, these people, they were already the NDLA. They've rounded them up, but then something happened. Tinubu was seen with this guy Marwa. He went to visit him, and immediately he went to visit him. Few hours or few days after, then they destroyed the evidence, and we never hear anything about that case. That is one. Now, if you look at what's it called, this guy, that guy you mentioned that there's this guy Portable was saying that he sleep with everybody's wife and he will beat them up. Samilari and all of them, they were seen in pictures with Tinubu. Also don't know. They were seen in pictures with Tinubu. And now, if you look at this guy, Naramali we're talking about, this guy he was an ex-convict in the United Kingdom. He had case in the United Kingdom, I mean, for some petty theft and maybe drug running and all of that.
He does raping as well.
He does
He
what?
rapes. Rape.
Yeah, he
as
was.
well.
Yeah, he does. He's
Oh, let's mind of that word, please. That please.
Let's use the word grape. Grape. I've had people now. Some YouTubers now they use the word grape instead of that's word RAP.
Okay.
Grape. So yeah, I mean that was assault. That's assault. Okay. So now we know this guy. This guy has this history of this criminality. Now suddenly he becomes an ambassador for NDLEA. I want you people to look at all this trajectory and all this piecing of the puzzle and everything together.
Is it true he become the ambassador for NDLEA?
He was.
No, NDLA has put
No,
that
not
claim.
ambassador, but they used him as one of their
No, it was part of the agreement when he was arrested. No, it wasn't made an ambassador for NDLA.
Okay, so what did he do?
It was more or less like, okay, it will be, all out there to
promote
it. He was the only. I saw the picture.
I saw video.
The spokesman for the agency, came out categorically and said no, he wasn't an ambassador, but he has to go out there and promote the, the positive change and no drugs and all that.
Whatever it is, but then it's linked to NDLA in the sense that he was promoting. You see, let me just cut the long story short here. There's so much there that you people can go and dig in and go maybe go look at some of the videos out there.
No, Rational Mind. The question I want to ask, is so how is killing of Mohbad
now
affect the investigation?
Where the whole thing is this. Now, Mohbad issue is this, that he was signed on the record label of this guy. What's his name?
Naira Marley.
And it is said that Naira Marley, Sam Larry, and loads of these people who are already in Tinubu's orbits. Hold on, in Tinubu's orbits. And now that this guy, that Naira Marley, as you know him, is an ex, you know what he does. Now, these guys, they traffic drugs. And now these drugs, these guys are pointed, he said he wants to sink. According to some insiders who are close to this guy, that were privy to what this guy tells them, he said he just only wants to sing. He doesn't want to do anything more than that. But they said, no, as part of what you're going to do, you will carry drugs for us. And because of that, he said he wants to leave the record label. And because of that, he said he will not leave because they know that he knows something about them. So they don't want him leaving that record label. That was why they were threatening him, they were beating him up, they were just, disgracing him.
He left since 2022.
Hold on. They were trying to disgrace him, they were maybe trying to ruin his career and all of that. So you see, there's more to this. Like Dewale said that. Let me just round it up here. Dewale, when powerful people are involved in this kind of case, that is when you see, like our friend here, is it Tone Equity or whatever, said that when people they will just model the whole thing up, they'll bring all kind of speculation so that it could not lead to the prime. I mean, to the real suspect, to the real person who had really done this crime. Because when the investigators see so many speculation out there, the wife, the baby, the father, the this, the that, they're like, it gets so muddled up that even the investigators, they might find it very difficult to be able to even find out who really is the perpetrator or the real person that killed this guy. But the thing is this, I believe that there are some powerful people behind this. And everything.
So it was Tinubu that killed him. Okay.
No, we're not.
Nobody is saying. Rational Mind.
I'm trying to piece up a puzzle here.
Okay, no, I agree. I agree totally with you. You know what? Let me tell you this.
A huge drug bust that NDLEA did. Tinubu went to visit this guy. Some few days or few hours after, they burned the evidence. What kind of country is that? Just the same way burning down a ship that was laden with crude oil or whatever. What kind of country do you run? How do you?
Which evidence was bought? Which evidence
I still want you to believe that everything we're saying here is just speculations. All right.
We can say speculation, but then those people who investigate. I'm just saying that so that they can.
Adewale, you know why I said it's not all these things that the Rational Mind is saying is not new. especially even in our entertainment industry. And if you remember one song from Ebenezer Obey, something tó kọ pé wọ́n pariwo fáyàfáyà kí panápaná tó dé. Nígbà yẹn. Yes, it was actually drug that they were talking about that time. Do you understand? So it's to me.
Baba Simba,
Oh,
Baba Simba,
Kiwani.
all those things that the rumor that Nigerians say, it was an
No, that is what I'm just trying to say, Ola. That kind of rumor is not new.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not saying it is actually, but that was the rumor then, if you remember, Ola.
Yeah.
So the same story, the same thing.
They said they said before the police came, they set the house on fire because of the drug in the house. So that was the rumor
And the
then.
house.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah,
You know, I also want you guys to know that when you have an investigation like this, the scope of that investigation is going to be very narrow. Why do I say this? The police does not have enough resources to widen that scope
Exactly.
beyond, so it's going to be limited and it's going to be short and probably it's not going to be conclusive. Is either they will make irrational decision by just, attributing it to something else, or
Adewale, I'm
they
seeing
will.
this guy walk away. This Tamilarian, I
To be
disagree.
honest,
Walk away.
in my own personal opinion, I will eliminate Naramali because there was a rumor that it wasn't even in the country when it happened. Um, I will uh, I will eliminate even Sam Larry himself. I will focus attention on the father. I will focus attention on those who took him to the hospital, and then the hospital and the hospital staffs. Those are the areas I will focus my attention. And the wife.
Adewale, where was the wife? Where was the wife? Where was the
No,
father?
it's possible that it happens
When
and
he
the wife.
was taken to the hospital.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
After he had, according to his father, he said he was contacted, it was called that, they've taken his son to the hospital. But him being
They
a
were not
father,
living together. That is another
yeah,
thing.
but
They were not living together.
it's possible that it
Hold on, let him
happened.
land. Let him land. Say what
It's possible that it happened, and the wife probably may not be in that vicinity. Okay, and by the time the husband died, they will start contacting the rest of the family. So let's just give her that,
like you said, hold on. Like you said, the 24 hours, that circle of that 24 hours, who was it with?
Everybody around him within that 24 hours should be the suspect.
Within that 24 hours should be considered, should be viewed as a suspect.
And even if somebody is going into cold status, not willing to talk, there's a way investigators usually go by cracking it. For example, now, if I'm talking to you, I want to know about you, right? I want to get familiar with you so that I'll be able to establish a baseline for me to know whether your body language is saying something or you are just trying to divert attention away from the subject matter. So, and I begins to go deeper about your personality. So, for example, if I know that you have a financial problem, I could use that against you just to dig more about you and see what you've done that is against the law and trying to use it against you. Not necessarily threatening. Well, I think I watched too much of CSI. And I will use it to be able to get you to go into agreement with me. I guess I watched too much CSI.
But Adewale, but
Yeah.
you know that this guy, before he has been having this mental issue, before
That's what they
his
say,
demise.
Gary. Mental issue is sometimes it's not what you think it is. You see, when somebody is threatened, okay,
This story was
there's
actually given out by the wife. Oh. You
what
understand?
Yoruba people call it. They said awodi abi awodi na akpe abi. They will call it one name. See, there's always name for everything. So what if somebody is going through it like Rational Man said about the drug issue per se, and who else will he tell? He won't be able to tell his own family, right? Because he's going through it. He's into neck deep into it, right? So, and what would outside people Tommy, they will say, well, he's going through mental depression. But he knew what he's fighting. He knew the demon that he was fighting personally, right? So that's why we shouldn't conclude that he was actually mentally sick. But for somebody, I don't
You know,
know.
it's not what I'm trying to drive at. It's not even the mental issue that I'm just because if he has been passing through such, because I heard that it was actually even somebody advised them that he should be taken to neuropsychiatric hospital. But because he's a celebrity and because of the stigma that we have attached to our neuropsychiatric hospital, he didn't want to go. And that was why he resorted to home medication. And they are inviting people to come and be treating him at home. Could it possible that it's one of those medications that gave him that maybe he reacted to or was given wrongly or whatever? It's also
So
is a
was that the
possibility.
medication that broke his neck?
I mean, I don't know anything about broken of the
Or
neck.
the liquor label is not buoyant enough to buy him a befitting casket?
Which
this,
it's no longer which record label? It doesn't have any record label now.
It has a immunization now.
Oh, it is his own now. Immunization
Yeah.
is his own.
That's
his own. That is his own record label. Yeah, it's not under any record label.
It's his own.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That it's not. They're not buoyant enough. After all, they could pay his rent. So how come they can't be able to buy those friends that took him to the hospital? So they can't gather money to buy him a befitting casket, but the shorter one to the extent that they have to bend
All
his neck.
those guys are just small boys now. They, all of them. I don't even know.
And his father was involved because the father was involved in arrangement of the burial. And so the father would say, you know what? Don't worry, go and bend my son's neck and go and bury him real quick.
What is the height of that guy, sir?
No
Then
matter what,
even autopsy should be able to establish that. At least if they see any fracture or whatever, they will know.
I mean,
the only thing is that
we saw the picture now that was on internet where his neck was completely torn, bended the 90 degree.
Don't believe
Dr.
pictures
Simba.
on internet. Yes.
No, it
Dr.
was
Simba.
real. It wasn't. It was a video. This itself, not a still picture.
Dr.
I
Simba.
will not believe that. If autopsy should be able to establish that. I wouldn't believe such pictures.
You are right. You're right.
Dr. Simba.
Yes.
Do you think this guy didn't die? He went on coma.
Okay, because that was another.
Let me say this. Why do I say that? Why do I say that? They said they found fresh blood in the what they call it? In the ground.
How
No. How many? No. That is not true. On the ground?
Yes.
On the ground. On which day?
I heard.
At what time?
When they exhumed the body.
No. Do you want to ask? If I want to ask, how long do you think somebody can survive without oxygen?
In the ground?
Yes. How long can you survive?
It's about 3-4 hours now. Or 3 hours, 2 hours ago.
That's all here. You cannot even survive 10 minutes.
For 3 hours now.
10 minutes will even be too painful. 10 minutes will be too painful.
But because some people are still suggesting that he didn't even die before they bury him.
So invariably, to mean that the hospital that pronounced him dead. Hold on. Let me say something, Ola. It means that the hospital that pronounced him dead, then they are guilty of something, and if really that guy.
No, how do you know? Why should you believe it? What people what people are saying is not rational now. Why should you believe them? I didn't believe the hospital.
I'm saying that if it's truly that guy was in coma, and they went to bury him like that without having to.
If somebody is if you are talking like layman, how can you be in coma? If you are in coma, you are not dead. You still be breathing.
Coma, you're still breathing.
You know what coma is, but we are saying that some quack hospitals that are not capable of figuring out if somebody was dead, maybe because it was lifeless.
You think that it's so difficult for you to know that somebody is dead?
That what? Say that again.
It's not difficult for you to know that somebody is dead, to confirm somebody dead.
Say that when somebody's in coma.
No. Dr. Simba, let me say this, please.
Do you know what happened in this country? If you die, they have a specialist doctor that will satisfy somebody as is dead already.
Yeah.
No, when you
No,
know
they will
what
not
happened,
take the
that's when
nurse.
you're dead now.
Do we have
No,
that?
hold on, please. They will call a doctor that will satisfy. If even the doctor in the hospital, they don't trust them.
Hello. All those ones, they are just for legal issues. Do you understand? There are criteria that we use in confirmation of somebody that is dead. You understand? So even if you look at the eye of somebody that is dead, you know this guy, according to the report from the hospital, he was already even stiff. And at the time they brought him to the hospital, that was what they claim. I'm not saying it's the truth. They
Are
say
you telling me they are not trying to escape? They are not trying to escape. They are not trying to escape themselves.
No, that is what we do. That is what we do in Nigeria. Do you understand what I'm saying? Even if somebody who knows about something is saying, we believe whatever we want to believe. So all these things are speculations. I'm telling you the rating. You are still saying maybe.
I wonder all these engineers that are arguing with doctor. All those things are speculation.
And this was the same engineer that said we should not argue with him yesterday, right?
No, I'm just.
I am not arguing with doctor. I'm saying what is on internet. I'm not what I'm saying out. I'm not bringing it out of my head.
No,
yes.
You believe? How will you believe internet more than physical?
Yeah, more. I know.
Is at stake. So
is it not the same internet that somebody came and said they saw him in the hospital and was taking picture with him? Is that somebody in coma?
Nigeria can lie.
That is it now.
Not before the internet with the recent 5G 9 cause COVID is it COVID-19 COVID-19 Abi? Not before internet.
Is it not the same internet that the pastor said that COVID-19 is 5G?
It's from 5G. 5G.
It's from 5G.
Today we are carrying 5G around like anything. No, a person call himself a doctor.
And people still go to that church.
No, that's not even an issue. A person call himself a doctor. You understand? That he said he gave credential on internet.
Yes, I'm already. Yes, I'm already there. I'm already there.
Physics and whatever.
Yeah.
The person, molecular, whatever.
I'm there now. I'm there. I'm in the front of the place now.
Thomas, you are disturbing us now.
I'm muting.
So to me, internet is see for especially those people in the data engineering world. Probably if you are able to get your fact like 15% that is accurate on internet, then oh my goodness, your source is very authentic. When we are talking of veracity of data, people send a lot of rubbish online. You will see that 99.9% of everything going on or around the mobile online, you will say they are totally rubbish. Until you know one funny thing, even when the certified investigator even uncover the truth, people will still not believe them. And the story of the conspiracy theory will go on forever. How can someone say someone buried for how many days and still find fresh blood underground? Seriously? Underground? Where is the life there? See, if you really want to know how fast someone can pine, it's only when you go underwater just to sit your breath for a while. You know, when you go underwater, you try not to breathe.
Nigeria concept, the law concept.
And you see how difficult it is for someone
in the Western world, like in America, it's illegal for you to go and bury someone without having the police, the authorities declaring that person dead. You can't just say because your relative died, just go and dig ground and start burying that person.
You go exploit tire.
You have rights.
You go explain tire. How you keep them? How you go bury somebody?
The guy was in coma. Now a doctor is telling you that. I don't know if someone is in coma. Won't the person breathe? Won't there be pulse? So that thing they use to test, they will be able to discover pulse whether the person is
no death certificate. You just go and bury somebody without death certificate.
Okay, in Nigeria, of course, yeah. That's in a normal thing in Nigeria.
Well, it's not.
They need to make law.
It's not normal. It's
Law is
Nigeria
there. The only the implementation
is
is
a
the
backward
problem. The law
state.
is there.
How would you bury someone?
No, why should it's not okay. Let me tell you, rational man. I'm very sorry to ask you this question.
Okay.
At least one way or the other, you had a member of your family that has died. In what did you do all those things? Did you ask them to do all those things before he was buried? He or she was buried.
Simba. And I won't take any offense. I understand your question. Sometimes when we analyze things like this, it just sounds ridiculous to me. But it's okay. I'll answer your question. I understand that is how we do it. But does it make it right? It doesn't make it right.
But let me tell you, rational mind.
Let me land. In a society, in a sinner society like where you live or where I live here, that is where things is done. That way they could have records. I can tell you that my mom that died, that passed away, you just mentioning this thing now. My mom that passed away, I'm sure they don't even have any record for her.
they said at the end of this small illness, the man kill her. We don't know.
She's been dead for about almost 8 years now.
You know, the problem with Nigeria is this.
That does not make it right.
How many people even died in a hospital? Majority died at home.
But yes, but then we should make a law, put a law in place that you must not bury that person except you have to obtain.
You know, let me tell you, the only reason why Nigerians bring corpse to the hospital for confirmation of death is because maybe that man has a property or has the money in the bank account.
You're right.
It's only reason if one of them died, who spending money to the hospital?
Simba, is it right? Is it right that we do that?
Depend on how.
For rational mind, Nigerian hospital will admit if we don't pay.
For example,
I know that too. But we should make a law.
For example, my dad didn't die in the hospital, but yet we still call doctor to certify and issue their certificate. So
in Nigeria,
depend on now. It depends on
because you guys have money. It's because you have money now.
No, not because I have money. I would like allow my father just to go and be buried without confirming whether he's actually dead or not. So, like seriously,
the reason, Ola, you might be doing that. Majority is not, they know that the man is dead. They are not after the death. They are after what they will use to claim money or claim property.
Okay.
Okay, let me tell you, I've had several experiences. Let me tell you, there was a time I was sitting in my office because I've served in the capacity of a deputy medical director of a hospital, and I was in charge of that, what is it called, death certificate. I've seen a lot, Ola, a lot of racketeering when it comes to issue of death certificate in Nigeria. I've seen an example of a twin that died. Taye died, and they wanted us to write the name of Kende on the death certificate. You know why? They are identical twins. Taye was living abroad, and it was that Taye that died, and they wanted the Kende to go and be living the life of Taye in the same place. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've seen somebody coming to a hospital to request for a death certificate for somebody who's already buried. How will I know that the person that you are saying I should write the name on the death certificate is actually the person in that grave?
You know,
I've seen. Let me tell you another one. A woman died around 12 noon, and then still in the emergency, the cause has not even transferred to the morgue. The first son and the husband came to my office and they're already requesting for death certificates, saying that is the money that that woman has in the bank that they are going to use to bury her. They are not after the death certificate to confirm whether the woman is dead or not, because the woman was already in the hospital. But it's the money they're after. There are so many cases, the instances that I can cite for you. So the only thing that we can do is to make it a law that nobody should be buried. But in Nigeria, we always have our way around so many things. People will go and be using it to get money. Some people don't even know the implication of issuing death certificate to people. So getting death
Everybody made
certificate
what?
does not
Who were
mean, even
forced
having a death certificate does not mean that that person was actually seen and confirmed dead. There are so many people who have the death certificate and they are still alive.
Nigeria, okay.
Tinubu certificate, so
Ọ̀daràn ni wọ́n, ọ̀daràn ni wọ́n. They obtained the death certificate.
And there are so many people that are men, but some people are saying that they're
Oh
women.
my goodness, that country.
Tinubu certificate, so
Ẹni tó ṣépè fún lu yẹn.
no, we are just
No.
too smart.
You know, rational mind. Let me tell you, I think
It's
he's
all
a
third world
black,
country.
is a black thing. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. Let me give you an example. Let me give
I think
you
it's a
this.
third
Let
world
me
thing.
give you
It's a third
this.
world country thing, man.
It's not peculiar to black, to be
It's a
honest.
Nigerian
Only
thing.
that some
Nigerian
people
thing.
over
It's not
time.
Nigeria. I want to give you
It's third world
examples.
country, man.
Where? I mean, how many black people?
Okay.
In Central America, you
No,
see. Go to
let me
Mexico, all
give you
this
this
South
rational mind.
America, you
I
find it.
have Ghanaians that are working with me.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you,
Wow,
let me mention him. That is the most popular hospital, the biggest hospital in Ghana, Kolebo. They will go there, you get treated in the same hospital, and the people, by the time they give them bill to pay, they will go and liaise with the security. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot. Let me tell you, is this thing, because you only knows about where you are. You are in Nigeria and you know much about Nigeria. If other people should come out and tell you what is happening in their country, that's when you know that there's no difference.
Now the money in Ghana now tell us now what happened. I've got story. What happened?
The security man that is okay, bring certain amount of money, and he's the one that will now take them out of the hospital without payment.
Okay, but that one is different from the obtained. I was expecting that you
The same thing. People sell death certificates. They use it to get money.
I know, but that's the Nigerian thing. It's not a black thing.
It's not Nigeria. It's not only Nigeria. I will not agree with that one with you.
Even in other African countries now, I've not seen anything like that.
Which country did you live?
Everywhere. How would you know?
Which country did you live?
What is that? I've lived
It's
in Ghana.
Everywhere, man. It's every third world country, man.
Ghana.
What are you talking about? I can't say it's just
I'm telling you about what happened, and I have colleagues that are telling me this. You are saying that you live in Ghana. Do you work in the hospital in Ghana?
Hold on, it's different from what you're saying. They pay their way, they run away. That's a different thing. But they obtain the death certificate when they are still alive.
I'm telling you that is happening.
In Ghana.
Forget about. Let me tell you. Let me tell you this. You know this popular former Ghanaian captain, football captain. Let me mention Asamoah Gyan. This guy was involved, like this mobile thing that we are talking about. There was this popular Lake Votan in Ghana where people used to go and swim and they drive all these things. You know, it was with one of his friends that said they have a beef with his girlfriend. And they went to that place and the guy disappeared. Up till now, nobody knows how that guy disappeared. If it's in Nigeria, everybody be shouting, it's Nigerian thing now, it's this thing now. Up to this one, this thing has happened for more than 7, 6, 8 years ago.
Okay. Simba, what you just said now, it disappeared. They don't know where the guy is, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was speculation that he was actually that the guy was forcibly drowned in the lake.
Okay, so we've had situations whereby people drown, they can't find their body. It's possible. It could be somewhere down. Who knows? Whatever happened to the body is just hidden down the water. It could be anything. I mean, we've seen something like that even in Nigeria, even here.
I'm telling you that some people there now are speculating that it's probably the handwork of this other guy. That's what I'm telling you. So if it is Nigeria, we can as well look into and say, okay, it's one politician that is covering it, blah 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 blah.
Simba. Let us argue objectively and on point. The argument was that in Nigeria, people falsify death certificates. But all the things you just said now was just, this person died, he ran away from hospital. I mean, he died. They don't know if he's alive or if he's dead. He ran away from. That's what you just said about Ghana. But that people obtain death certificate while they are still alive, I don't know of that in Ghana. I don't say they don't do it. Maybe it's not as rampant as Nigeria. But I know
Okay, so if I didn't tell you now, because I'm in that line,
Why,
you know.
why do some Nigerians they come in to defend other African countries like
the one
there's nothing bad goes on there, but then they will tell you everything. They will even exaggerate some of the worst things about Nigeria.
all the things you
Like,
just
what is this, man?
Simba, all the things you just said now, you didn't say they obtained the death certificate. You didn't say,
Let me tell you, I'm telling you that what is happening. I have a friend, let me tell you, I have a friend who just came back. Just hold on now.
He's trying to tell us
I
that bad
cannot be
things don't
telling
happen
you
in Ghana.
everything. I cannot be telling you everything. You just why do you believe? Why do you start to be defending what you don't know?
you see, no, hold on. Don't start this your agbado.
No, it's not about, but you don't know certain things. I'm trying to let you know. You are saying no. No, it cannot happen in Ghana. It's only in Nigeria it can happen. Why did you get this assertion?
I'm not saying
Rational mind. Wait.
All you just said now, nothing you just said
when
now.
an expert is
That the
talking.
Nigerian one you talk about,
Wait
you talk
now,
about 3
rational mind.
instances. Johnny Suru,
when an expert
that
is
died,
talking.
and I'll track this room now. Twin that died, and I was trying to obtain a death certificate for.
No, I'm just. Let me tell you this. I know much about Ghana, and I have colleagues. You understand? That even now we are working together.
You practicing,
and we know what we exchange things. We talk about. And I know what all these things happen. So why are you saying no?
No. It's because I don't know Ghana to be like that. I lived in Ghana before.
When did you live in Ghana?
I don't know Nigeria.
When did you live in Ghana?
Hold on. Way back in the 90s, and recently as some few months ago, I was there. So yeah.
But you want to visit, so because you visited now, nothing bad is happening. Because come on now, are you kidding me?
Is there? Let me ask rational mind. Is there anything that? Let me tell you. Is there anything that is happening in Nigeria that doesn't happen in Ghana? Tell me. Is kidnapping not happening in Ghana? Is banditry not in Ghana?
You see, there are certain things that don't happen in Ghana. Like, for example, if you want to obtain a Ghanaian passport, like, okay, let me not go. I want to reveal some secret here. If you want, they don't go to the kind of the racketeering of the passport.
That's what I'm like. Why you always go to what to do? You don't want to reveal secret. What is secret about what you know?
No, you
There's
don't.
not secret about what you know. You always say this thing. Don't let me release some things. There's no secret about any. There is nothing you know we don't know.
You know, Rational is an investigator. He's an investigator.
Come on.
Hold on.
He's disagree with Simba on something that Simba has experienced, and he wants to know. You don't want us now to believe you or what you were
So when I talk about Nigeria, he quickly agree with me. But when I mention Ghana, he said no.
I agree with you because. Hold on.
Why did you believe the one I said about Nigeria? You don't want to believe the one I'm saying about Ghana.
Okay, all right. Because it's almost 11 o'clock. My people, I don't want to know. So the point is this. You said you were an assistant deputy director in a hospital in charge of this. So you could speak as first person because you witnessed it. But out of the Ghana, you said your friend, well, initially I thought maybe you even practice in Ghana. But now you're saying that your friends over there, they told you what was going on. That sometimes they will run away, they don't have the money to pay. And they will just run away and fly fence and collude with their, that is normal. The other person died in the water, they don't see the body. But the question is, all the things you've just said, and that did they obtain death certificate for somebody who is still alive, like you talk about in Nigeria? That's what I'm saying. So that's the argument. So
if I'm not saying yes, so what do you have against it?
You saying yes does not make sense to me anymore because you're just jumping here and there.
Rational man, a country where they bribe immigration to get Ghana passport. You are telling me they cannot forge they can't do what Simba is talking about. Can we just a country where they stole a lot of car from Canada to Ghana? And you are telling me what is going on in Ghana that never happened
in the 90s. I know of some of my Nigerian people that travel with Ghanaian passport. It was easy. But not now. We cannot do that now because the way Ghanaian passport now, the way it's
maybe that's what Tinubu used too.
What rational mind
So I'm just trying to say that right now, you cannot even do that because the security features and the way their passport is right now. First of all, you have to obtain the national identity card first before you can even say you want to do it. So the security around is not like our Nigeria.
It doesn't matter.
Even now in Nigeria, now if you want to get in Nigeria, now the same thing. You need your national identity card.
If I stroll from Burkina Faso, I'm Burkina Bay, or I'm somebody from Benin Republic, Benin. English, but stroll one Nigeria. I lost national ID card. I sọ pé bàbá mi ọmọ Òṣogbo ni bàbá mi ọmọ Ọ̀bẹ ni Sakete ni ní Nigeria.
But you can't do the same in Ghana. You do the same in Ghana.
Nigeria does not have record of what's it called? Ololosi National Population Commission. You can declare the Ololosi sworn after that. You see all these kind of crazy things that we do in that.
But they do the same in Ghana.
Hold on, Farabale. We do not have database. I can go and obtain national ID card, which is a prerequisite before you can obtain a Nigerian passport now. You just go say baba mi omo Slovenia omo Sakete ni abi omo Igolo abi for him ni Ogun State ni, then they just issue me. But
Actually, how do you know that one is not possible in Ghana?
It's possible.
Simba, let me even shock rational mind. What you are saying now,
immigration officer
calm down.
Rational mind waiting. Passport fraud happened in Canada. So passport fraud happened in Canada. Do you want evidence? People are still on that CMP now. That how come they are not discovering this thing? So
hold on. What are you talking about?
Wait now. Some gangsters in British Columbia, they were able to get authentic Canadian passport in fake names. So you see,
no. This guy. You cannot be saying things when you don't. Can you give us a real story? You can or boss story any? Do you know what is behind it?
A boss story. I mentioned Canada. That mentioned the United States.
Tell me how did they play?
Okay, don't worry. I will give you the link to it. Maybe you think
you cannot do that.
Like seriously.
You are requesting national mind. You are requesting for fact and evidence. This thing that you are saying also, you don't have fact, you don't have evidence now.
Telling me that I just go and read something. I'm telling you what's happening.
Canada, Canada, it's the same protocol. You cannot just say you want to obtain the passport, like just like that. You know, possible. The only way
to get good luck is in the database. You don't issue passport far away, Yonko. Yes, America don't issue American kini.
Please. Let us understand somebody. Now, can you be clear? Ola, go on. What did you say?
Money, if I want hack in immigration system, money to be issue passport for our foreigners in go. You didn't read that. You didn't read that.
Even green card, 10 years green card. Even 10 years green card is on me. You can put it on Google. Yeah.
I don't know of that. I'm hearing that this is the first time I'm hearing that.
You don't know. And I'm telling you the one that is happening in Canada now. People are now.
Hold on. Okay.
There was a Nigerian. They arrested.
Now, you people said they hack. Anyone hack? Hackers hack a database. Won't switch things. Won't switch information. But I'm talking about you entering America and say, okay, I'm on Nigeria, one America, where the passports. Or in Canada. But they won't hack a database because they manipulate information. Because they had to hack it. That was when they were able to manipulate the database. But you cannot just walk in and stroll into Canada or stroll into America and say,
post office. I will give you a simple case so that don't let me give you a complex one. Read this simple one. Read this. I posted in the private chat.
What about him? Nigeria is a banana republic.
To argue for that, then
Nigeria is a useless place. You need to fix that country.
Nigeria is not the only place where crime happens. That's what we are saying. If there's no problem in Nigeria, the human being will never exist.
I'm a patriot. That's what I'm talking about. Nigeria.
Nigeria is a useless place.
for a fact I'm a patriot doesn't mean I should not talk about the shenanigans going on.
If you want to talk about Nigeria, let me tell you, you should not be talking in a derogatory way.
About Nigeria. You never said anything good about Nigeria.
No, I talk about good about Nigeria now. Why not?
When?
I talk about what is good about Nigeria. I mean, if I'm not, why am I here talking about Nigeria every time with you people? I want our country to work, and that's why I'm pointing out all this crap that is going on.
But if you want Nigeria to work, that's not the way to talk about it. You should be giving a solution. It's not about condemning and condemning and condemning.
I said when we talk about issuing death certificate, I said they should put a law in place that will make it almost impossible for anybody to bury anybody without. It's even a crime if you do that. Everybody might bury. When somebody do that, another person do it, everybody hear about it, everybody see that. Everybody might sit up and you run you for the
national broadcasting media that too. So maybe you will tell me that the national broadcasting media, whether they are telling you lies. So I'm telling you what is happening there. People do
much it's not the same US to want issue post certificate for nurses but in Nigeria is a zoo country. It's not the same US that they are using fake certificate to nurses.
Fake doctor work several years in some of the hospitals in the United States and in Canada. Fake.
What issue kidding now? What issue now, Simba?
I say in both
fake nursing certificates that nurses are using in the same in Florida. They are using it to work in US. So if it happens in Nigeria, you say Nigeria is the zoo.
Okay, now, okay, thank you very much for that. Exactly. I mean, I've seen people that work with fake certificate here, but sooner or later, won't count. That is a system. I'm sure when we say something self-regulated.
Yeah, the same thing in Ghana. That's the point.
You are not changing now, but we're saying as if the system is a proof.
In Nigeria, one impostor in the past when Nigeria was, we gradually slide into this madness that is going on in that country.
Let me tell you, do you know yearly? Do you know that yearly, even states, they are weeding a lot of people with certificates. I hope you know that.
Yeah.
So what is the difference?
I know someone that's using double certificate. They just fired the man last day. I know. Yeah, they are doing. You are right.
Okay. Now, but you are this is the same people who also by the sense of we have a criminal leader, president there, who is impersonating somebody.
There you go again. There you go again. Oh man, dream of Tinubu.
Only God can.
Argue pointlessly. I mean, without even.
Tinubu, everything must be linked to Tinubu.
Look at the passport fraud in America. I posted it there as if America is
a lot. It's not only passport, green card, driving license. Driving license.
I should work about driving license. One shit that make something much major for him. One state company is sanctuary states. What I put it log demola. I mean, they were late log. Only state company is sanctuary states. To about what my money recently.
Simba, do you think rational mind is in United States of America? We are Ghana and don't tell what.
No, Nigeria, because that was the time he said it was in Nigeria. Maybe it's not in Nigeria.
Because the state is a sanctuary state here. I mean, state commuter. I mean, all of the state here, all of driver's license. Because even like New York, no. Social security number, they can allow you to obtain driver's license, and that could maybe probably open the door for you to get a job. But very, very difficult. I know you have a conjure number, but conjure number, social security, so they can do it here. I mean, you go but ọmọ wa ni yẹ kó ṣe ẹ̀fílẹ̀ no ẹni wàá ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀mí báyìí. So
the argument is that you think something like that cannot happen in Ghana. That's the argument.
Impersonation.
Your argument now is that okay, they do it, but when they got caught, then they will be dealt with.
Hold on.
Simba, àwọn ṣinkó tó tiẹ̀ ṣe mí báyìí tiẹ̀ pọ̀ jàre. Gbogbo kìíní yẹn.
Àwọn Indians tán lórí olórí káàkiri. Most of those Indians, do you think they have the certificate that they are parading?
Àwọn ṣinkó ló tiẹ̀ ṣe jù. Àwọn ṣinkó, àwọn ló ṣe jù. So gbogbo it's a thing to jẹ́ pé it was a serious issue here. Serious issue. So that's why we know that the system is not. See, let me tell you one thing. One funny thing about system here is this: if you know how to generate driver's license, and you know who has worked with the government agency responsible for driver license production, if you produce it here, or except on maybe elevated scrutiny, that is the only way they can get you, because sometimes they've trained the system to believe the citizen, not to think a citizen is fraudulent. So that's the way the system here works. Because many people are applying for job. I see someone that just managed to finish a diploma. Diploma that's not even up to ND. It has been lying here that he finished an MBA from Ladoga Akintola, a master's degree from Ladoga Akintola in information technology. She has been lying over it for a very long time. Nobody has caught her. And many liars are like that too, that they lies on what they don't do. But the problem is this: if to say it is a job whereby if you want to apply for a job now, if the job requires research, and you call yourself a PhD holder, that one can easily expose you. But so many jobs you will find there, we see the job they can teach you can learn within a week or 2 weeks, that nobody will even see your secret. So when you are now, if you apply for a job in Nigeria today, your organization will still send to your school to verify your certificate. Here, nobody will even verify. They will just take you up on your word. The only people that ask for your certificate is when you are going for the government job. Other than that, others, anything goes. So it's not even a surprise for fake doctors to work for several years before it was caught.
I think we have any person I missed. Hello, Ola, Johnny, sir. We have any person I don't know if there's any person. Jaja.
He's not a new person. He's not a new person. I've been here before.
Okay, you've been here before. So
Yeah.
you want to say something? You have anything to contribute to what we're talking about?
Yes, I want to speak to Rational Mind.
Oh, okay. What ears?
Rational Mind is always painting Nigeria as if Nigeria is a shithole.
Was that the one who called it? Was that the one who called it SO? Trump called it SO?
No. You are still totally the same.
But did Trump not call it SO? And was he not right when he called it SO?
It's not right. It's not right.
Okay. Tell us why it's not right.
Because even his own place is a shithole as well. Because sometimes I wonder when we talk about Nigeria, all over the world, everybody have their own challenges. Like I will give you my own personal experience in Australia. I just went after some times. I just went to do tooth extraction. At the end of the day, I almost lost my life just for narrow teeth extraction. But if it is Nigeria now, somebody will start telling you it is only Nigeria, that is where it will happen. Which other day here in Australia, a police officer was shot dead. So sometimes when we come out to paint this narrative of it is only Nigeria where it happens, it's not good, honestly.
Okay, all right. I agree with you that certain things happens just the same way. But you see, sometimes when we make cases like this, Australia, where you talk about, does their money collapse every day? Does their Australian dollar?
We are talking about crime. We are talking about money.
I don't know the correlation.
Don't worry. I will respond to him. Don't worry. I will respond to him.
So does the dollar fall every day? Do you have where you can go for hold on. Hold on now. You can go for truth extraction, right? Yes. And I believe that maybe this is not a condescending way of speaking to you. I believe that you're not a wealthy person in Australia. You're just like And hold on.
I'm just like you in wherever
Yeah,
you are.
just like me. Just a normal person, ordinary person like me here too. Yeah. So now, but the point I'm trying to say is that how many person in Nigeria can afford to go and see a dentist? Say he wants to have a tooth extracted. Not even talking about say he almost lost his life during the tooth extraction. How many people can go and see a doctor? Look at how this guy died. Normally in a saner country, where like in the UK where they have their what's it called NHS, or some of you here over there in Australia or here, your insurance will kick in instantly. The government insurance will kick in instantly, take care of you. But look at how our people.
But no, rational
let
mind.
us
What does it take to remove tooth in Nigeria?
Hold on. It takes a lot. It takes a lot.
No, how much?
Hold on.
How much?
Is it?
I don't know. Don't ask me that
Okay,
question.
let me. You don't know. And I will lecture you this morning. If you want to know, I will let you know.
How many people?
Let me tell you.
How many people can afford to go and do that? That's a question.
Well, it's not affordability. Let me tell you. Go to.
No, but Lord, extract it.
Go to.
Extracting. What are you talking about?
Nisuru. Oh, he form opinion. Why the form opinion? He doesn't want to listen again.
Okay, go on. I'm listening to you. Go on.
Let me tell you, at least I've worked in about 3 states in the southwest. They have dentists.
You don't work everywhere. Simba. Okay, go on.
I'm not a young man, so don't. I've been practicing medicine for more than 23 years. So it's not about.
Okay.
He's mistaking your voice now.
Yeah, it's okay. Go on now. Me and Simba, we know ourselves. I'm more ourselves.
So let me tell you, to have tooth extraction, you don't even need. The only thing that you ask for, probably they will write the analgesics and probably antibiotics for you to go and buy. You don't need to pay shishi. I'm talking even Kwara State. I'm talking about Osun State. You understand? So this one that you are painting as if it's wanting, okay, people in rural areas, they might not have access to it, but if they can get to some of the bigger towns, they get it free. So the one that you are painting as if it's something that is so far away from people, and I know that I think I mentioned it here on this platform before. People also have insurance in Nigeria.
You might paint a picture of Nigeria that said people are not just they don't know what is going on.
Rational mind. Let me give you another one again.
I'm still coming to you, my friend. You see, talking about the police. Now that police will die. It was unfortunate that he died in the line of duty or whatever. Is guaranteed. Maybe his family or whatever. It's what they call pension. How many of your police they die on? Just say they won't go.
We are talking about crime now. We are talking about crime.
No, it's one. I don't know if I had a word. They call it the hazard of the job. I can't even think because I want to sleep right now. My mind on the. So it's part of what they call we call it a hazard pay. You get hazard pay because you work a dangerous job.
Hazard allowance.
Something like that. So maybe you call it allowance there. So it's the hazard. It's part of the job that you're taking because as a police, you are very likely the likelihood of you dying in line of duty is very high. So, but the point is that even here in America, we've seen where police are being shot during some gun shootout, whatever, with gangster or whatever. It happens here. We're not saying crime is it's something that happens in any part of the world. But the question is that when it happens to these people, what is the welfare package for their family or their loved ones that depend on them? Do they have to go and queue and go and ask the pension board for their money before they get money, or they die there? Like our Nigerian civil servant would die right there. They are dying. They die. Say won't go collect, and the pension then goes and collect. At the end of the day, even the police officer will die in the line of duty for Nigeria. In wife, and they never even see 1 million naira collect. What are you talking about? And then you come here. We understand that there's a crime everywhere, but when you try to you compare certain things with something that does not work in Nigerian context, it just makes me ask the question: are we here to always to defend some silly things? Like, I'm not saying you're silly, or don't get me wrong, but I'm saying some of our arguments sometimes it could be me, it could be anybody. It could be silly.
You are expanding the original.
I'm expanding it, yeah, because you people just.
As we are finishing one, we switch another one. As we are finishing one, we switch another one.
Okay, Rational mind, let me tell you something that Nigeria did
There's
better
crime
than
everywhere.
America
It
and
happens.
Nigeria. Always, you
Yeah,
know.
at the level of Nigeria.
Let me tell you what Nigeria did better than America in the past.
Tell me.
Why working in the bank as far back as 2007, we've been able to reduce card-related fraud compared to America and Canada and United Kingdom. What did we do? The time we took decision to go on ship and pin local card and international card, America was still debating, okay, it will require a lot of infrastructure change. And in Nigeria, for example, we reduced the crime by almost 99% of the 99.9% of the
No. Let me stop you right there. Ola, do not come here and just say things that are not.
I think Ola have worked in the bank before now.
He has worked in the bank in Nigeria.
So,
but comparing it to mind you, they've been using debit card, they've been using credit card long before we are embracing in Nigeria. And so the issue of fraud, the issue of fraud has always been there. And
what are you talking? I said we solved the problem before them.
You cannot solve the problem. No, you cannot say you solved the problem before them.
I said we solved the problem before them.
No,
that's my area.
You cannot.
How can you argue my area with me?
No, don't.
The same way you are arguing, what are you talking about?
Ola, don't use Thomas.
See, those people that recognize my voice will hear me online. I said we solve the problem and I handle the project.
I'm not saying you don't solve the problem. You can say, hold on. You can say you can solve the problem in Nigeria with the card-related fraud.
Not that we can
solve the first. But boy, you run now. How can you be the first when they have been using credit card?
I said we solve the problem for
Rational mind. At what point will you accept that? Okay, if we say Nigeria did something and you say, yes, it is true. But when we say negative thing, you quickly accept. But when we say, okay, these are the positive, you reject it. Why?
No. I accept that they solve the
problem. No. Just learn to accept some fact. When we are telling you, when I say some negative things the other time, you quickly agree with me. But when I now say these are positive, you say no, it doesn't exist. What is your problem?
Simba.
For Nigeria to be good, you have to expel or either you expel or you eliminate all the people that think like rational mind in that country.
Rational mind. If you know anybody in InterSwitch or eTransact or anybody that worked in payment system in Nigeria as of 2007, say one guy came or one man went to both platform, lied to you in the public that we solve the problem
I'm not
tribe before America.
I'm not disputing that.
I'm not saying Nigeria hold the research. Get me right.
But then hold on. I'm just going to counter you.
America were like behind, almost 5 years behind Nigeria.
Nah.
Okay. When did you get to America?
If you say no, I'm not going to review that part.
When did you get to America?
I will never review that part.
When did you obtain?
I will never review that part.
Ship and pin card in America.
Hold on. I will never review that part to you. But all I will say to you is this, and I'm going to give you another statistic.
Were you using ship and pin card in America in 2007, 2008? Were you using them? And tell me, if you are using them, just show me one of expired card that carry ship and pin. But like, wait. So when you tell you something, sometimes
I repeat what you just said. I didn't hear you because I think I was.
If you've been in America in 2007 and 2008, show me your ship and pin card that you were using then.
I should show you my chip and pin.
Of course, it's expired now. You got blankets. You blank it.
Rational mind.
Go on, please.
Tell him when Tinubu showed them his certificate. That's when you will show him.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean, that one we're yet to see how that one. Well, how are you going to show? How are you going to show certificate that it does not? Let's just do that. Let's go to the topic we're talking about. Ola. If you say you solve it in Nigeria, you understand.
Tinubu has certificate, but you guys who say you want to see his academic record, you say they should give me the certificate. You say no, we are not saying that. You want to see about.
But the question, Ola, is it possible? There is no institution that will issue 2 certificates now. You can't get another certificate from them. The only thing they can show you is the academic record.
So okay, are we talking about Tinubu now? Because we're talking about what you're talking about.
No. I'm just okay. No, don't go to Tinubu.
Okay, let me continue.
Okay, go on, please.
The second one again. I did a test. I did a particular test, the results, they couldn't interpret the result. It took me 6 months for them to interpret that result until I went to see a specialist. At the end of the day, they
Nigeria,
made
you
me
did that time.
spend money,
Na Nigeria, you did
spend
that
money
time.
to do series of tests. But when I sent that same result to one of my medical doctor friend in Nigeria, he interpreted that result for me. But just because they already have my record with them, I need to clear it.
Okay, you see, yeah, you're just using a personal experience, which I'm not saying is not an experience. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it's here and wherever the so-called.
I still have another one though.
Hold on, hold on,
Because
hold on. I know
when
you.
we
You can
paint,
go on and on. Okay,
when
give me the other one.
sometimes when we paint this abroad, we paint it as if
Eldorado.
as
It's
if it's
Eldorado now.
Eldorado.
If it's not Eldorado, if hold on, hold on. If it's not Eldorado, why don't all of you stay back in Nigeria? Why are we all here?
I
Why are we all
know of
here?
somebody
I
who
mean, you
they
people just argue
diagnosed that
sometimes.
he
Don't
had
even
a
argue to
cancer.
argue. Why don't all of you stay in Nigeria? Why don't all of you, at least Tinubu is asking all of you to come back in Nigeria, come and develop Nigeria?
It was even when we got
all of you
here.
go back?
It was even when we got here that we are even saying
My friend.
Not the same abroad. Not the abroad now we don't come now.
My
We not
friend,
see
my
anything
friend.
different.
Everybody have stories like you. I can tell you the bad thing I've experienced here that will make me like question why am I even here? You get it? We can, but when you talk about, you see, sometimes we just make excuses for that country.
Nobody is making excuse for Nigeria.
You are, because you don't want us talking about the shenanigans.
Ola, I mean, rational mind. What you are saying is not as if we are making excuses. Do you understand? The issue is when we just talk down everything, and you say, and you will be talking, saying things that are. It's like look at what you just said. Even you just said Nigeria is what you use one language now, as if no. No, when the only way, let me tell you, whatever you are doing, if you don't talk, you can't be talking about negative every time. We should see the positive. The positive will be what will be encouraging us. But when we only talk about negative, that means there's no hope.
No. Give me one positive thing to talk about Nigeria. Give me one positive thing. Just give me one positive thing.
Agbo.
Are you ready to listen to positives
so what do you
about
mean
Nigeria?
there are positives now?
Our entertainment industry.
In what area? Where is Davido now? Where is all of them? Where is Burna Boy?
What do you mean? They made over $8 billion
Okay,
last year.
where are they? Where are they making this?
Hold on. On Spotify and Apple Music, they made $8 billion combined. Everybody last year.
Babati rational mind. Wọ́n ní àbáfẹ́ ìjọba, wọ́n ní òun ṣépè, òní kò ní dáa fẹ́ni tó lóun ṣépè. People are saying you love negativity about Nigeria. You now say we should give you positive.
Hold on.
Immediately we gave you that. You now move again to spin it again.
I mean, the plays, not the money. The plays. Afrobeat had one of the highest in the history of Spotify, so they are making more money. They are growing.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a positive. It's a good news.
Hold on.
It's good news for Nigeria.
Hold on. They export that cultural thing on Spotify and they make money on it. But who are the audience? Who are the largest audience that are listening to this? Who is giving them?
You hear me? I say Oyibo. Okay, just imagine you.
Don't you know? Like, let me. Can I say something to rational mind, please? Okay, it's like YouTube. Hold on. Let me. If the way they pay, when the people listen to you are not even in your country or continent, you get paid more points. It's a point system. It's like YouTube now. If people are watching this in Nigeria, you don't get paid much. But if they're watching it in the UK or the US or Australia, you get paid more.
Okay.
So the numbers might not really reflect what you're even seeing. If half of your audience is abroad, away from Nigeria, you make more money. So so they are getting more money because they are. Actually, never mind. Even Nigerian music and Nigerian movies, you have Caribbeans and non-Nigerians obsessed with Nigerian culture.
Exactly. I agree.
But they are making more money on the music side, not so much the movie side. That one they still have to fix that one. But when it comes to music, they are making real money.
Let me ask a question. How many Nigerians have Netflix?
No. I said music.
I know, but
as a movie,
I'm giving you
the product Netflix is for global audience.
I
It's a
know, but
born
how many
global.
Nigerians have Netflix that they can
It
watch
doesn't
Nigerian movies on Netflix?
matter. But the
No,
question
No,
is,
can I? Ola, give me 1 minute. Ola, give me 1 minute. You know, a few months ago, I came here talking about I wasn't pleased that our Nigerian producers were selling the rights of Nigerian movies for a piece of meat to these foreign studios. So they are doing so when you see all these remakes on Netflix, we're not making money from it. They already sold the rights away for those movies. So that's my concern. So on that one, they need to work on that one. But I'm only speaking about the music side. The movie one, that one, they need to fix that problem. You don't want Netflix controlling what you produce out there. So they are losing.
What stop us to have our own kind of Netflix? Our own kind of
no,
Spotify?
Babati, do you know why they use Amazon and
something?
Netflix?
Why must it be they must be hosted
Because
outside?
they are paying them more money. That's the truth.
I get it. I get it. So that's what I'm
only
saying.
that.
Rational man, why don't you go and invent it now?
No,
guys, hold on. Ola, wait,
piracy.
please, guys, wait, please. Let me clarify here. We have our own version of that even before Netflix came to Nigeria. We have what we called.
How much are they paying them?
Hold on now. We have Iroko TV.
Iroko TV, okay.
Yeah, no, it's an app, it's a website that they actually have movies.
I know.
there.
I've heard
So,
about it.
but what happened is that Netflix came with the bag. They are offering more money to these producers.
Okay.
That your local ones cannot actually compete with.
So how did they come? How did they get to that?
No, because even those Iroko whatever stuff.
Because your economy, it's nothing to write them about.
Something
has nothing to do with economy, man. What's this guy talking about?
An economy stuff.
An economy. Hold on. The purchasing power of the naira
is not limited to your economy. It's global. Entertainment is not limited. It's not local.
I know. I know that.
And you are talking because our economy is not has nothing to write home about.
Listen, they calculate the money to you in dollars, right? And when you change into naira, it becomes plenty, right? But if it were to be in Nigeria itself, they're paying you that money. They're not paying you that dollar rate. That's what I'm saying.
No. I want that. What they are doing.
How do you know? How do you know?
No. Ola, let me explain to Rational Mind.
Iroko TV. How do you expect Iroko TV to be paying Nigerian movie stars in dollars? They'll pay them in naira.
I'm talking of Netflix and Amazon. I don't know.
No. You're talking about your local hosting, your local cable network or whatever it is within Nigeria.
So that means Nigeria is bad, right?
No.
But who is watching Iroko TV globally compared to Netflix?
That's another angle to it. Who's watching it?
But
global, like to do with the policies that the crappy policies they make in that country.
You got even this far. These are self-made. It wasn't even government policies. It's just innovation by Nigerians themselves.
Even Babati,
don't argue these things now. Don't try to argue this thing like this with me. It is about policy. It's a government policy. If the government does do a very good policy to protect our own local content, to compete with outside content.
No, you're missing the point. When your guys from Alaba and Onitsha selling,
that's what I'm saying.
No. When they are selling the rights for classic movies to people, that really bothered me. All this in a card this happened that you see on Netflix. It's not owned by Nigerians anymore. They sold the right for in the 90s. They sold it away. Why would you do that? These are classic franchises.
What are we arguing about here? Well, fine, classic.
Rational mind.
Okay,
the way you are talking about this thing now, you don't give room for improvement. That's exactly what you are doing.
Like what? Say that again.
When we say wait. When you are expecting Nigeria to jump over the moon overnight to be above America in terms of
this
revenue.
Is the problem. Right there, what you just said right now is just a problem.
That's what they all do. They will say, look at America, look at Nigeria, Nigeria's a shit. Get the hell out of here, man. This mentality. That's what they all do now. It's right now with Billion China. Look at America, look at this thing.
Don't forget. I'm a businessman before a technical person. Now, when you want to project to market, you look at the size of your market before you make your projection.
Okay.
Now, when you look at the entirety of American markets, even as big as China is, as big as output of China is, American economy is still bigger than the Chinese economy. Mind you, America is still less than 400 million people, Why the Chinese, they are far over 1.2 billion people. And if you see
But you
their
never see a
output,
Chinese person say China's a shito because of that, too.
you understand? If you see the output coming from America,
Because China
and
works with
from
Chinese.
China, wait.
Because China
If you
works with
see the output coming from China, they are far
alone.
more than
Because China works
where
with
is
Chinese.
it?
That's why they
They
do
are far. Wait, rational mind now. If you see the output coming from America, from China to the international world, they are far more than what is coming from America. The only difference is that they are, because of the size of the, because of the economy and the currency, they are priced lower than what is coming from America. So if you look at the content from Nigeria, because of the size of our economy and the way we are, they will be priced accordingly.
Ola, can I clarify something? Sorry, before you
2
go
billion
on.
can be more than
Let
10
me
billion. 2 billion
let me
to Nigeria can be
clarify.
more than 10 billion to America.
Let me clarify real quick, please. I meant 8 billion listens, not dollars, when it comes to music listens on both Apple and Spotify. So anything that had Nigerian artists on it for last year was 8 billion listens, not dollars, just to clarify. Thank you. Sorry.
I've even checked the revenue now. They say Nigeria music industry generate, as of 2021, generate $2 billion. While that of America generates $8 billion. Now, what $2 billion can achieve in Nigeria, 8 billion in America may not achieve the same thing. So you have to look at this revenue
arguments
relative to the economy.
Arguments will make it by $2 billion. Can impact in the economy in Nigeria?
Wow. Do you know people make money from shows in Nigeria? Do you know how much they make for? Come on now.
Seriously?
When Burna Boy does a welcome home tour in Nigeria,
okay,
when he comes home, when he hosts a show of maybe the 40,000 people in a concert in an open field, people make money selling food, selling.
How much of that money is taxed by the government? How much does even Burna Boy pay on that?
They do in Lagos. No. If you use Lagos hotels, you get taxed too. If you use that arena that they have in the hotel for your concert and shows, you get taxed. They have tax for
by who? By the hotel or by who?
No. By I know I know Lagos tax, but for that one I'm not sure. But I know Lagos tax events. They tax them for events.
The question is, if you're asking rational mind, is the Ghana that is praising. Can you compare Ghana to can you say Ghana is as progressive as Nigeria in the times of this?
I can't confirm federal
entertainment industry.
I know.
Can you put Ghana in the entertainment industry next to Nigeria?
I know in Lagos, if you use a quote, like if you use those places, Lagos, they make money from concerts from those people. They get taxed for concerts in Lagos.
Okay. All right, BT, thank you. Let me answer Mike. Mike, I don't even understand. You see, sometimes you people, the way you argue here, I don't understand.
You and Vin, you guys promote Ghana. Tell us about Ghanaian entertainment industry. Tell us.
Dude, I did not promote. I beg, my friend, you talk. I beg, let me just, you see, when people, let me just make this.
Give us your own video thing.
When you say, I did not start with
rational mighty God don't record it.
Ola, Joe. I did not start with Ghana. It was when Simba. When Simba started talking about Ghana, trying to compare it to Nigeria in some instance. That was why I said, no, you don't do that. Don't do that. You cannot compare Nigeria. I'm not promoting Ghana. I've not been talking about Ghana. I've been talking about Nigeria. So you see, when you talk, you just flip things around.
So you agree with us that Nigeria is better than Ghana?
No, but boy.
Yes or no? Just admit it.
You won't get that from me. I'm not going to give you that.
Exactly. Well, and that's what I'm telling you. So, and I'm proving it to you. And that's what I'm asking you. Can you compare your Ghanaian entertainment industry?
Yes.
Entertainment industry.
Ghana has. There are things we can learn from Ghana, even as small as they are compared to us. Mind you,
we are better.
They got into. They are bros. They are bigger than us. I mean, when I mean bigger, I mean
they are bigger.
Hold on.
What sense?
Hold on. Not in size, not in population. They got the independence ahead of us. You need to respect that.
This guy.
They got independence,
and they are behind us. And you want me to respect that?
No, we can learn.
And we are more progressive than them. They are independent before us.
So, ẹ̀gbọ́n wa ni wọ́n náà ká máa respect wọn. Torí wọ́n gba independence wájú wa. Ẹ máa gbọ́rọ̀.
So that's the argument. That's why you want to
I mean, the first of all got freedom before us.
So that's what makes Ghana better than Nigeria. Because Ghana is first.
Hold on, Nigeria is bigger than them because we have the population, we have the market, larger than them. Ordinary Lagos State, I'm sure Lagos State's market is even bigger than Ghana. I agree with that. But how has that transformed the life of our ordinary Nigerians? That power.
A lot of people made it. I mean, we have the richest man in Africa. In fact, the richest black man in the world.
You have the richest man.
We have some of the
How does
top 10 richest black people in the world? At least 3 to 4 of them are Nigerians.
My friend, how does
National man, please address me. Please address me.
How does what?
Yeah. So how does that put food on the table of an ordinary man in Nigeria?
So you saying every Nigerian is starving?
Okay, America.
Are you saying everyone in America is rich, or everyone in America? There are no homeless people in America. There are no people begging in America.
Go on. Sorry.
Are there people not begging in America? Are there no poor people in America? Name a country in the world where they don't have poor people. You guys will come here and be pointing at the poor people in Nigeria and be saying, "Oh, that's the generality of Nigeria. Everyone is poor. Everyone is hungry."
Babati George, I think I asked him to hold on. Yeah, go on, Ja, whatever from Australia.
No, I said you should address me. You said you are coming to me.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, what was that? You mean what you said? What you said to me about?
You were talking about Nigerian currency. If currency wants to happen to currency.
Yeah, I think I've said it. I don't need to say much about it. I'm just saying that the purchasing power of naira is nothing. We've seen it how it's been sliding until maybe yesterday I had it. It's gaining power again. Maybe because of this Cardoso guy that I don't know. Maybe we shall see how that pans out. I think it has retracted back to $9 something.
Will you be happy? Let me ask you. Will you be happy if naira gain?
Hold on. Why not? Well, if naira gets
you.
Yeah, brother. These are Gado people. You like to paint me like a villain. Like I just hate Nigeria. I just want Nigeria to. No, if it can retrace its step back to like 500, like even like 400, why not? Sure.
It can't get to 500. It can't go to
let me tell you one thing about currency. The currency does not, as far as I'm concerned, it does not even matter. What we should be talking about is to increase Nigerian revenue and increase the purchasing power of Nigeria. That's all. Ghana that did it 2015, 2016, that they removed 40. Where are they now? It's just like deceiving yourself. Your currency, let me tell you.
Hello? We miss you. Go on. Simba, you went
off. And so it was a call that I said the value of the currency of the
what did the Ghana do? What did the Ghana do in 2015?
They removed
40.
No, I think they did that before 2015 though. You mean
maybe before, but let's just leave that. We're not particular about the dates, but we know that they removed
what do you love about Nigeria in mind? What do you love about
Simba land? Let us not jump around. Stop. Simba, go on, please.
So, but what I'm saying is that what we should be talking about is to increase the Nigerian revenue generation and then increase the purchasing power of Nigerians.
I agree with you.
The value of the currency does not really matter. You can have your currency high and your purchasing power will still be very poor. Let me tell you, and that's why I want to go to Egypt before they started all these things that we are doing in Nigeria. And of course, they started ahead of us, and that was why even the inflation rate is higher than what we have in Nigeria. The Egyptian pounds is just like maybe like 5 to $1, but presently it's about 40. Even India rupee, because I remember 2010 when I went to India, it was like maybe around 10 rupee to $1. It's about 100 now. So what I'm trying to say is that you can see if we have increased revenue generation, increased purchasing power, people can still go even at that level and be able to purchase. But in Egypt now, even with the inflation and everything, they were still paying the same salary that they were paying when the value was still, and that is what is happening in Nigeria. So, and that is what is affecting us. So, if we can increase our revenue and increase the salary of people, and even both public and the private, people will still be able to, and the life of the people will improve. But all this one that we say, okay, currency, talk about currency. Ghana did it, and it did not work. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I mean, you have a point there too. We might need to do. I mean, like I think Japanese yen too is trading at about
even Chinese yuan.
Yeah. So yeah, but then the point is this: if you fix product, I mean, if you make your people productive, Yeah, we can talk about that. But when we were not productive right now, and our money is just the way it is right now. So what
In
we
fact, that's where you are going, rational by that. In fact, I wanted to go to that. Let me tell you, if you go to Nigerians, I don't know what we can do actually. You know, can you imagine Kenya exporting meat? Imagine what is the size of Kenya? How many arable lands they have? You understand? Just recently, because somebody just introduced something to me. You know, we can plant apple in Nigeria and it will grow and give you fruit. There is a lady in Kenya now that is doing that business, and the thing is now already in Nigeria, and Nigerians are now planting apple. Do you know how much this woman generates from one seedling of apple? She's selling it for $10. $10. And so there are so many things that we can do in Nigeria, but the only thing we do is that you can see Nigerians, we can spend $10,000, £15,000, £20,000 to Japa. Do you understand? But instead of us to look at what baffles me is that you see some people from outside coming to Nigeria to come and invest, but Nigerians don't see that opportunity. I think it's just our mentality that we have this dependency mentality that, you know, everybody just believe that you must earn, somebody must give you salary to survive,
They are sitting
not
around waiting
you.
for government to create job, hire them.
Yeah, instead of you to think of what you can do for yourself or be an employer of labor, not an employee. I think is our mental. So everybody just look, and Nigerians, we don't want to. I'm very sorry. Yes, our leaders, the so-called, well, to me, I didn't see it as a problem of leaders. I see it as a problem of Nigerians generally, our own
Simba,
general problem.
Simba,
Yes.
you know the problem. The reason why everybody is waiting for federal government is that we paid much attention on certification. So, you know, like for me, I advocate for more polytechnic, but at the end of the day, more technical college. But at the end of the day, you see our governors and the rest. They keep on establishing polytechnic, university, which they are not funding. But if we have a technical school, once you finish, at least you can do something for yourself. So that is why you see everybody is depending on the
That's a
government.
good point too. Simba, that thing is talking like that apple planting, for example. If they offer like course for that alone, somebody coming out of that course, you understand, can just go straight
But
to
Mike,
the
you
apple
don't
plant
need.
farming.
Sorry, you don't need university. No, guys, wait.
Economy, though,
You, wait.
economy is
You
not
need.
as
You
simple.
need a lot. You need tech hubs. Create more tech hubs. Not for that one. You don't need to create any schools. You need tech hubs for those
Yeah,
things.
hubs and stuff like that. Exactly.
Just walk in there. If you're interested, they will just train you. Government sponsor it for free. You can go there, take your 6 months, 8 month course, whatever you want. Coding is basic. You can just walk in anywhere. Tech hub plus a library. You study. You know you go to class for a while. You start coding. They train you. If you're interested, hubs
No.
across the government.
Babati, you are limiting the scope. If we are talking of techie, it's not about IT only. You know, your mechanic, your electrician, other techie guys, they need physical place. For example, now if I want to learn about auto mechanics, you still need a space whereby you can even see those things. You learn how to fix bearing, you know how to fix bushing, all those stuff. So you still need a physical place. So that's why they have some kind of apprenticeship style here. You know, apprenticeship style here is not where you take someone to one room mechanic and that's where you learn it. No, you register in school, which is technical school equivalent now, and you'll be working. You'll be going to your roadside mechanic and you'll be coming to school to learn what you are doing, why you are doing that, and the safety around it. So those are the things we still need those technical school. So say individual, it's not as simple, it's not as simplistic as I say, oh, individual, or you can say no, it doesn't work that way. That is why you will see anywhere you see government making policy for a particular program, we used to have explosion in terms of job creation and opportunity. So to me, I agree that government will still have to focus on this, and we should shift our attention away from all this degree, because it's not everybody in our Nigerian universities that has that brain to even attend university to start with. Some people, their brains are in technical school. It doesn't mean that someone now with master's degree is better than someone that we attend technical school. It's only that your brain is wired for different purpose, and you have some different things that interest you. So until we address that, just imagine. I was saying here, you go for MBA, you pay maybe 150,000, you do your jargon. At the end of the day, you come begin to compete with someone that is simple that just wrote PMP, and you won't even earn more than maybe you earn 90 to 100,000. And whereas a master mechanic can still make like a 140K in a year, and that's what you call blue collar job. And you call yourself white collar job. You are not even any more than 90K. So this thing is. The problem in Nigeria is that we associate certificate with higher learning, and that alone is discouraging people. Is it not Nigeria where we say, oh, HND can get to a level and BSc can be above it because they attended university? All those silly policies, they are just spirit and soul killers. Those ones that will not let people focus. What is wrong with someone becoming a bricklayer? What is wrong with someone becoming someone that will be doing ties? What is wrong with carpentry? But in Nigeria, when they see someone like a carpenter or someone like a bricklayer, you see someone, they look like someone that didn't listen to parents, that didn't face his education. So until we take all those stigma and imposter syndrome away from people, it's going to be difficult. Babati, you want to talk because I say you don't remove your mind.
No, it's not that, because it brought me back to a place of a furniture place back in Egba. The man was not educated, but he's probably the biggest. It was called Daily Furnitures. Daily Furnitures. I mean, he showed me, back in days we were raised to believe that, going to school, blah, blah, blah. This guy, Daily Furnitures, was the biggest in the whole city, and he wasn't educated. But he hired the smartest people to run his business for him. But he didn't know the intricacies, the business part of it. But he was big. Anything you needed, school, furniture, whatever, it was him. So, I think we should also not ignore the business side of these trades. Why we are teaching people to be electricians and carpenters, whatever, also incorporate the business side of it into it. You get my point? Where you get the technical know-how, but at the same time, you also understand the economic side of it as well. So that should be
exactly. That's why they go to school. That's why they have apprenticeships.
Guys, let me say something. You see, all these things, these are good ideas that all of you just said, but there's no way we can implement these things with the way Nigeria is structured. Because if we practice the kind of federal system like you practice in Canada, like Ola, the one you practice in Canada, that would have been a different thing. But our federal system is modeled after that of the United States. And how does it work here? Is that it is the counties, what we refer to as our local government. They are the ones that are responsible for those kind of things, like those skilled laborers, whereby you go and learn trade. Now, for example, I remember she would not as if it was the first person to. I know that, but I'm just trying to use a politician who has that idea, who has already touted that. He said, "What stops like local government having their own college, like their own college of education? Like their own college where people like we have community college here. We're talking about community college, whereby you can go learn about how to become a nurse or a home care aide, as the case may be, auxiliary nurse, those kind of a thing. What stops you?" I remember also Peter will be talking about that. That was way before he became a presidential candidate during the COVID lockdown. He was talking about how he throws this number around when he was talking about these vaccines and all of that. Why we should be producing our own vaccines. We could even export nurses out by training them. So what I'm trying to say is this: is that we can train skilled laborers, but it's going to be at the local government level. This is not like what we're seeing Tinubu doing right now, whereby you're saying you're handing out money. People should queue. It should be the local government. That money should go to the local government. Local government will make a database of who are many people in their local government, how many people, what houses they live, and then you ask them to come, and they will do it. You do it in the orderly way. So This way that they do things, the way they just do it, like federal government wants to pack everything, they want to do everything. You go to
Please let me interject.
exactly.
Rationale. Okay.
You people will talk. So if we do not go that local government level, whereby everything has to go straight down to the local government, not even the state, local governments, they will have their own colleges, their own training centers, whereby they will be training people within their locality, because for their own local economy too, their own local economy, like Apapa local government or Suli local government, they want people to be skilled within their area, and they can help to promote their own local economy there, whereby they will be making more businesses within their local government. Everybody will be competing. But when we have clueless leaders who said he has been in Chicago, I don't know what kind of Chicago he has been. He has not even copied the system. He was a governor for many years. He could not even replicate what he saw in Chicago or in America here. All he does is just send everything to one state. The whole state controls everything. Lawman state, this state, the advertising state. What is the local government doing? Why can't you just let the local government function? But rather you just make them their offices for their APC or their AD then, so that they can always
But rational mind, you know, this thing is not something.
As long as you have a modeled federal system like America, you cannot create something that is kind of like the hybrid or whatever they are trying to do, which they've been doing for many years. It's not even working. If you do not let the local government function the way you copied it from, the way it functions, you will never attain to anything, prosperity or whatever you claim to have a sinner society like we have here. You will never make it. That's
so okay, rational mind. How does it work in Nigeria?
It's because it works because federal government does everything. Federal government everything. Look at this issue of money, whatever. Look at how Tinubu handled it. He was saying that we're giving out Ministry of Women Affairs. What was humanitarian affairs? And now they gather some people, some politicians within APC, and give them money and give them a contract to go and be buying rice. I mean, you don't do that. It is a look. Okay, what led to? Okay, look at it. What led to that Igbaju or that Igba 40 that lady received in Ondo State? Was it because of the chairman of that local government felt that you are bypassing me? I should be the one responsible for this. But you want to come and use it for campaign because you are APC. You want to say, oh, the governor.
Blame the state governors, not the federal. They are the one not allowing the local government to get these things.
Exactly, my
it's
brother.
Not federal government.
I will blame the federal government, because if the federal government has said no, state, I will bypass you.
But the question that is the question I want to ask you, rational mind. Do you know that this is a constitutional thing? No.
So why don't you?
It's not even.
Why don't you do the constitutional thing first? Call the National Assembly.
But you are saying it. You are hanging everything on Tinubu as if the man that just spent 100 days will be the one that will overturn this. Let me tell you. If you look, let me give you an example. Just hold on. Tinubu, you cannot say Tinubu does not like local government, and in fact, it was one that started even creation of more local government in Lagos State because he feels. Yes, now was it? Carlos create the SCDA. Was it not part of the problem that I had with Obasanjo that time?
LCDA, we understand all of that, but what is the impact to the common man?
What?
That's a question. What's the impact?
Impact of what?
What is the impact of this LCDA or whatever the crap he called it then?
It's working in Lagos.
Oh my God, that's not mine. Come on now.
You see. Hold on.
I think no. Just to clarify. I agree with you that we need more to get down to the grassroots. I've always been an advocate of that, and the more of those councils that you create, the better for the people, right? Because they know who they are, they can relate to them better. So what I'm saying to you that the Ecuador, our governors, not Tinubu, they are that governor. They are the problem. I want long hold. I want local government in a whole state.
Hold on, BT. I'm not. Why I refer to Tinubu in this instance is because he's the current president. If you have been here long enough to know me, I've criticized Buhari for not doing the same thing.
Right.
It's because
Buhari did it now.
No, he did not.
Buhari did this. The state governors took him to court,
and they won.
So let's be factual.
Okay.
You have forgotten that Remy came here one day. Remy is on the platform. And you know, let me tell you, the federal legislatures, the House of Rep and the Senate, they've already passed it, local government autonomy.
So why
And but it has to be subject. Just hold on. It has to be subjected to states. And most of the states voted against it.
Yes, thank you. It's about 11 states, including Lagos State, voted against local government autonomy.
There you go.
Everybody want to be praising what Buhari did. Forget about the politics behind it.
Okay,
the real problem of that country is this: resource control is the real problem.
Let's not digress.
No, I'm just saying. People were seeing Buhari as Messiah. No, forget about the politics that Buhari was playing. Buhari was not doing that with sincerity or purpose. The thing is, move the autonomy to the states and let every state decide. If the state want to create 1 million local government, let them go and create local government and fund it. But you will still go to, let's say, a rational mind local government area. Once you see go there, you hijack it. Wait, let me land. Don't just stop me in the middle of the statement. I'm almost right up. Now, when you take it to Kano, I will give them. So it's what the federal government is doing. If the impact that's cascaded to the state government, yes, I know the state government should have done more, but you are giving the state government some area for them to hide. So the crooks that are controlling the exclusive list, let us unbundle the exclusive list and then expose it at the state government. Then we can talk from there. So that's just the way I see it. How much are they giving state? When you look at the amount we need for development in that country, these guys are getting peanuts. We are dealing with politicians say, if you allow every state to run their affairs, they will get more than what we are getting today. Federal government is still crying because of
the state will not still do anything.
You said?
The state will not still do anything. The governors will not still do anything. Nothing will change the governors.
You see, some of these governors are so dozer and lazy that they won't do nothing. And Ola, I just want to tell you something. Whatever you can say, at least this guy said financial autonomy for the local government. Why are some of the states voted against it? At least
he was acting unconstitutionally. He was acting unconstitutionally. That's the problem.
At least financially, the local government will get their financial autonomy.
He was acting unconstitutionally.
You cannot get everything you want at a scoop.
That's not the issue. Buhari was acting unconstitutionally. That's the problem. That's why I say forget about what he's doing.
Constitutionally, listen carefully. There was a constitutional amendment, and it passes through the both houses that there should be financial autonomy for the local government. But before it can be passed to law, 24 states out of 30 states must say yes to it. So 11 states out of the 24 states said no. So that is why we don't have financial autonomy for the local government. This is not about veto, what do you call it? Buhari trying to use illegality. This is the normal way. It's through the National Assembly. What I'm trying to say here is that no matter what happened, if you have that one in hand, like we have the, what do you call it now, the distribution of electricity to the state government, So at least you cannot have everything at a hand in a scoop like that. They would have had that one in their hand. The local government will have their financial autonomy and they will get their allocation directly from the federal government. And then at least you can see some medium of development there. Not now that everything is just in the hand of the state governor. The state governor are so powerful in Nigeria that they determine...
Let me even tell you, it's just an assumption that when this money gets to them, they will do something. Local government Nigeria is the seat of corruption. It's just all these things that we are saying, just an assumption. Okay, maybe when they get their money, they would. Why are you painting local government as if there is sin?
Okay, I understand resource control, but the way Nigeria is wired, when you talk about resource control, maybe some state, everything must pass through the National Assembly. If some state in the north voted against it, what will happen? So nothing is going to happen. So we are having some medium of development.
I'm aware of the Supreme Court judgment. I'm aware. But I'm talking of that executive order that Buhari gave that time. See, look at this thing carefully. Do you know why I support autonomy of the state is this? There are so many things that the federal government is sitting on that is bringing us down, that is not allowing us to develop. Okay, you are in the advanced world. Look at the issue of vehicle licensing, for example. What's the business of the federal government with driver's licensing? Now, look at where we are now today. You understand? When you want to do registry, you can do registry. We have registry agency whereby you go and book for your driver test, road test, where you can register for your licensing, where you can do your batch registration and some other things. But federal government want to sit on top of everything today. That FRC that you are looking at now in an environment like this is like a multi-million people job. Or someone will sit on it so that at the end of the day, maybe you have like 10,000 workforce that be taking care of that thing. Whereas if you unbundle this thing and you allow the state and local government to do what we are saying, maybe perhaps we will have generated like a million job to give people job there. But the federal government want to sit on everything because we want to control. That control is the problem.
Yes, I totally agree with you. There should be resource control, even if it's not 100%. We must start from somewhere. Maybe 50% of resource control to the state. I like that one. I also want a devolution of power. States should have their own state police. It's high time because the federal government cannot be policing over 160 million people with how many police. So the states should have their own police. There must be gradual resource control because I know that some states will say, we are not ready. So at least 50% first. Whatever you generate in your state, you get like 60% of it. Then you pay royalty to the federal government and the local community that you are mining the natural resources or whatever. I think that we must continue to toil along that line. I think if I were the opposition party, this is what I'll be talking about now. But the opposition in Nigeria, sometimes they are dead, sometimes. They are not picking the real issue. What are they fighting about? The cause they are fighting about is nothing, it's nonsense. Talk to people, what the people really want to hear. If I become your president, there'll be resource control, there'll be this, there'll be that. Continue to hammer it, and if you hammer it, then the ruling party, they don't have no choice. If they want to remain in party too, they have to find a way to start maybe step by step, giving them resource control. But as you can have it, the power in the center is too powerful. The way Nigeria is...
Remy, do you know my ideology? You see, even though I know there's corruption, even amidst the corruption, you can still create opportunity for people. If we talk of corruption from now to tomorrow, for example, if we don't do anything, we won't have telecom in Nigeria. We won't have fintech in Nigeria. We won't have a banking reform generally that lead to fintech. We won't have broadcasting reform that lead to all this video and our Nollywood industry we have today. See, even despite that there will still be this corruption, even in this country we are talking about, you cannot beat them in corruption. It's only that people see Oyibo as saints. I give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. If I want to work for a company today now, if I work for them directly, they say, okay, they are going to pay you $60 per hour. Now, if the same company now outsource the same job to one human resources company, they can pay them $200, and the same company now will now pay me $100. You understand? Why do you think it's happening? Maybe the ex-staff of those companies that want to employ me directly and pay me $60, maybe their staff funded that, and they will use some kind of a nepotism. They are, or even the current director may even have interest in that human resources company. They will now be moving money to that place to do that job. Is that not a corruption? Why don't you do that? Do it directly? So when you both are corrupt,
I have a question for Ola. Ola, I have a question.
But before you have that question, I totally agree with Ola in this submission. My ideology is that no matter what, you cannot have a perfect society. Everywhere in the world, there is corruption. The level might be different, but there is corruption. I've seen it in Asia, and I've also seen it in Europe. The next for me to see it in America if I travel down there or something like that. What I'm interested about is this. No matter what you say against Tinubu or everybody there is pocket or level of development in Lagos State that we can witness. Today, Lagos State have light rail. If they have 4 of that light rail in Lagos, and 10 states like Nigeria, like Rivers or your Delta also copy the Lagos.
Don't put data. That never have. Don't put data. Data is my. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to say if 10 states copy the model of Lagos, development in those states will attract people to go there. They will continue to develop their infrastructure and they will continue to create employment. The more you continue,
Remy, we are not even talking about government. Hello.
yeah.
What we are talking now is how can we make Nigerians to be productive?
First, we must
That
get
is that.
people like first, Simba. We must get people like Rational Mind, who every time Nigeria in bad lights. I've been listening to him abusing Nigeria every.
No, forget about that. Forget about, let me tell you. You know, I think one of the major problems. Rational Mind. Know how many people are listening to Rational Mind? Forget about Rational Mind.
Rational Mind is from Togo. You can see from Yoruba is speaking.
Remy, hold on, please. Remy, let me buttress your point that what we've been talking about for months on this show. Remember, like 2 days ago, the Anambra State governor, their cabinet, they were in Lagos to study their traffic management plan, to study it. I hope you saw that story.
He not study.
Oh, let me finish now,
Yeah,
guy.
people like about promoter.
Hold on. You see, hold on. They came to study what they believed is working for Lagos. So the whole idea of moving this part down to the state is that eventually, if it works in one state, differences will come to that state to learn from that state about how they made it work, and they will just replicate it in their own state. So we want competition among states in all sectors.
Babati.
But let me finish. Hold on. So, but my question to Ola that I wanted to ask Ola is, you know, we have about 68 on the exclusive list, right? And there are ones that are very tough that we never agree on for now. Which ones can we say, okay, if we put this maybe 5 or 10 that everybody can agree to? Which one do you think that as of now we can say, oh, if they move this down to the state level,
Babati. Before Ola answer your question. No, just hold on, Remy. I think we should shift our focus from these so-called natural resources because of resource control, and we can be more productive. Let's us forget about that. How many countries have you seen that developed by virtue of their natural resources? I think what we should be thinking, because if we stay focused on that, it will make our people to be lazy. And the problem I think we are having in Nigeria is because of poor mentorship. The people that our youth are looking up to are the politicians, the entertainers, and so people are not even looking at the productive aspect of our economy. There was this guy I watched his this thing on YouTube, a nurse in Malawi. He finished university, he couldn't get a job. He has to go back to his village. He results into farming. The guy is a billionaire now. What is he doing? He was just doing farming.
He was doing goat farming, right? Goat farming.
Exactly.
Remember, you are talking of outliers, so we have to come to this law of.
I'm not talking about outliers. We are talking about those are the. Let me tell you, it's not an outlier. Those are the people that are supposed to be the mentors in our society. Not that the way our. Let me tell you, Ola, I don't know when I go to Nigeria often. You just see Nigerian youth, they'll just be sitting down, loafing around, doing nothing, and the only thing they know is about Malians and all these things. And that's what we suppose. How can we put them into use, into productive venture? But when we come here and talk about resource control, I don't know the resources that you are controlling.
No, Simba. Resource control is a broad word. You focus. Wait now. Let me respond to Babati and Simba.
Please hold on, please. You continue.
Babati asked me a question.
Can you hold on? Can you please hold on, please? I allow you to continue. Okay. I want you to say that in about 30 minutes time, I'm going to shut down because my eyes are heavy. I said,
no, you can throw us to the background and it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. You want me to put you guys on the background? Okay, so let me just
put us. We may enjoy it better.
Oh, okay. Because I think
we can open our hands. And talk.
No, we'll open our hands. Anyway, guys, everybody, thank you so much. Remy also, you're mute. All right, guys, thank you very much, everybody, for listening, for staying tuned and listening to us, our rants, though not rants, our perspective on the issue in Nigeria. I don't hate Nigeria, and I'm sure most of us here we're all patriotic. We want to see Nigeria work. It's just that we're critiquing that country and we want the best for it. So
your own pass your own get come
I'm giving a closing remark now. You guys, I can close it.
Guys, don't worry. We will handle him in the background. We will deal with him.
Close the shop now. We're close the shop. I want to close shop today. So anyway, thank you all, guys, and hope to see you guys in a few hours in the next session. As always, as I say, shalom.
Ola to my question.